Chapter 1 Schoolgirl pregnant, looking for dads all over the internet. Big melon. Big melon. The schoolgirl is pregnant. The news. Fierce news. The schoolgirl fainted on the side of the road. Shocking big melon. The schoolgirl disappeared for almost a year, but she's about to give birth. The school beauty fainted on the side of the road and was carried into the hospital. South City University. A lot of people are gathered at the entrance. Photographers, stands, beautiful hosts. In addition to the eating crowd on campus, even the TV program hosts are here. The program was broadcast live in real time. The school flower fainted on the side of the road, and it was the program's people who happened to come across it and sent the other party to the hospital. At this point, the host spoke eloquently to the camera. Viewers in front of the TV, we have arrived at Miss Luo's school based on the information she provided. I didn't expect her to be the school beauty of South City University. So next, we will use the information provided by Ms. Luo to help her find the father of her child. That is, the man who got her pregnant. The host finished and gave a sweet smile to the live camera. Then randomly interviewed passers-by. May I ask students, do you know Shinjun from your school? Most people shook their heads, saying they hadn't heard of the name. Just when the host wanted to ask the teacher for help, a voice rang out from the crowd. I know Shinjun. He's a classmate in our class. You know him? That's great, classmate, please can you take me to him for a moment? The host was surprised and spoke with a sweet smile. Okay, you guys come with me. The speaker, seeing that he could be on live TV, enthusiastically showed them the way. With the enthusiastic students leading the way. The host and the audience in the live broadcast room were curious about Shinjun's identity. Luo Rushu was so beautiful. So what would the person who got her pregnant look like? But soon, they knew the answer. Boys' Dormitory 203. At this time, Shinjun was reading a novel on tomato novels. The novels on it are so good that he reads them every day in the dormitory. Well, sometimes he also reads it in class. Just when he saw the latest chapter, clicked the urge button, and proceeded to read 3 space authors for love for free. There were noisy sounds coming from outside the dormitory. Shinjun frowned, listening to the voice mentioning his name yet. It couldn't be coming to find himself, right? The voice came from far away. Sure enough, it was coming to find himself. Surprisingly, it was someone from the TV station. What made Shinjun's scalp numb was that they were still broadcasting live. What were the people from the TV station doing looking for themselves? Shinjun's head was full of question marks. As Shinjun entered the camera, the host and the audience in the live broadcast room sucked in a breath of cold air. My goodness! Is this the schoolgirl's vision? This man was excessively handsome, right? At the first sight of Shinjun, the host was stunned. His features were profound and incomparable, and every single inch, whether taken apart or combined, was handsome to the gods and men. His eyes were like stars. What made people fall deepest was his eyes. As if containing a piece of stars, taking in the heart. This is much more handsome than those popular male stars, right? The host had been in the entertainment industry for so many years, but this was the first time he had seen such a handsome man. And the other party was still a vegetarian. The host calmed down and went forward to ask, "Excuse me, are you Shinjun?" "I am." "What's wrong? Is this a live interview?" Shinjun was very uncomfortable with the situation. "It's good that it's you. I'm from the South City Metropolitan Television Station. Now your girlfriend is in the hospital, ready to give birth. As a family member, you come with us to the hospital now." Girlfriend, child, family member? What a niche word. Shinjun just wanted to quietly read a novel. When did he have these? I'm going to be a father? Shinjun was in a daze. Looking at Shinjun's look of bewilderment, the host's face went bad. What? Your girlfriend is in the hospital getting ready to give birth. You're definitely getting ready to be a dad. What, don't you want to be responsible? Responsible? Who am I responsible for? And when did I have a girlfriend? Shinjun was baffled. You're kidding. He's been single since freshman year. Where did he get a girlfriend? Not to mention a child. That's impossible. Crap, scum man. It's true that all good-looking guys are scum. Such a beautiful girlfriend actually denied it. It is true that those who read novels are all scum, no sense of responsibility at all, wolf-hearted things. Before the host over here could say anything, the viewers in the live broadcast room were the first to quit. A bar of pop-ups flew up, all angrily denouncing Shinjun as a sugarcane man. Surprisingly, the host's face became even more ugly when he said that he didn't have a girlfriend. Luo Rushu was really blind to look at a man like you. She worked so hard to conceive a child for you, and you say you don't know her, are you right for her? Luo Rushu? You're saying that Luo Rushu is my girlfriend, and that she's pregnant with my child and ready to give birth? Shinjun was stunned by her words. When did Luo Rushu become her girlfriend? In front of the camera, the host's face was unusually ugly. So you don't recognize the child in her belly? It's not even mine, what do I recognize? Wanting to make yourself the receiver, that's impossible yet. Even if the other party was the school flower, it was never possible. It's impossible to be a happy father. Crap. Crap. Look, this is a top-notch scumbag. At a time like this, the scumbag's face isn't red and his heart isn't jumping. If I didn't know better, I'd have been fooled. Damn, I really want to go out and beat this dog man up. Seeing that Shinjun was still being tough and not admitting it, the audience in the live broadcast room was furious. Not yours? Then Luo Rushu is definitely yours. She also said that you and her met at the Shiyun Hotel last year. Now she is about to give birth to a child, a person, no family members around, into the delivery room, life and death. You as the father of the child, there is no conscience off. As a host and also as a woman, she had never been so angry. Shiyun Hotel? Hearing this place, Shinjun suddenly froze for a moment. He seemed to recall something. About 10 months ago, he did have an encounter with a woman at the Shiyun Hotel. Only he was drunk and unconscious at that time. Could that woman be Luo Rushu? Ding, detected that the host likes to read novels in tomato novels and has a schoolgirl object and a baby, meets the system binding conditions. The system is in the process of binding. The system is in the process of binding. The system is successfully bound, and is in the process of being activated. The system has been successfully activated. The perfect milkman system, I am glad to be of service to you. Just as Shinjun recalled what happened at the Shiyun Hotel, a cold mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind. System? One has bound the system? Chapter 2 Triplets, Really Being a Dad. As an old bookworm, Shinjun naturally understood what a system was. It was only that he did not expect the system in the novel to appear in the real world. In order to make sure that he was not hallucinating, he used the method in the novel and tried to use his mind to communicate with the system. Are you really the system? Yes, host, I am the kind of system you know. In the future, as long as the host takes care of the baby, he can randomly receive a generous reward. Oh. Seemingly knowing what was in Shinjun's mind, the system responded. Shinjun was shocked. The system was real, he wasn't hallucinating. Wait, his own system's name was Perfect Milkman? Doesn't it mean? Shinjun took a breath and inquired, System, you said that my child Luo Rushu is really carrying my baby? Yes, host, you are the father of Luo Rushu's child. In the future, you just need to take care of her and the baby, and you will be able to get a rich reward, and the other babies will not be able to owe. Confirmed by the system. The host was right, he was really the father of the baby in Luo Rushu's belly. Strongly suppressing the excitement of obtaining the system, Shinjun looked at the host whose face was unusually ugly and said awkwardly. That, I remembered, I am the father of Luo Rushu's child. Now willing to admit it? What did you do long ago? In the host's opinion, the other party must have been afraid of being broadcasted out live, afraid of being cyberstormed, and was forced to admit to the situation. But now she doesn't care. As long as the other party is willing to go to the hospital to accompany Luo Rushu. When the person arrives, Luo Rushu has one more point of security and one less point of danger when she enters the labor room. From the time Luo Rushu fainted to the time she was sent to the hospital. According to her condition, the host estimated that it was about to give birth and took Shinjun to the maternity hospital. Originally, the program team went out live to carry out the program, but did not expect to encounter such a thing. What was even more surprising to the program team was, since Luo Rushu appeared in the live broadcast, the popularity of the live broadcast had skyrocketed. Into the entry of the scumbag Shinjun, the level of conversation further increased, and the attention of the live broadcast room was even higher. Pressure was put on Shinjun to take his due responsibility. Therefore, the host decided to continue to follow up on Luo Rushu's recent baby birth. Ah, it hurts, I'm about to give birth. Doctor, if anything happens to me, please make sure to keep my baby. Mother's love is great. Luo Rishu's forehead is sweating falsely at the moment, her face is white, and she instructs the doctor with difficulty before entering the labor room. The doctor nodded seriously at her, indicating that there was no need to worry about her and the baby's safety. She will definitely work hard to ensure their safety. Luo Rishu's heart slightly relaxed. With difficulty, she looks towards the door. She didn't know if that man would come. Miss Luo. Miss Luo. Shinjun, I found him for you. He came to the hospital to see you and the baby, must be peaceful. Ah. He said to wait for you, and the baby was born safely, must cheer. Ah. The last second when the door to the maternity ward closed. Luo Rishu seemed to hear the voice of the host. There was also a familiar figure standing there. It was Shinjun. Did he come? When Shinjun and the host arrived, the delivery room door had already closed. The moment the door closed, he saw Luo Rishu lying on the bed in pain. It was this woman. She was pregnant with her own child. His own child was ready to be born. He himself was about to become a father. Shinjun prayed in his heart for Luo Rishu to be safe and sound. Praying for the mother and child to be safe. Outside the maternity ward, Shinjun was fidgety and nervous as he walked around the corridor. His heart was beating exceptionally fast. The host gave him a surprised look. Was he worried? After an unknown amount of time, the door to the maternity ward opened. A nurse came out and asked, "Who is Luo Rishu's family? Is Luo Rishu's family there?" Luo Rishu has given birth, the mother and child are safe, congratulations to the triplets. At this time, Shinjun's palms were full of sweat. At this time, Shinjun's palms are covered with sweat. Rushed to her. The nurse frowned and gave him a look. You are Shinjun, Luo Rishu's family? Congratulations, Ms. Luo gave birth to triplets, come in with me and meet the children. Triplets. Giving birth to 3 at once, Luo Rishu was too good, right? With an excited and apprehensive heart, Shinjun followed the nurse into the delivery room. After Shinjun left, the viewers in the live broadcast room of South City Metropolis were talking. No way, no way. The big school flower actually gave birth to triplets for the scummy boy. There's no justice, Shinjun is so scummy, no sense of responsibility at all, what right does he have? Ooh, triplets are so cute, I want them too. Is there a schoolgirl in the room? Let's have triplets together, I'm gaga fierce. Some people congratulated Luo Rishu, while others felt bad for her. It's hard enough to raise a child these days. If she gave birth to 3 at once, could she afford to raise them? Shinjun didn't know that the people in the broadcast room were talking about him and Luo Rishu. At this moment, he had already walked into the labor room with the nurse to see the little baby. On the cot in front of him lay 3 little babies wrapped in small sheets. The little babies were red and their skin was wrinkled. This was the first time Shinjun had seen a newborn baby. Looking at the 3 little ones, his heart had an indescribable feeling. Nurse, are these my children? Aha! They are all your children. The first baby is the first to be born to his sister, weighing 3 pounds 6. The second baby is a male baby, weighing 3 pounds 5. The youngest baby is a younger brother, also weighing 3 pounds 5. The nurse hummed and introduced him to the triplet baby's information. Multiples are not the same as singletons. Multiples are smaller. That's why the triplets look so small. The nurse told him that this was normal, and that he would be able to catch up with the other babies as long as he drank and ate normally. The triplet babies can be very energetic. Shinjun just came in and heard them wailing. When Shinjun came to the bedside, they cried even louder. The 3 little lives are their own children. Ah, Shinjun's heart softly asked, can I hold them? Can I hold them? Yes, but do you know how to hold them? No, can you teach me? Shinjun shook his head and said with a serious expression. But before hugging, he asked the most concerned question, Nurse, my female friend, my wife, how is she? How come I didn't see her? The nurse gave him a deep look. Don't worry, Ms. Luo is fine, but giving birth to triplets is too difficult for her. The doctor gave her a cesarean section and is now sewing up the wound. You will be able to see her later. Shinjun took a long breath. That's good, thank you so much. The nurse smiled. No need to thank you, this is what we should do. Come on, I'll teach you how to hold the baby. After saying that, she picked up the big baby. The little princess, who was already crying loudly, now cried even louder. Chapter 3 Super Reward, Money and a House, The Road to Milk Daddy opens. Hugging a newborn baby should be done in a methodical way, or else it will hurt the baby. The nurse taught Shinjun as she hugged. First, gently break the little baby's shoulders apart, then put your hand in like this. Protect the baby's neck, then use your left hand to reach underneath your body and protect the little one's waist and hips. Once you've done that, you can lift the baby up. After lifting it up, cross it over so that the little one's head rests on his elbow, and finally hold the baby's pee-pee with the right hand. The nurse said it was very simple. Because she often carried children, she was very skilled. But to Shinjun, it was even easier than the entrance exam. Such a fragrant and soft baby, what if he accidentally hurt her? Seeing his nervousness, the nurse pursed her lips and smiled. It's okay, don't worry, the little babies are so fragile as you think. The nurse pursed her lips and smiled. It's okay, don't worry, the little baby you think so fragile. After saying that, she put the big baby in her arms into his arms. The first time he hugged a newborn, Shinjun's heart fluttered. Dabeo was picked up and did not feel safe. Instinctively wailed. The original red face was even more red from crying. Dabeo was like a glutinous rice ball, and his body had a milky scent. Soft. Shinjun's heart was broken when his own child cried. Cannot help but open his mouth and softly coax, Dabeo, do not cry, Dabeo is a good baby. Crying what a little cute, dad hero, dad will be around the baby to protect the baby. A little princess crying is not cute, oh. Perhaps his words worked, or Dabeo had a sense of security. With Shinjun's gentle coaxing, Dabeo's crying gradually stopped. With crystallized teardrops hanging from the corners of his eyes, he looked at him curiously. The newly born little baby's eyesight was not yet well developed and could only see a vague approximation. Shinjun thought that his daughter was so good, just coaxed for a while and she stopped crying. In the future, she will definitely grow up to be a baby with a stable character. After being close to Big Baby for a while, Shinjun's gaze fell on the other two little crybabies. The second and third babies were still crying. Following the method taught by the nurse, Shinjun carefully picked them up afterward. Like Big Baby, the two little ones were fragrant. Babies, I'm your daddy. I'm happy to meet you all. Don't cry, daddy will always take care of you. Well, there is also mommy, daddy will protect the baby and mommy. Shinjun has loved children since he was a child. Now that he has his own children, he likes them even more. Erbao and Sanbao clenched their little fists after Shinjun coaxed them. The two little ones quickly fell asleep. The sleeping looks were all so cute. Shinjun smiled and sat on the edge of the bed looking at the sleeping them. Ding, congratulations to the host's baby was born safely, obtaining triplets, and at the same time holding the baby for the first time, completing the hidden task, officially opening the road of the Milk Daddy. Reward Milk Daddy startup capital $100,000. The road of the Milk Daddy is officially opened. In order to take better care of the babies, how can there not be a cozy little nest? Reward Mountain Language Peninsula Neighborhood Room Set. Just as Shinjun was watching the babies sleep with relish, a mechanical cold voice suddenly rang in his mind. The system appeared. Obtained reward. 100,000 yuan in cash. Plus a set of neighborhood houses in the Mountain Language Peninsula? Hearing the content of the reward, Shinjun couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Taking out his cell phone to check the bank app, sure enough, $100,000 had just called in. The system is bullish. It was amazing. He forced down his inner excitement. With the system's startup capital, the pressure to take care of the babies in the future would not be so great. What Shinjun didn't expect was, in addition to cash, the system also rewarded a suite. Mountain Language Peninsula, this neighborhood he knew. One of the high-end buildings in the South City. It belongs to last year's building, and it was very hot in the same city as Shake Shack at first. I heard that when the disc was just opened, the price of the house was speculated to $22,000 a flat. The greening of the district is very beautiful, belonging to the Riverview room, and still hardcover room. Handbag to move in, very convenient. Good guy, the living place system has solved itself. No wonder the heroes in the novels are able to walk to the peak of life after obtaining the system. The system is too magical, too fragrant. Time passed like this. When Luo Rusha woke up again, she was already in the hospital room. When she opened her eyes, she saw the program host and a familiar figure. It seems like it wasn't a hallucination when she entered the property. Child, where is my child? Having just given birth to a child, her body is very weak. But as a mother's instinct, Luo Rushu called out her child at the first opportunity. Seeing Luo Rushu wake up, Shinjun was pleasantly surprised. Pushing the small crib to her side, her voice spoke gently. Ruchu, the babies are here, the 3 little ones are all very safe and healthy. Babies, my babies, triplets. Looking at the 3 little people in the crib, tears indisputably slipped from the corners of her Luo Rushu's eyes. Come, give me a hug. Due to the C-section anesthesia, Luo Rushu's lower half of her body has not regained consciousness now. There is no way to move, she can only let someone help. It was as if she knew that mom was around when she woke up. As soon as Luo Rushu's voice fell, the triplets grunted and cried. Luo Rushu was instantly anxious. Shinjun speeds up his movements and holds the little babies to her. This is big baby sister. Amazingly, the big baby that was bawling, after arriving in Luo Rushu's arms, quickly stopped crying. Dumbfounded, he looked at his mom. Luo Rushu's weak face blossomed into a loving smile. Good boy, mommy has finally met with her baby. My baby is safe and sound, healthy, so good, mom is so happy. Dabeo covered the meaty little hand, as if interacting with mom. Shinjun introduced, the big baby has 2 younger brothers. The second and third baby are male. Luo Rushu's gaze shifted and fell on the other 2 crying sad little ones. Shinjun held the second and third baby to her respectively. Holding her 2 sons, Luo Rushu had a happy face. They were obedient. For them, no matter how much suffering, it was worth it. Luo Rushu, who had just given birth, was very weak, her lips were bloodless and her face was white. Having just interacted with the triplet babies for a while, she was exhausted. Shinjun went up and cared, Rushu, you rest for a while, I will pay the bill. Luo Rushu looked at him with a complicated color and wanted to say something. But the words were not yet spoken. Shinjun interrupted her, the babies can't be left unattended. What do you want to say? Wait to say it later, I will take care of you and the children. Then after asking the host to please, Shinjun went to the first floor to pay the bill. After he left, Luo Rushu stared blankly at his back. The host was heartbroken. Miss Luo, don't worry, no matter what, I will definitely make him responsible for you and the babies. By responsible, she was not asking Shinjun to buy a car or a house for Luo Rushu. Rather, she hoped to keep the other party to accompany Luo Rushu and the triplet babies so that they could have a complete home. Chapter 4 Breastfeeding, the Schoolgirl's Shyness. After Shinjun went downstairs, he found that many people were looking at him with strange gazes. Look, isn't that Shinjun? That scummy guy. The scummy guy who doesn't care about women. At first he didn't admit that the child was his. He wanted to escape his responsibility, but then he found out that the program was broadcasting live, so I guess he was forced to admit it for fear of being cyber-stormed. Such a man has character problems. What's the use of being handsome? If my daughter dares to talk to this kind of boyfriend in the future, I'll break her legs. Shinjun. It seems that there are quite a lot of people who watch the live broadcast. Their own things are spreading in the hospital. And these people have a lot of opinions about themselves. But this is also human nature. Shinjun let out a bitter smile. The doctor also looked at himself strangely when he paid the bill. Things had already happened, and Shinjun didn't care. Just take care of Luo Rushu and the babies in the future. After paying the fee, Shinjun took another trip out of the hospital. Go to buy diapers and bottles for the babies. Also, buy a few sets of small clothes. They will be washed and dried and can be worn tomorrow. When she returned to the hospital again, Luo Rushu had already fallen asleep. The host sat by the bedside to guard her. This would be the program's live broadcast already closed. After all, this was in a hospital room, and the babies were still so small, and Luo Rushu was so weak after just giving birth. It was impossible to broadcast live, and the host couldn't do anything for the sake of traffic. It was also at this time that Shinjun realized the name of the host. It turned out that the other party was called Hirao, one of the little-known hosts in South City. There are a lot of fans in the local area. Shinjun thanked the other party, Miss E, thank you and the program team for sending Rushu to the hospital. As the children's father, this favor, in the future, I will definitely find a way to repay you. Yao looks at him unexpectedly. Is this the same Shinjun who was just at school? The one who was dead set against it in the beginning, how did he change to be so sincere now? She waved her hand and smiled, there's no need to thank me, and I don't need to return the favor. I only need you to accompany Miss Luo and the babies, and I hope that you will take good care of them. Shinjun was ashamed. With sincere eyes and assured that I will, and will definitely take good care of Ruchu and the babies. Well, Shinjun's attitude at this moment is very satisfactory to Hiyao. But she didn't know if what the other party said was true. She thought for a moment and said, Shinjun, when the babies were born, none of your parents came, so I want to be the baby's godmother. Shinjun frowned and said, I want to be the godmother of the babies. Shinjun frowned and said, if you don't send Rishu to the hospital, the consequences will be unimaginable, and I have no problem with that. But, Miss He, this is not something I can decide. I want to wait until Rishu wakes up to ask her. Hiyao smiles, I've already asked Ms. Luo and she said it's fine. Since you agree, I'll be the baby's godmother. Hiyao's offer to be the baby's godmother wasn't a whim. She was an emotional person and a person who believed in fate. She believed that there must be a special destiny between her and Luo Rushu and the babies. How else would she have been allowed to run into them while doing the program? On top of that, she had another layer of consideration. Luo Rushu hadn't graduated from college yet, and her family hadn't shown up until now. It's possible that she's still hiding the child from her family. At this age, if she hides the child from her family, she will definitely have financial problems raising a child in the future. As for her, as a host, she has no financial difficulties. Her heart aches for Luo Rushu and the babies. If she becomes the baby's godmother, in the future, if the other party has difficulties, she can also better support them. Luo Rushu agreed. Shinjun agreed. Hiyao's decision to be the baby's godmother was happily decided. Seeing that the babies were still sleeping, Luo Rushu didn't wake up. Taking advantage of this time, Shinjun took the clothes she just bought back to the bathroom to wash. After drying the clothes out, Luo Rushu and the babies were still sleeping. Shinjun found a stool and sat down, quietly watching them. The years were quiet. I don't know how long it took, but Hiyao received a message from the TV station urging her to go back. The hospital was not convenient for filming, and she needed to go back to work after being out for so long. Before leaving, she instructs Shinjun to take care of Luo Rushu and the babies. She'll be back to see them tomorrow. On this side, Hiyao had just left on the front foot and the nurse walked in on the back foot. She had specifically come over to find Shinjun. It is estimated that the baby should be hungry when they wake up again. Has the child's mother started the milk? Shinjun shook his head, I don't know yet, I'll ask to see when the baby's mom wakes up. The nurse nodded, into. If the adults have not opened the milk, first milking, they're out of the babies can drink. If there is no milk, I would suggest that you give the baby some milk powder first, and then get a lactation consultant to come over. If you can drink breast milk, you should try to drink breast milk first. Thank you, nurse. Although Shinjun didn't understand much, she memorized it all. The nurse left after she finished speaking, telling Shinjun to ring the bell if she had any questions. Shinjun continued to sit in the chair and looked at the sleeping Luo Rushu. At the moment, her face was still pale and her lips were bloodless. Giving birth to a child really hurts a woman's body. Shinjun didn't know how Luo Rushu would face herself in the future. At this moment, he only wanted to take care of this woman. Just as Shinjun was mesmerized, there was a sudden movement from the crib. Shinjun reflexively turned his head to look and found that Erbo was crying. The first thing the little guy did when he woke up was cry. Could it be that he was hungry? Going forward and picking up the little one to coax, Erbo woke up. Is he hungry? The little guy can't speak yet, and only expresses his emotions with his cries. Shinjun how to coax cannot be coaxed, but instead of crying louder and louder. Soon Luo Rushu was woken up. Hearing the child cry, Luo Rushu panicked and asked, what's wrong with the baby? Shinjun guessed that the second baby should be hungry. Oh, then carry it over to me. Have you opened the milk? The nurse said that the baby will have to drink only after the milk is opened. Luo Rushu nodded with a red face, opened, carry over to me. Good. Only Shinjun just carried over, she stammered, that, I just did a C-section, stitches, anesthesia has not passed, can you help me a little? Shinjun understood that Luo Rushu was having trouble moving now. The movement will pull the wound. He hurriedly said, you lean on the bed, I will give you to undress. Good, thank you. Luo Rushu's face was hot. If it were normal, she would have found a crack in the ground. But now, for the sake of the child, she could only force herself to feed the baby. Thinking that Shinjun was the baby's father, the shame in her heart was not so strong. Shinjun seemed to sense her embarrassment.
In order to not let her continue to be embarrassed, he turned his face to the side and undressed her. Although the two of them already had a child, the first time they breastfed their baby, they were polite as if they were strangers. Chapter 5: Burping, Changing Diapers, Hands and Feet of a New Dad. Although he averted his face to the side, but Shinjun's afterglow still saw it. Worthy of being a schoolgirl, Luo Rishu's size was very large. Shinjun's hand unintentionally touched it, it was so moist and delicate and elastic.
The heart lamented.
It seems that the milk powder should not come in handy pinch. With the size of the child's mother, milking 3 children was easy. Breast milk has high nutritional value, is good for the baby's health, and can also improve their immunity. If you have a choice, doctors recommend breast milk as the best.
This is the first time the baby has had milk since birth. Luo Rishu was afraid that the little one wouldn't be able to find it, holding the ration and sending it to the little one's mouth. The munchkin took a bite and held the ration and huffed and puffed.
Hiss.
Luo Rishu could not help but frown at the pain. Shinjun cared to ask, "What's wrong?"
Luo Rishu looked up and whispered, "Nothing, the first time breastfeeding, not adaptable only." In fact, it was the second baby that ate too hard, and she was a little sore. But this is unavoidable, so did not intend to talk to Shinjun. Shinjun probably guessed the reason, and said gently, "You bear with it, the baby should finish drinking soon."
Luo Rishu nodded her head.
For the sake of the baby, in pain she can also endure.
The second baby ate very happily, it seems to be a very healthy baby. Luo Rishu looked at the little one in her arms with relief. As if she could smell the milk flavor.
The second baby is eating vigorously, the crib once again came 2 humming cries. It turned out to be Big Treasure and Little Treasure waking up. The first thing the siblings did when they woke up was also crying. It was probably similar to Second Treasure, both crying from hunger. Seeing the 2 little ones crying sadly, Luo Rishu thought about it and said, "Let's hold one over here. The second baby eats this side, I can feed both at the same time." She meant to say, "Let Shinjun hold the other one and come over to feed it.
Then, this way, one does not see it." Shinjun asked tentatively, "You are not afraid of me?"
Before he finished, Luo Rishu shook her head, "Hold it over, the babies are important to eat." Although she said she didn't care, Shinjun still found that her ears were red. Since the child's mother had put herself out there, Shinjun had nothing to be embarrassed about. Big baby was crying harder than little baby. Shinjun's heart was soft and thought about carrying her over first.
Said to the little baby, "Daddy first carry sister over, baby wait a moment, oh, when brother finished eating, daddy will take the baby to eat rice."
Little Treasure cannot understand, continue to cry pitifully. Shinjunshan held back his heartache and hugged the big baby and walked over.
Just arrived in Luo Rishu's arms, the little cutie was like a radar.
Surprisingly, it will look for rations on its own.
A mouthful of grips, huffing and puffing began to dry rice.
Feeling that someone was eating more than herself, Erbao stopped and looked at her sister, then continued to eat.
A newborn baby's stomach is small, so it won't be able to eat much before it's full.
In order to prevent the little guy from choking, Shinjun will burp him when he is full. But Shinjun does not know how to burp. Good thing he was lucky, this time the nurse just passed by the door of the ward.
Seeing that the two were too busy, she came in to help. "The second baby to me, you carry the little baby over."
Sanbao has been crying for a long time, his face is red from crying.
"Good boy, don't cry, dad is here, take the baby to drink grandma."
Shinjun picked up Little Treasure with a heartbroken face. The little guy smelled the smell of milk, and his little head arched in his mom's arms to find the ration. A mouthful went down, couldn't wait to gurgle and ate with such vigor. See Luo Rishu milking 2 children at the same time. Such a large scale, the nurse cast an envious look.
If only she was half as good as the other. There is also a lesson in burping.
At this moment, the nurse held the second baby in her arms vertically, the little one's head turned sideways to rest on her shoulder. Her right hand was in a hollow position, gently patting his back. Just pat gently, be patient, and when you hear the burps, you can put the little one down. After burping, it is best to put the baby to sleep on his side, behind which you can pat a small quilt. Shinjun 2 minds, while watching the little baby to eat milk, while learning the method taught by the nurse. When the second baby had eaten and drunk enough to lie back in bed, Big baby and little baby also completed the dry rice task. Luo Rishu only felt a lightness in her body. The first time she breastfed her baby, her entire spirit was taut. Her body hadn't recovered yet and she shouldn't move much. Shinjun told her to take a good rest and finished by burping the two little ones like she sure holding tofu. Originally, it was thought that the baby would sleep when it was full. But Shinjun still thought too simple. Not long after putting the baby on the crib, the second baby grunted and cried again.
Just fed and crying again. Shinjun frowned. What was wrong with the little ones? Seeing Shinjun's overwhelm, the nurse reminded the babies that they should have pooped.
Lying on the bed, Luo Rusha's heart tightened. She had fainted on the side of the road and was brought to the hospital by the people from the TV station.
The baby's supplies hadn't been taken yet.
Just when she was still worried, Shinjun took the diapers out of the bag.
Luo Rushu's surprise, you bought it over?
Shinjun said with a that he went out to buy it when he went to pay the bill in front of him. The babies were just born, and he bought the NB size. Diapers have, but looking at the crying difficult big baby, Shinjun again into a difficult. The child he knows how to hold. But how to change the baby's diaper, clean up the stinky he has no experience of.
Good thing the nurse was still there.
She gave him a demonstration and asked him to learn by heart. The baby will be very uncomfortable after pulling the stink. First we have to prepare warm water. If you are in a position to do so, it is best to use flowing warm water. You can go to the bathroom to turn on the hot water and test the water temperature. After the temperature is adjusted, open the baby's diaper, the little ear on the side of the sticky, and then hold the baby's head and neck, the other hand rests on the baby's hips, put the baby counterclockwise to our arm. After coming to the bathroom, this is the time to change the soiled diaper. At this time with our thumb, index finger and middle finger to hold the baby's little ankle, this way the baby will be very comfortable and very safe.
Then you can start to clean up the pee-pee. As the nurse demonstrates, she asks, Daddy, do you remember? Shinjun watched very carefully, yes. But, nurse, I'm afraid I'll hurt the baby. Don't be afraid, just don't push too hard.
Suddenly, Shinjun saw that the stink on the diaper was dark green.
Panicked, she hurriedly asked, Nurse, why is the baby's stinky color different? What's wrong with my baby?
Listening to Shinjun's voice coming from the bathroom, outside Luo Rushu was instantly startled.
Fearful that the child is not sick.
The nurse reassured them that the babies were healthy, and that this was the newborn's fetal stool, and that it would return to its normal color when it ate more milk later. After hearing this, Shinjun and Luo Rushu let out a long sigh of relief.
Chapter 6, Naming the Baby, Sudden Call. The nurse's technique was skillful. After packing up the second baby, the little one was fresh and clean and soon stopped crying. The nurse told him from experience, the babies are triplets, the second baby has pooped, the big baby and the little baby should also be soon, in a while you pay attention. If I'm not there, just follow the method I just taught you, remember? Shinjun has a good memory, remember, thank you nurse. Nurse pursed her lips and smiled, no need to thank, these are what I should do. After seeing that the second baby didn't cry or make trouble, the nurse left. After Luo Rusha finished breastfeeding the babies, her attention was always on them and Shinjun. At this moment, there were no outsiders in the ward. She didn't know how to face Shinjun, but she finally opened her mouth to break the awkward atmosphere. Thank you, it's been hard for you to take care of the babies during this period of time. It's not hard, these are all things I should do. I said that I will take care of you. Shinjun said in a serious tone. As a result, just after speaking, it was just like what the nurse said, the biological clocks of the triplet babies were almost all similar. The second baby had just finished pooping his stink. Big baby and little baby also grunted and cried hard at this moment. Before Shinjun could finish his sentence, he hurriedly went to check on the two little ones. Sure enough, the little babies had pooped. Shinjun first time in accordance with the method taught by the nurse to the siblings to clean up pee-pee change diapers. There was no doctor around, Shinjun was extra careful. Afraid of hurting the babies, every step is careful. Dabeo is not very cooperative, Shinjun can only talk to distract her attention. When he finished cleaning up the two little ones, he realized that his back was already soaked. It was tense. After Daddy's tireless efforts, the little crybabies became fresh and clean babies again. Happily amusing themselves in bed. Looking at how happy they seemed to be, Shinjun wondered what babies of this age were thinking. Ding, congratulations to the host for learning to feed the baby and clean up the pee-pee, rewarded with 50,000 yuan in cash. Shinjun had just placed a kiss on Dabeo's fragrant little feet when the system's voice suddenly rang in his head. A look at the bank information, there was another $50,000. What Shinjun had done for the babies, Luo Rushu had seen in her eyes. She could see that Shinjun really loved the babies.
The kind of tenderness that emanated from his bones could not be faked. After a moment of silence, she looked at Shinjun, who was teasing the three babies, and said, "You give the babies a name." Shinjun's heart shook. "You said, let me give the babies a name? Are you serious?" "I don't know what to say, but I don't know what to say. You are their father. If you do not take, who will take? I'm not going to be able to do that." "Willing. Ru Chu, I am certainly willing." The children's names, at this point outside the maternity ward, he was already thinking about it. Now that Luo Rusha let himself take them, he could be too happy. The first baby is called Shin Luoli, the second baby is called Shin Luochang, and the third baby, Shin Luofeng Rushu. What do you think of these three names? Shun, Luo. Isn't that his and his own last name? Luo Rusha quickly understood Shinjun's intentions. Hedgerow sparse, a river of tobacco, a city full of wind. Shen Luoli. Shen Luo Chang. Shin Luo Feng. These three names are all very good, hey. Luo Rushu eyebrows with a smile. Well, these three names are very good. The babies will be called this name. The babies have names. The child's father personally gave the babies names. Before, she did not even dare to think about it. I did not expect that today, actually realized. The children have a big name, it would be nice to have a little name. Shinjun suggested, Rushu, you give the babies a nickname. Luo Rushu froze for a moment. After coming back to her senses, she didn't push back. Looking at the milky little faces of the little babies, she slowly opened her mouth. The first baby is called Yen Yen, the second baby is called Lulu, and the third baby is called Jojo. How about it? The first baby is called Yen Yen, the second baby is called Lulu, and the third baby is called Jojo. How about it? Simple and catchy, all very nice to hear. Shinjun raised both hands in favor. Good that the babies' nicknames will be called this, the big baby speech, the second baby Lele, the third baby boat. After determining the babies' big and small names, Shinjun smiled to the swaddling clothes of the three little ones and said, Babies, can you hear me? You have big and small names now. Big baby, your name is Shin Luoli, and your nickname is Yen Yen. Second baby, your name is Shin Luochang, nickname Lele. Third baby, your name is Shin Luofeng, nicknamed Jojo. Of course, children at this stage cannot understand what adults say. But Shinjun was happy and couldn't restrain himself from wanting to share his happiness with the babies. Seeing Shinjun's silly look, Luo Rushu couldn't help but smile. It seems like it's good to have him around. With him by his side, the babies should be happy in the future. At the same time, just as Luo Rushu was sizing up Shinjun, the system's voice once again sounded in his head. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the task of naming the babies, rewarding $50,000 in cash. Another $50,000 in cash was rewarded. From the time the children were born until now, 3 rewards before and after, adding up he had gotten $200,000. And that's not even counting the house. For the future, Shinjun was even more confident. Shinjun is now a celebrity in the hospital, and the TV station will come over for an interview later. In addition, Luo Rushu gave birth to triplets. The hospital is particularly attentive. The doctor specially came over to tell Shinjun that because of the cesarean section, Luo Rushu can't eat or drink for 6 hours. She needs to wait until she is exhausted before she can eat. And it was best to eat liquid food. Shinjun wrote it down one by one. This side of the doctor's instructions just left, Luo Rushu received an unexpected phone call. The phone call was from her mom. Seeing the note, Luo Rushu's hands trembled with fear. At this time, her mom called. She wouldn't know about her baby's birth, would she? The more she thought about it, the whiter her lips became. With a flute mentality, she picked up the phone. Mom, what's wrong? The other end of the phone was silent for a long time. Hearing her daughter's voice, the other party seemed relieved. Finally, after doing a lot of thought struggle, finally spoke. What's wrong? Don't you know what's going on? Are you okay? How are the children? Luo Rushu was scared white. Mom, you know everything? I don't know. If I didn't brush it off on the internet, you've been planning to hide it from me, haven't you? Do you still have me as a mom in your eyes? Do you know how dangerous it is to have a baby by yourself? As she spoke, Luo mother on the other end of the phone cried. Luo Rushu's heart ached and she cried along with her. Mom, I'm sorry I was wrong. I didn't want to hide it from you, but I'm afraid you'll get angry, so Mom, I'm sorry. Luo Rushu with a sobbing voice, wanting to be a child who made a mistake. Chapter 7 Luo Mother is coming? Feeding the child's mother.
Shinjun sat aside and saw Luo Rushu crying. From the conversation, he knew that it was the other mom who had called. He did not know what to say about this. He was just a little bit saddened and indebted to Luo Rushu. On the other end of the conversation between the mother and daughter continued. Luo mother wiped away the tears in the corner of her eyes. Coldly asked, "That man is still in the hospital, right? Let him take good care of you and the babies in the hospital. I'll buy a ticket to the South City to find you now." Hearing her mom say she was coming, Luo Rushu was startled. "Mom, you're coming? But it's already late. If you want to come tomorrow. Now there are no more tickets from our house to South City. Don't worry, the babies and I are fine." Luo mother frowned. Looking at the time, indeed, it was no longer possible to buy a ticket for that day. There was no other way, she could only buy the earliest ticket tomorrow morning. After hanging up the phone, Luo Rushu apprehensively said to Shinjun, "My mom is coming tomorrow." Shinjun nodded. "What about your dad?" I don't know if my mom will tell my dad to listen." "Shinjun, if my dad also comes tomorrow, maybe he will beat you, are you afraid?" "If dad comes over, Shinjun will be in deep shit." "I'm not afraid. If uncle wants to beat me up, just give it to him." "Rushu, I won T fight back." Shinjun didn't choose to escape. What should be faced must be faced after all. Luo Rushu looked at him dumbly. "Aha, but don't worry, I won T, let my dad beat you." Shinjun patted his chest. Pretending to be relaxed, he said, "Don't worry, even if uncle beat me, I'm fine, I can resist. When I was a child, my mother often beat me, I've already practiced." Luo Rushu was amused by him. She knew that the other party was joking. For someone like him with good academic results and outstanding looks, how could his mom and dad be willing to beat him? Seeing Luo Rushu stop crying, Shinjun laughed. "Ruchu, you look so pretty when you smile." "Ah. Hey nasty." Unconsciously, Luo Rushu's face turned red. Shinjun just quietly watched her and the three children giggling. The other party's mom and dad knew. What about himself? When would he tell mom and dad? After thinking about it, he decided to wait until he met Luo Rushu's mom and dad tomorrow before saying anything. Shinjun felt that what happened today was so marvelous, haha. It was similar to a novel plot, full of metaphysics. But it was so good that he had bound the system. With the system in place, he believed that no matter how Luo Rushu's mom and dad treated him, he would be able to gain their approval. Since the doctor's reminder, Shinjun had been keeping an eye on the time. When a poof was heard from the side, Shinjun knew that Luo Rushu had deflated. And that it had been 6 hours and she could eat. So the first thing he did was order a meal for her online and had takeout delivered in. After all, he was the only one there now. If Shinjun went out to buy something, there would be no one to take care of Luo Rushu and the babies. After placing the order, Shinjun noticed that Luo Rushu had her hands covering her face and her ears were flushed. Is it being shy, embarrassed? Luo Rushu said that of course she was embarrassed and ashamed. Exhaustion in public, as long as it is an individual will feel ashamed, right? Shinjun knew the reason and did not tease her. It was a good thing that the delivery man was fast. The other party's appearance dissolved Luo Rushu's embarrassment. Shinjun took the lunchbox. Said to Luo Rushu, "The stomach is starving, come I'll feed you." Luo Rushu was not used to it. Weakly said, "That, I can do it myself." Shinjun shook his head and refused. "No, you just had surgery, it's not convenient, I'll feed you." Good boy, obedient. Luo Rushu's cheeks burned. Shinjun, he is so overbearing. Oh. In the end, Luo Rushu bowed her head under Shinjun's strong dominance. Be good and eat. Shinjun bought her lean meat porridge and purple rice porridge. The doctor said it was best to eat fluids first and wait for the body to recover better before eating anything else. The delivery man sent it over quickly. The lid was still hot when it was opened. Afraid of scalding Luo Rushu, Shinjun blew into the spoon. Come on, ah. Is he feeding himself just a child? Luo Rushu's heart fluttered very fast, not daring to look at Shinjun. Quietly looked at his side face. Thinking that Shinjun is so handsome. The first time she was taken care of by a man like this, Luo Rushu had a strange feeling in her heart. So special and so warm. She had just finished surgery and ate very slowly. Shinjun carefully fed her spoon by spoon. Luo Rushu's lips were beautiful, except that they were so weak that they were white at this moment.
Shinjun wiped some rice grains from the corners of her mouth and softly said, "The doctor said that you can't eat too much for the first meal, but you can eat less and more. After a couple bites, you'll take a break. Later when you are hungry, tell me, I am feeding you."
Luo Rushu Meng Meng nodded, "Thank you."
Shinjun said while organizing her Lu Hai said, "Do not say these, remember, do not say thank you to me, I am willing to do it." This warmth that came to her face was like a breeze that blew on the tip of her heart. When Luo Rushu finished eating, Shinjun let her lie down and covered her with a quilt. Packing the lunchbox and putting it in a garbage bag, she took it to the hospital's designated place. Shinjun stayed by her side, she had a solid sense of security. Looking at his busy figure, Luo Rushu unconsciously fell asleep. It was getting late and Shinjun yawned. Before going to bed, he unlocked the door. After doing so, he was still uneasy and moved the companion bed to the center of Luo Rushu and the crib. This way, he could keep an eye on the babies and Luo Rushu at the same time. A picture of today's events flashed through his mind, and after a busy day, he quickly fell into a deep sleep.
The second half of the night.
Shinjun, who was sleeping soundly, seemed to hear the sound of a baby crying. Subconsciously, he remembered that he had become a father. It was his own child crying. Shinjun woke up from his dream with a jolt. Getting up to look, the three little ones were crying more pitifully than one another.
Hurrying to the crib to check them out. It turned out to be a boo-boo. While coaxing and changing their diapers.
After changing, the three little ones still cried non-stop. Shinjun, how to coax cannot be coaxed.
Guess it should be the little belly is hungry.
Luo Rushu has not yet woken up, presumably exhausted from giving birth to a baby, sleeping extraordinarily heavy. Shinjun couldn't bear to wake her up, gently rinsing milk powder for the children. Holding a small bottle, she hugged the three little ones like Luo Rushu did when she was breastfeeding. Put the pacifier in their mouths. Soon the little cuties huffed and puffed and ate.
But just ate 2 mouthfuls.
The triplet babies coincidentally stopped. It seemed to have sensed that the milk they ate this time tasted different from before.
But probably because they were really hungry.
They quickly held the bottle and ate it again, huffing and puffing. Not long after eating, she fell asleep again in a daze.
Chapter 8: The arrival of Luo mother and mother-in-law meet. New day.
In the morning, the doctor came to check on Luo Rushu and the babies.
How is mom's discharge? How does the abdomen feel? Can the legs return to action?
Shinjun returned next to her, the amount is not too big, and her legs can already move slightly.
That's good, you're recovering well. What about the babies, how is the situation, drink milk normal? La Stinky Boo Boo carefully observed no, woke up crying after sleep? The doctor finished understanding the adults, then asked about the triplet babies.
Shinjun said while recalling, eating milk is normal, Stinky and Boo Boo is also normal, the second half of the night when you wake up will cry. The doctor nodded and asked the nurse to write down the situation of Luo Rushu and the children.
The doctor nodded and asked the nurse to write down Luo Rushu's and the children's conditions. Then he said, I'll pull out the boo-boo tube for mom in a while. More walking can enhance bowel movement and prevent intestinal sticking as well as blood clots. After instructing Shinjun, he continued to take the nurse to the next ward to check the room.
After surgery, a woman in labor needs to keep her incision dry, and she will sweat a lot.
So you need to change your clothes often and keep your body clean.
All these were what the doctors and nurses told him when he was leaving. He was here alone to take care of the adult child, so he was told to never be sloppy. Originally, Shinjun had just planned to order breakfast. As a result, Hiyao came to see them in the ward with the TV station staff.
Miss Luo, did you sleep well last night? Did Shinjun take good care of you?
Hiyao put breakfast on the table and asked with concern. She had Luo Rushu and the triplet babies on her mind. She had just gone to work and applied to go out shooting.
Sensing Hiyao's concern, Luo Rushu smiles, Sister He, I'm doing well. The babies are also fine. Yesterday it was all Shinjun who took care of us. Hiyao looked at Shinjun with satisfaction, good performance, keep up the good work. Right, Rushu, you're hungry, aren't you? Look what my sister brought for you. I left the assistant specifically for you to buy maternal breakfast. Oh, come taste, I feed you. Said Hirao opened the breakfast box on the table.
Hirao's character is straightforward and generous with her humor. She didn't give Luo Rushu a chance to refuse, so she picked up a spoon and started to feed her. This time, Luo Rushu didn't have the shyness that Shinjun had when he fed her. In the morning, Luo Rushu didn't have much of an appetite and was full without eating much.
Yao told her to rest while she went to see the babies. At this time, the three little ones had already woken up from their nap. And just now Shinjun has already changed their diapers. This will be fresh and refreshing, can be spirit. From the time they were born to now, the babies have changed drastically in just a short period of time. Yao remembered that when she left yesterday, the children were still red and wrinkled. Now it's only been a night. They had already turned white and tender. White and red, pink and fleshy little hands and feet, people can't help but want to take a bite. Yao screamed, "Wow, Roshu, the babies have changed so much. They are so cute. So pretty. Their face value is so high on the second day of their lives, so what if they grow up in the future? Ruchu, can I take some pictures of the babies?" "Yes, Ms. Ho, if it weren't for you, I don't know what would have happened to the babies." "You can take pictures if you want." Luo Rusha knew she was talking about taking photos and videos that would be edited later on the program. But she didn't refuse. It's just being on TV. Since mom and dad know, what else does she have to be afraid of? Yao surprise, "Thank you so much, Rushu." After saying that, she smiled and teased the triplet babies. The photographer recorded the children's happy looks. The little ones were very stable under the camera. Every frame was adorable. The photographer had been in the business for so many years and had taken pictures of many child models. But it was the first time he had seen babies with such a high face value. Looking at the three fragrant babies, he dared to conclude that when they grow up in the future, if they enter the entertainment industry, they will definitely be very popular. On this side, the photographer was shooting like crazy, and on the other side, Hira was having a great time. She was a non-marriageist. But seeing the babies suddenly made her want to get married and have kids. In the morning, as time passes, Luo Rishu's heart just beats faster and faster. If she didn't guess wrong, it was estimated that around 10:40, mom and dad should arrive. In her apprehension, sure enough, the cell phone rang. It was Luo mother calling. The other party had already arrived downstairs at the hospital and was on her way to the ward. Hearing the content of the phone call, Yao was surprised. "Rushu, your mom and dad are here?" Luo Rushu was deep in thought. "Well, my mom is already here, I wonder if my dad is here." She always thought that her mom and dad would come together. She had always thought that her father and mother would come together, but when she talked on the phone just now, it looked like her mother had come alone. Luo Rushu frowned. Could it be that her mom still told her dad about her baby? Hearing her response, Hira threw Shinjun a look of self-seeking. Shinjun's heart thumped. It was a lie to say that he wasn't nervous. It wasn't that he was afraid of being beaten up, but the kind of nervousness of being about to meet his parents. About 5 minutes later, a dusty middle-aged woman came outside the ward. Yao went out to greet the other party. "Auntie, may I ask if you are Rusha's mother?" Luo mother looked at her and recognized the other party as the TV host who had brought her daughter to the hospital. Spinning around, she nodded her head very politely. "Yes, I am Ruchu's mother. You are Yao, the host of the South City Metropolis program. Thank you for bringing my daughter to the hospital." "Miss Hirao, thank you so much indeed." Yao pursed her lips and smiled. "Auntie, no need to thank you, these are all things I should do." I think if it was any other person, they would have done the same. No matter what Yao said, Luo mother was very grateful to her. After confirming her identity, Yao greets her and enters the room. Walking into the room, Luo mother saw Shinjun for the first time. But she only gave him a cold look, then dropped her gaze on the hospital bed. It's her. The one who kept her awake all night last night. Luo Rushu saw her gray sideburns and her dusty mom rushing over. In an instant, tears fell from her eyes. "Mom, you're here." Luo mother was carrying 2 snakeskin bags, her eyes reddened as she stared at her. Originally, she had a stomach full of words to say to her. She also wanted to scold her. But when she saw her daughter lying weakly on the bed in her hospital gown, her heart softened. Looking at her haggard daughter, Luo mother let out a sigh. After putting the bag away, she came to the bedside and asked, "How is it, does the wound hurt?" Luo Risha shook her head and nodded her head, and finally cried out, "It hurts, Mom, turns out giving birth hurts." The daughter's weakness and helplessness is undisguised at this moment. The tears that Luo mother was holding back fell. Gently embraced Luo Risha to pacify, "You this child no pain it. In the future to see if you still dare to hide everything from Mom but not afraid, Mom is there." Mom came to accompany the baby. "The first thing you need to do is to talk to your mom about the pain, okay?" Chapter 9 Talking, Mother-in-law's Suspicion. No matter how strong Luo Rushu is in front of Shinjun.
In front of Luo mother, she will always be a child who can't grow up. She cried weakly and heartbreakingly. Luo mother lightly embraced her and coaxed, don't cry, mommy is here to accompany our family Rushu. Good boy, the pain has passed, look at you gave birth to 3 little cuties it is so amazing.
Luo mother's eyes fell on the crib.
On it lay 3 little milky babies, with a few resemblances between their eyebrows and their own daughters. At the same time, it was very coincidental. The triplet babies are looking in the direction of the hospital bed mother, clueless eyes.
Luo Rusha looked up and her heart melted. Well, she herself is now the mom of 3 children. Be strong and a good role model. Being the baby's shield, one cannot cry easily.
Wiping away her daughter's tears, Luo mother came to the crib and bent down to look lovingly at the 3 little babies.
She asked softly, who is the eldest baby?
Luo Rusha gathered her emotions and introduced her, the big baby on the left, the second baby in the center, and the little baby on the far right. Luo mother's gaze was gentle.
Then she asked, did you get a name?
Taken, the big baby called Shin Luoli, nicknamed Yan Yan, the second baby called Shin Luocheng, nicknamed Lulu, the third baby called Shin Luofeng, nicknamed Boat.
Shun, Luo mother murmured and asked, the name is not you take it? Luo Rusha looked at Shinjun, it was Shin who picked it out. Shinjun? Luo mother looked up at him coldly, Mr. Shin, is it convenient to talk about it? Yes, auntie. Shinjun knew that it was time to come. Outside the corridor,
Luo mother sized up the man in front of her. Well, the other party was young and very handsome. One could imagine that when the babies grew up, their face value would definitely be very high. But when she remembered the video she swiped on the internet yesterday, she had a fire in her heart.
What are you going to do to my daughter?
Shinjun honestly said, Auntie, I want to take care of Ruchu and the babies, and be responsible.
For them responsible, are you sure? You are so young, what are you going to do to take care of the 4 of them? Mrs. Luo obviously didn't believe me.
You know, it's expensive to raise a child, let alone 4.
Shinjun, who hadn't even graduated from university, had no financial resources, so how could he take care of the adults and children?
At the same time, Yao and the photographer perked up their ears to listen to the conversation between the 2 outside. They were thinking much the same as Luo mother. Shinjun was still so young, there was definitely no way he could take care of the triplets. Unless there was help from the family.
Facing Luo mother's question, Shinjun had already thought of a way to answer. Auntie, you and I now have 200,000 yuan in savings.
I know that this is not enough money, but I still have a fully paid home in the Mountain Language Peninsula neighborhood. If I don't have enough money in the future, I'll sell the house, and I'm sure I'll be able to take care of Rushu and the babies.
Shinjun knew the importance of money.
Especially when it comes to raising children, it costs money everywhere. He had learned that the houses over in the peninsula neighborhood were now selling for about $22,000 a square foot. When it really came to that time, selling the house, it would be able to reach $2 million at least.
With this kind of money, I believe that it will definitely be able to let the babies live a good life. Deposit 200,000. A fully funded house in the mountain peninsula. Luo mother thought she heard wrong. You have 200,000 in savings and a fully paid house? Shinjun seriously, yes auntie, but the house was just bought not long ago. Really fake. It will not be a joke, right? Luo mother adjusted her emotions and asked, your parents gave you the money and bought the house? Shinjun shook his head, no, my own money.
I can't say anything about the system, so Shinjun didn't explain too much and just said it was his own.
You own?
Not only Luo mother do not believe, the ward put up their ears to eavesdrop on the 2 Hirao also stunned. If you say 200,000 deposits, very few college students can save. But in the Mountain Language Peninsula rely on their own full payment to buy a suite is too outrageous. Yao is a native of Nanchang. She knows the houses there very well, they are all large, the smallest area are 170 square meters. Since the opening to now 22,000 prices have not fallen. Buy a suite in full payment there, at least 3.74 million. To come up with $3.74 million to buy a house at once, without the help of family members, how could an ordinary college student do it?
Luo mother is not clear about the house price of Mountain Language Peninsula,
but knew what it meant to buy a house on her own with full payment. So she was very skeptical of Shinjun's words. Shinjun could see her disbelief and knew that it was useless to explain.
But there is one thing that he must make clear to the other party.
Auntie, no matter what you think of me, I will take care of Rushu and the children.
I hope you can give me a chance.
I will do my best to take care of them during this time. You can also examine me for Rushu.
If you think I'm not doing a good enough job, you can always kick me out.
Luo mother stared tightly at Shinjun, unsure if what he had just said was true or not. But the other party had a point in one sentence. She really had to examine him properly during this period of time. For the sake of her daughter and the baby's future, despite being angry, Mother Luo still forced herself to calm down. Good, I hope you'll do what you say, otherwise I'll take Rishu and the babies away immediately.
Luo mother did what she said.
After saying that, she ignored Shinjun and went back to her room to watch the babies. Ding, congratulations to the host for accompanying the babies on their first night in the world, rewarding the talent, 1,000 miles of flowering fragrance. Just as Luo mother went back to her room, the system's voice rang in Shinjun's head.
Talent, time? What is this?
Back to the host, this talent can enhance the host's cooking skills to the extent that it is loved by all.
As if sensing Shinjun's doubt, the system explained.
When the system said so, Shinjun understood. It turns out that it is a talent that can enhance cooking skills. It feels a bit like the talent when playing games.
Worthy of being a system, it's amazing.
Shinjun secretly thought in his heart, with this skill it is just right to cook delicious food for Luo Rushu.
Inside the ward, the crib.
The triplet babies looked at Luo mother curiously, feeling that there was a familiar smell on the other side. It was very much like mom's. Therefore, the little ones poked around curiously, not crying or fussing. With big watery eyes and a puzzled look, Luo mother's heart was adorable.
Couldn't help but tease them. Babies, do you know who I am?
I am your mom's mom, your grandmother.
Grandma is very happy to see you. Promise your grandma that you will grow up safe and healthy. How could a newborn baby possibly understand?
But Luo mother was already smiling and talking to herself. Seeing that mom didn't make things difficult for Shinjun, but also liked the babies so much, Luo Rushu breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 10. The netizen is numb, he really has a room.
Look at the time, ready to noon. Luo Rushu and the babies, this have Luo mother care.
Thinking of the talent rewarded by the system just now, Shinjun wanted to try the effect. By the way, he made a lunch for Luo Rushu and Luo mother. So he said to Luo Rushu, I will go back and cook a lunch for you and auntie, I will be here soon.
You can cook? Luo Rushu froze for a moment.
I can cook a little, but I don't know if it's to your liking. Shinjun nodded, then asked Luo mother to help take care of Luo Rushu and the babies. Luo mother just nodded her head without a single superfluous expression.
Shinjun wants to go back to cooking? Hiyao was instantly interested. Shinjun, are you cooking back at the mountain language peninsula? It should be.
Shinjun probably guessed what the other party wanted to do.
Hiyao blinked, then can we go with you? By the way, to visit your house.
After saying that, she didn't move and made a wink at Luo mother. Shinjun did not refuse. But I do not have a car. To go there I guess I have to trouble you guys to take a taxi to go. Hiyao, surprised to smile, said that they have a car, can ride with him to go there.
Walked out of the hospital door. Hiyao turned on the live broadcast.
Only to see her sitting on the passenger seat, smiling sweetly at the camera.
Families, guess where we're going now? No more selling, we're going to Shinjun's house now. He's bought a suite in Shanyu Peninsula, and it's still fully paid for.
Now he's going back to make lunch for Ms. Luo, so we just happened to go over there together to take a look. Hiyao has quite a few fans in the South City, and this live broadcast she's using the official TV station's account. A lot of viewers came in right after the broadcast started. A lot of the old fans know what happened yesterday.
What? Shinjun actually has a room? It's still in the mountain language peninsula. It's crazy. That's a lie. I don't believe it. His parents must have paid for it, right? Damn it. Another rich guy. Damn, there are so many rich people, why can't I have one more?
Inside the live broadcast room, the buffs were transformed into lemon goblins.
It's so unfair, isn't it? That scumbag Shinjun bought a house. It's unacceptable. Obviously he's already so handsome, why would God open another window for him?
Looking at how high the discussion was in the live broadcast, Hiyao had the intention to raise the heat.
Then continued to drop bombs.
Shinjun's money to buy a house in full was not given by his family, it was his own money. And I heard that in addition to the money he spent on the house, he now has quite a bit of savings. Yao adjusted the camera as she spoke, and half of Shinjun's face appeared in the live camera.
Own money, full payment?
The world has gone crazy, or they have gone crazy. Beauty Yi, please tell us what the scum family does, let us die, it's so infuriating. They think Shinjun is so young, even if he bought the house in full payment, it must be from his family. The host said the money wasn't given to Shinjun by her family.
Only a fool would believe that.
Just like a lot of rich kids nowadays who come out to start their own businesses.
Entrepreneurial success.
They all say they worked hard on their own and their families didn't do them any favors.
Every time I hear this kind of, they all scoffed.
Oh, if there is no relationship in the family, there is no family funding to start, they can do up only strange.
Netizens say, their eyes are bright. Being able to think independently and not blindly follow the wind.
There were more and more pop-ups in the live broadcast room.
Yao snickered, this was the effect she wanted.
In the face of the netizens' questions, the experienced host did not respond positively.
Instead, she snorted and skillfully avoided it. At the same time,
there were also many people in the live broadcast room who focused on Shinjun's face. Most of these were female fans. Seeing Shinjun's half face, they wailed with excitement.
Woohoo, so handsome. Even if he's scum and irresponsible, taking a step back, can't he really be my boyfriend? This face is invincible, let him slag me also willing. Luo Rushu is eating well. Yao interacted with the netizens while watching the pop-ups.
What she didn't know was that at this time, inside the hospital ward, Luo mother also opened the live broadcast to watch.
The other party just dives and doesn't speak. It was about 20 minutes from the hospital to the mountain language peninsula.
On the way, Shinjun troubled the photographer to drive to the market. He was going to buy vegetables. After buying the food, the first time to rush back home.
It was soon there. Yao followed Shinjun out of the car.
The gate of the mountain language peninsula's neighborhood appeared in front of them. The entrance was luxurious and grand.
Fountains, all kinds of valuable flowers, landscape embellishment. It gave people a very comfortable feeling. The netizens in the live broadcast room couldn't help but sour as they looked at the gate. Crap, it is worthy of being a 22,000 a square foot house, the gate of the neighborhood gives me a feeling of being rich. So beautiful, if only my house is good. Crying, I graduated out of work for 5 or 6 years, now deposit 2,000, when can afford to buy a house?
Such a high-class neighborhood, really Shinjun bought himself, I eat.
Mountain Peninsula just opened when Rao came a few times.
She felt that the construction is now better looking. There is a security guard at the door, but Shinjun has the owner's identification credentials and came in smoothly. Carrying the dishes, she started to go upstairs.
It was also Shinjun's first time to come to the mountain language peninsula here. The house he didn't even understand where it was. But there was a system in his head to show him the way. It didn't take long to arrive. Building 3, 601.
Standing outside the doorway, following what the system said, Shinjun put his thumb up.
Fingerprint unlocked. Click. The door opened.
Pushing open the door, an idyllic-style well-decorated house appeared in front of the eyes, and the camera of the live broadcast.
Seeing the house's decoration, the netizens gnashed their teeth in jealousy. Damn, he really has a house, And look at the space is so big, The smallest model in the Mountain Peninsula neighborhood is 170.
Shinjun this set, looking at how there are 200 square feet it. According to the price of 22,000 a square meter, that is 4.4 million.
No way. How can a person be so luxurious to such an extent? Math good people, calculate the price, a moment to cry.
Shinjun himself was surprised that the system didn't say how many pings when he got the reward. Now it seemed that he had underestimated the system's rewards. He had Luo Rushu and the babies on his mind. After entering the door and looking around, he found the location of the kitchen and prepared to start cooking. When Shinjun's fingerprints unlocked and opened the door to his room, Yao was sure that the other party really had a room. Only if it was something he bought himself, she wasn't sure. But no matter what, whether his family helped him buy it, or he bought it himself,
it can't hide the fact that Shinjun's condition is not bad. Seeing Shinjun walk into the kitchen, Yao with a photographer asked, Shinjun, can we visit? Chapter 11 Stunning the whole internet, Godly Cooking, Born Food God.
He Yao took the photographer around the house. It was indeed luxurious. The decoration was very beautiful. But looking at the way no one has lived, Shinjun should not have lived.
Wandered around a bit, listening to the movement coming from the kitchen.
He Yao was curious about what it would be like for this big handsome man to cook.
Walked to the kitchen door to take a look.
At once, he and the audience in the live broadcast room were stunned.
Crap, no way. The scumbag really knows how to cook.
Oh, crying, chopping vegetables in a line. So silky smooth, my family is a restaurant, more than 10 years of teachers are not cut as elegant as him.
It's so pleasing to the eye, isn't it? I didn't realize that cooking could be so beautiful. At this moment, the cameraman's live camera was focused on Shinjun.
Looking at the figure that was busy in the kitchen, each one of them opened their mouths wide.
Not only did Shinjun know how to cook, it looked like he was also a chef.
Inside the kitchen, Shinjun hadn't thought that the system's 1,000 miles of fragrance had such a great effect. After opening the talent, the chopper was as if it had grown on his hand. The moment he turned up the spoon, he had the feeling of being a natural food god. The actual operation was indeed like this. Cutting vegetables, beep beep beep. Silky smooth and incomparable. Without even looking at it, the cutout is comparable to a machine. Let's try the other steps. Fire, oil, pan. Sautéing is unbeatable. The flames are so intense. It's a nuisance. A burst of tantalizing aroma wafted out. Outside the kitchen, Hirao and the photographer could not help but gulp. Greedy cry. How can it be so delicious? Due to her work, Hirao had done a lot of food programs. They have eaten all the delicacies and specialties. But they had never smelled a dish that smelled this good. From the aroma they could conclude that Shinjun's cooking must be delicious. It smells so good. I wonder if there's a portion for us. Hirao murmured as she tried to swallow her saliva. I didn't realize that he could cook. I just don't know how it tastes. In front of the live broadcast camera, Luo mother was really surprised that Shinjun could actually cook. Looking at his skillful appearance from the camera, the cooking skills should not be lower than his own. To be honest, a man who can cook is quite a plus with her. Luo Rushu also looked at the figure in the live broadcast without blinking. Gosh, Shinjun, he looks so handsome when he cooks. So dashing. Knowing that Shinjun was cooking for himself gave her a very special feeling in her heart. Shinjun did not know that Luo Rushu and Luo mother were also watching the live broadcast. At this moment, he was still concentrating on cooking. He was quick with his hands after opening the 100 miles of scent talent. Cooking was as simple as drinking water. It was ready in less than half an hour. Using his chopsticks, he took a bite to try and his pupils contracted violently. Holy shit, this is too delicious. The flavor is absolute. System, I love you. Shinjun said silently in his heart. In the past, he could also cook, but the flavor could only be considered average, but now. Not to brag. He felt that even a 5-star chef may not be as good as his own. For Luo Rushu, he made steamed pork ribs, vegetable congee, vegetable noodles with shredded potatoes, and purple potato congee. Also made a few home-cooked dishes for Luo mother. Of course, he raw with the photographers he didn't fall behind, and likewise made a few dishes for them. Turn off the fire and load the dishes. Shinjun turned back to the outside of the kitchen and revealed a bright smile. Sister, I made a few dishes for you guys. Are you guys going to eat them here, or are you going to pack them? Have it for yourself. Shinjun also made it for himself. Yao's eyes glowed. Good lord, she could be too happy. Busy nodding her head, pack it up, we'll pack it up. Inside the live broadcast room, the netizens revealed expressions of amazement. Although they couldn't smell the flavor through the camera. But looking at Shinjun's silky smooth cooking, the flavor was definitely not bad. I can't see that Shinjun can still cook. Could it be that he was wrong? The other party is not a scum or a considerate warm man who can take care of people? Netizens have been curious about his person, curious about the cooking. How does it taste? Yao and the photographer couldn't wait to eat it, but knew that Shinjun had specifically come back to make food for Luo Rushu. If they ate here, they would definitely delay the other party. So they decided to pack. He went to the hospital to eat with them. Shinjun had Luo Rushu and the babies in mind and didn't be polite with the other party. He quickly packed his bags and came to the hospital with them again.
Entering the hospital room, Shinjun did not realize that Luo Rushu and Luo mother looked at his eyes with a strange look. Rushu, hungry, come I made you lunch, taste if it suits your appetite. After saying that, she took out another thermos box and put it on the table, and said to Luo mother, Auntie, I don't know what kind of food you like to eat, so I made a few home-cooked dishes, so you can taste how it tastes. Luo mother will have some expression on her face, but not much. Faintly, good, thanks. Her expression changed. Shinjun looked in her eyes, and her heart was quite pleased. But quickly focused on Luo Rushu's body. Open the lunchbox, Rushu, try the vegetable thin meat porridge I made for you. Shinjun sat on the edge of the bed and gave Luo Rushu a spoonful of thin porridge. The fragrant flavor, Luo Rushu could not help but open her mouth. One bite to eat. Eyes narrowed. Shinjun's heart hangs in mid-air and asks with concern, how is it, does it still taste right? Luo Rushu had an expression of enjoyment, delicious, too delicious. Shinjun, this is the best porridge I have ever eaten. Shinjun breathes a sigh of relief, it's good if it suits your appetite. Come on, take a bite at. He had a smile on his face and scooped another spoonful for Luo Rushu. Luo Rushu a mouthful and quickly ate it. Looking up with intent, she said, more to eat. Shinjun, your cooking is so delicious. It's awesome. Being praised by the child's mother, what's wrong with being in a particularly good mood? Shinjun pursed his lips and smiled, like to eat a little more in the taste of steamed ribs and vegetable noodles, fried shredded potatoes, purple potatoes porridge. He put the dishes that he made, all to Luo Rushu tasted once. Human deliciousness, simply the ultimate enjoyment. Big Colonel Luo complimented it as he spoke, and couldn't wait to eat it all. Looking at her daughter's expression of enjoyment, Luo mother secretly said, is it really that good? Stinky girl, before eating their own cooking have not seen her this expression. Sad. Unfortunately, Luo Rushu has just had a cesarean section not long ago, she should not eat too full. Only after eating 7 minutes of fullness, Shinjun stopped giving her food. Looking at the child's mother's pitiful expression, Shinjun couldn't bear to say, good boy, wait until later to eat, don't worry, I'll do whatever you want to eat in the future. Now first get well, wait for the recovery, later can eat more meals. Okay. Luo Rushu said, rather lost. I wish to recover quickly. She let out a groundhog squeal in her heart. However, she also knew that Shinjun was doing it for her own good, and after adjusting her emotions, she said with gusto, Mom, you eat too, Shinjun's cooking is really super delicious. Chapter 12 Tasty to the point of tears, vaccinate the baby. Super delicious. Luo mother was speechless, can this girl be a little more reserved? But she was really hungry at this point. And this is also the other party's intention, it's not good to refuse at a time like this. Afraid of affecting the babies. Luo mother took the lunchbox to one side. Opened the lid. Yeah, the colors and flavors are all there. Although they were all simple home-cooked dishes, they gave her a feeling of a luxurious meal. But in terms of selling, Luo mother felt that the other party's cooking skills were above her own. Let's take a bite first and taste the flavor. Without moving, Luo mother picked up her chopsticks and took a bite. The moment she touched the tip of her tongue, her eyes suddenly widened. My goodness! Delicious! It's so delicious! So good that her jaw was about to fall off. Luo mother's eyes glowed and she couldn't help but take another bite. The flavor lingers on the lips and the aftertaste. A different flavor, a different enjoyment. It's too happy to be able to eat such a meal. Mother Luo felt so delicious that she wanted to cry. The cooking skill she was so proud of couldn't even compare to Shinjun's, right? This is the best meal she's ever had. Seeing her mother eating with gusto, Luo Rushu asked, Mom, how is it? Luo mother paused for a moment and said, barely. The taste is also good. Luo Rushu brow curved, Mom, what character she knows best. Every time she does this, she doesn't mean what she says. She must also think it is delicious. Seeing this, Shinjun beside her quietly let out a sigh of relief. Luo mother's side ate with relish. On the other side, inside the hospital cafeteria, Hiyao had the same expression of enjoyment in front of the camera. Family members, it's not that I'm blowing it. Whoa, this is really the best, most delicious meal I've ever eaten. It's even better than grandma's cooking. Aha, yummy. It's so good. This meal is out of this world. Family, I think I'm going to be a fairy. Family, I'm going to fly. I'm going to go. A meal can make you look like you're going to die. It's too much.
The people in the live broadcast room are numb, all kinds of pop-ups are flying. I shit really fake.
Beauty he is exaggerating, haha, they are all starting to babble. It's a shame that Beauty he didn't become an actress.
Right, Beauty he should go to the theater, just one meal, don't be so exaggerated. Although Shinjun's cooking is very pretty, it's not so bad that he's babbling before he's finished eating. The viewers in the live broadcast room don't believe it and think that Rao is acting.
Yao cried as she ate and said, "Who acted? The family is really delicious, crying.
If I could eat Shinjun's cooking every day, I would be willing to stay unmarried for the rest of my life. I really hope that Shinjun will open a restaurant in the future. I will go to the annual package."
Seeing Yao's expression didn't look like an act. The netizens froze for a moment. Is it really that delicious? In addition to having a high face value, savings, and a house, that guy Shinjun's cooking can make people cry? Holy shit, should it be so foul?
Some people in the live broadcast room shed tears of jealousy.
Inside the hospital room, Luo Risha had just finished eating shortly before the nurse came. She came over and instructed that she would bring the baby to get vaccinated in a while. By the way, have the babies been named yet? Take the name before vaccination, do the certificate and formalities, and then you can arrive. Shinjun nodded his head and replied, "I've already taken the names." He still understands the importance of getting a birth certificate and vaccination certificate before vaccination. It just so happens that the babies will be awake this time. Shinjun asked Luo mother to take care of Luo Rishu and then pushed the stroller out the door, bringing the triplet babies to the office. The person who handled them was a doctor in her 30s. Seeing the triplets, she had a surprised smile on her face. "What about the three little cuties, so cute?" "Young man, becoming a father, I watched the live broadcast yesterday. Such cute babies, you must be responsible for them to the end. Ms. Luo worked hard to give birth to triplets, especially not easy it, don't let people down." Shinjun nodded his head as he returned. The other party smiled with satisfaction and handed him the birth certificate and vaccination certificate. "Go ahead and get vaccinated. Bye-bye babies." The three little ones in the stroller were attracted by the doctor's voice and had milky expressions. They didn't realize they were going to get their shots. The injection room was on the 3rd floor. Shinjun took them to the elevator. The moment the elevator opened, Shinjun blocked in front of them. Because the light was brighter when the door opened, Shinjun was afraid of hurting the children's eyes. There weren't too many people in the injection room at this point. It took less than 3 minutes for the line to reach them. Following the order, the big baby was given the shot first. After entering Yanyan's first name, the nurse said to Shinjun, "This father, you should hold the baby up first," exposing one arm. Another nurse was preparing the vaccine, and she was in charge of administering it. Shinjun picked up the soft and sticky little princess. Yan moved in his arms and booped her little mouth, thinking she was going to get milk, knowing nothing about the injection. The nurse's movements were quick, nimbly sticking it in Yan's delicate arm. Dabeo seemed to feel the pain and frowned and cried. Shinjun hurriedly coaxed, "Good boy, Yan won't cry, the needle won't hurt after the injection. Only after the injection can you be healthy, so bear with it, okay?" Soon after the shot, Dabeo to be strong. However, he thought it was still too simple. After the injection, the nurse said with a smile, "Show the baby's other arm in a shot. Newborn babies have to get 2 shots. They are hepatitis B vaccine and BCG vaccine. The hepatitis B vaccine protects against the hepatitis B virus, the BCG vaccine protects against tuberculosis. These 2 are essential for newborns. The hospital provides them for free, and parents are not required to pay for them." When the second shot went down, Dabeo grunted and cried even louder. Just born and received 2 shots, Shinjun heartache. Patting the little princess PP light coaxing, "Oh, do not hit no more, this time hit finished." The pain quickly passed. Yan was sobbing in his arms, as if he was the most pitiful baby under the sky. After coaxing the big baby for a while, the second baby was next. The nurse gave 2 stitches and the second baby cried louder than his sister. The nurse praised him for being a very energetic and strong baby. Like the big baby, Shinjun held Lele to coax after the shot. It was good that the little guy got tired after crying for a while. Lastly, there was San Bao. On the contrary, San Bao was not as afraid of pain as his older siblings, just grunted twice, and then no expression, no need for dad to coax at all.
After the shot, the nurse instructed Shinjun that the baby's vaccine book should be put away for them, don't lose it. In the future, if your child wants to get vaccinated often, just bring the book with you, there are various vaccination times on it, you don't want to miss it. And the child just finished the injection, go back within 24 hours, their arms were the injection, remember not to touch the water.
Chapter 13 Unexpected Rewards, Nanny Car.
Ding, congratulations to the host to take the babies to play vaccines, complete the task of guarding the baby's health, reward Nanny Car 1. Just as Shinjun took the babies back after vaccination, the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind.
Obtained a nanny car?
Shinjun was excited. He was worried about buying a car. He didn't expect the system to send a pillow when he dozed off.
There is a nanny car.
It would be convenient to take the babies out in the future.
Shinjun's heart was happy.
Now he is also a person with a house and a car. When he returned to the hospital room, the little ones were already asleep. Afraid to wake them up, Shinjun did not carry them into the crib, but continued to put them in the stroller to sleep. The way the three little ones slept was adorable.
Milk whistling, with a milk flavor.
Shinjun sat next to them and gently looked at them, his own children cannot see enough.
Luo Rishu asked in a low voice, how are the babies doing with the injection, are they crying?
The big baby and the second baby cried, the third baby grunted twice and stopped crying.
Shinjun told the story of the injection.
Hearing that the children were given 2 injections, Luo Rishu couldn't help but feel distressed.
But there is nothing she can do about it.
Luo Rishu knew that she had to take the injection for the sake of the children's health.
So far, Luo Rishu's body has recovered well.
The children are asleep. Seeing that she had time, Luo mother asked about the situation of Shinjun's family. The answer she got was completely different from what she thought.
In her speculation,
Shinjun's parents are either leaders of the unit, or the family is doing business.
I didn't realize that his parents are rural people, farming in the countryside.
In the countryside, farming can buy a house in the south of the city in full payment.
Is farming so profitable now?
Luo mother was full of doubts. But Shinjun's seriousness doesn't look like he's lying to himself.
During the chat, Shinjun also knew the reason why Luo Rishu's father didn't come.
It turns out that Luo's mother didn't dare to tell him for fear that he would get angry. The other party usually doesn't brush short videos or watch live broadcasts, so he doesn't know about Luo Rishu for the time being. The two just chatted. Luo Rishu saw that her mom and Shinjun were getting along well and gradually fell asleep.
Since she was in a sudden emergency, Yao sent her to the hospital. Therefore, the ward she was staying in now was an emergency arrangement.
She had been alone for the past 2 days. When Luo Rishu woke up from her nap in the afternoon, she found that there was an additional mother to be in the ward. The other person was 24 or 25 years old.
There were 2 people accompanying her, a man and a woman.
The man was svelte and white, wearing glasses, about the same age as her, should be her husband. The woman was middle-aged, and from the conversation, it was clear that the other party should be the woman's mother-in-law. But the relationship between the 2 sides does not seem to be very harmonious. Only to hear the middle-aged woman, dissatisfied with the mother-to-be, said, all said sour children and spicy women.
Let you not eat so much spicy. What if we have a baby girl? Our first child must be a boy. If you have a girl, I'll be laughed at. Mom, don't be so superstitious. Mom, don't be so superstitious. Besides, is it up to me to decide what to have? Why does it have to be a boy? Do we have a throne for him to inherit? I think a daughter would be good too.
The mother-in-law exploded at the sound of that.
What's the point of having daughters? Daughters are money losers. When they grow up and get married, who's going to pay for their old age?
The mom-to-be didn't want to argue with her and looked at the man next to her. The man's eyes averted, did not help her speak, and did not have the intention to ease the relationship between the two.
Seeing this scene, Luo Rishu was quite distressed by the woman. It's good that the woman is an optimist.
After organizing her emotions, she skipped around the ward. Seeing the triplets on the stroller, her eyes lit up.
Woohoo, it's triplets, hey, so cute. Their eyes are so pretty.
If only the babies in my belly were this beautiful. The woman said enviously as she came to the stroller. She touched her stomach.
No matter if it's a boy or a girl, I hope that my child will also be beautiful and safe. The woman looked up at Luo Rishu and was stunned at first glance.
She couldn't help but open her mouth. This mom, you're so beautiful.
No wonder your baby is so good looking. Luo Rusha smiles, thank you, you are also beautiful.
The woman felt that Luo Rushu was even more beautiful when she smiled. Also, she felt that Luo Rushu's husband's face value was so high and matched her well. The woman's stomach is already very big, and she thinks she will give birth in a day or two. The woman's stomach is already very big, and she is expected to give birth in a day or two. The woman just turned around in the ward for a while, could not help but yawn, back to bed to sleep.
Luo mother also noticed the subtle mother-in-law daughter-in-law relationship in the next bed. Unable to help but think of her own daughter. I don't know what will develop between my daughter and Shinjun in the future. If the two came together, what about Shinjun's mom and dad? Will they make things difficult for their daughter? It was said that raising a child for 100 years worried you for 99. Luo Rishu suddenly gave birth to a child, it would be strange for a mom not to worry. Just worrying about it, it was 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Luo mother planned to let Shinjun stay with her daughter at the hospital. So she said to him, leave dinner to me, you stay here and take care of Rishu and the babies. I'll go back and cook. Shinjun looked up in surprise, this was the first time Luo mother had taken the initiative to talk to herself. Could it be that she was slowly starting to accept herself? Shinjun didn't politely, good, please auntie, I will definitely take care of Rishu and the babies. After saying this, he handed her the key to the gate of the Shanin Peninsula and the community access card. Luo mother took the keys with one hand and instructed Luo Rishu to get a good night's rest before she left in a flurry of activity carrying 2 snakeskin bags. This was what she brought when she came to South City this morning. They were all specialties from her family, specially brought for her daughter to replenish her body. On the other hand, just after leaving the house, Luo mother remembered that she didn't know how to get to the mountain language peninsula. Riding a small yellow navigation past, carrying a bag and inconvenient. So I stopped a cab, master, how much to go to the mountain peninsula? $30. It's too expensive. $15? $15 is not enough to pay for my gas, I also have to live, sister. Then $20 level to go? I'll give you a ride for $25. I'll give you a ride right away. Hurry up, master, I'm in a hurry. I'm in a hurry. After getting in the car, Mrs. Locke went straight to the Shanin Peninsula. On the way, the driver asked curiously, sister, all the people who live in Shanyu Peninsula are rich, do your relatives live there? Luo mother smiled and did not say anything. Shinjun is not her relative, but also depends on the daughter's future choice. But so far, Luo mother's impression of him has improved. After arriving at the neighborhood, opening the door along with the address, what met his eyes was a small fresh idyllic style. Good guy, the scene is even more beautiful than what you see in the live room. Chapter 14 Fame, he is Shinjun, so handsome as a mother will think about their own children. I'm afraid that the child will marry in the future and have a bad life, afraid that she will have a hard life. Looking at this house alone, Shinjun, although he said that his family was from the countryside, at least for the time being the conditions were good. Shaking his head, it was important to cook for his daughter. While Shinjun was cooking, she watched the live broadcast. Taking the snakeskin bag straight into the kitchen to organize the ingredients. While she was busy, Luo mother received a call from her husband. Hey, where is it? I didn't see you go home at noon, and now you don't come back after work, and you don't answer the phone. Luo mother put the phone on speakerphone, put the phone on the stove, and raised her voice and said, I came to Nanchang to see Rishu, I was busy and didn't pay attention to my cell phone. Oh, I'm here to see Rishu, no wonder she's not at home. You didn't tell me you were going out, so I was worried. How's your daughter? She's doing well, she got a scholarship at school. Oops, let's not talk about it, my daughter ordered dinner, let's get ready to eat, I'll stay in Nanchang for a while, I'll talk to you when I get back. You guys are eating, what am I going to eat? You don't know how to cook? If you don't know how to do it, just starve to death. After Luo mother finished her daughter's meal, she made one for Shinjun and herself. Luo Rusha had just given birth and ate differently from them, so she had to do it separately. Luo mother was nimble-handed. She quickly packed lunchboxes and came to the hospital again. When she arrived at the ward, the triplet babies had just finished breastfeeding, and Shinjun was burping. Hearing movement coming from the doorway, the babies would look out curiously. Children at this stage are slowly observing the world around them. Seeing the 3 little grandchildren, Luo mother's fatigue was swept away. She greeted them with a smile. Even if the children didn't understand, she enjoyed it.
Seeing Shinjun taking care of the children so seriously, he put the lunchbox on the table. Walked over to him and said, "Give me the child, you go feed Ruchu. I also did yours, a moment after I was busy, you are eating." "Good, thank you, Auntie." Shinjun nodded. After handing Debeo over to her, walked towards the hospital bed. Luo mother stewed chicken soup for Luo Rushu, as well as carp soup, pigeon porridge, and other things. Just by looking at the color of the soup, one could tell that it was a local product from the village. I don't know where Luo mother bought it. With the previous experience, Shinjun feeding herself, Luo Rushu was no longer so shy. But she still eats elegantly. Luo mother's cooking skills, although not as good as Shinjun's open system talent. But to ordinary people, the flavor was excellent. Shinjun used a spoon to feed Luoso chicken soup one bite at a time, and every now and then a bite of pigeon porridge. As the heat spread out, the fragrant flavor envied the mom to be in the next hospital bed. "This mom, you are so happy, your mom is so good to you, and your husband is also super spoiled you. He feeds you one mouthful at a time. I don't get this kind of treatment." The mom-to-be's words made both of them blush. Love? Ah, they have? Hearing the woman's words, her husband and mother-in-law did not look particularly good. But it's not easy to say anything when outsiders are around. The woman's mother-in-law was envious of the triplets born in the hospital bed next door. If only her own son Fu also gave birth to multiples. It would be best if they were all sons, the mother-in-law thought with anticipation. The triplet babies fell asleep in no time after burping. Mother Luo sat next to the crib and watched them. I don't know if it was an illusion, but she felt as if the babies were even more adorable than when she first arrived in the morning. Shinjun finished eating and told Luo mother that he would go back to take a shower first. He would come back later to accompany the babies. Luo mother said no, she can stay here with them at night. Shinjun strongly disagreed. The children have just been born, he does not stay by the side of the heart is not solid. So it was decided that Shinjun would stay with the bed in the ward at night. Shinjun's change of clothes are at school. First go back to school to pack things. Take it to the mountain peninsula, the future bath will not have to go back to school every time. On the way back to school, took the time to look at the class group. I found out that there are many people at me everywhere. Especially the school's communication group and class QQ group. Dazzling screen full of shocking messages. Originally quiet reading novels, now all of a sudden become a celebrity. On the way back to the dormitory, the melon eaters were talking about him. Crap, that's not Shinjun. He's back in school, damn, he's so handsome. How come he's got such a high face value and wasn't known at all in school before? I heard that he likes to read novels at Tomato Novels, and he usually keeps a low profile. Holy shit, I watched the live broadcast today, and he actually has a suite in the mountain peninsula, or a full payment. Not only that, but there is also 200,000 deposits at, oh, such a treasure boy, how come this princess did not find out before? With the exposure of Shinjun and Luo Rushu, his information was also blown out a little bit. There were male classmates who were jealous of him, and at the same time there were female classmates who felt pity for not discovering him before. If they could have gotten to know Shinjun earlier and dated him, maybe they would have gotten half of the house in his mountain language peninsula. After all men who read novels should be pretty good to chase after, right? It's a pity. For the comments of the people around him, Shinjun didn't put it to heart. She went straight back to the dormitory and started packing her clothes. However, just after entering the dormitory door, before starting to pack it, the three roommates gathered around and squeezed their eyes and ate melons. Holy shit, brother Jun, you're finally back. I didn't expect you to have an affair with the schoolgirl. In the past, I only saw you reading novels and doing nothing else, so you've hidden yourself deep enough. Congratulations. Oh, there are triplets, become a father. Nima, you kid really have Ruma, dad broke the defense. For the gossip voice of the roommate, Shinjun simply responded to a few sentences. This is a long story, I will have the opportunity to tell you later. This period of time I estimate that I do not have time to go to class, if the teacher asked, you help me to ask for a few days off. Shinjun and roommate relationship is good, and often used to come together to read novels and play games. They used to come together to read novels and play games. They would help each other when anyone was in trouble. The good thing is that it's near the end of the third year of college, and the semester is coming to an end with not many classes. The teacher of the class is not so strict. When the next semester of the 4th year, the school will soon arrange to go out for internships. At that time, there is basically no need to attend classes. Shinjun can feel at ease at home to take care of the babies.
The roommates patted their chests. June, we'll take care of it. Originally, they wanted to ask about Shinjun and Luo Rushu.
But with the other party saying this, they could only stop.
Shinjun didn't have many clothes.
After packing his bags, he didn't stay too long.
He rushed to the mountain language peninsula.
And after taking a shower, he rushed to the hospital at the first opportunity to take over for Luo's mother. Shinjun, who had just finished taking a shower, had a faint fragrance on his body that Luo Rusha thought smelled very good.
Chapter 15. Family has a hard time reading the book, The Girl is a Loss of Money? Shinjun came back to replace Luo mother.
The other party had rushed to South City in the morning and worked all day at the hospital, so she must be exhausted. Shinjun told her to go back and get some rest, and that he would be fine here at the hospital.
Luo mother was indeed a bit tired.
As she gets older, her body is not as strong as it used to be, and she has been working overtime lately. After running all the way today, she was a bit tired in the afternoon, but she kept her spirits up for her daughter's sake. After explaining some things, Luo mother left with 3 steps and 3 turns back.
Back to the mountain language peninsula road. Luo mother received a call from Luo father. I've already eaten and went out to eat the powder. How many days are you going? Oops, why do you keep asking me when I'm going back? Are you a child? Are you a child? You're only happy to stick to me 24 hours a day, right?
No, I'm just wondering why you went to Nanchang for no reason.
I sent a message to Rushu and she didn't answer me.
She didn't pick up the phone, so I was worried that something was wrong. Rushu's fine, she's changed her phone number.
Don't be paranoid. Thinking? Father Luo doesn't think he's imagining things. Why else would his wife suddenly go to South City? Why didn't her daughter answer her phone in WeChat?
The more he thought about it, the more suspicious he felt. At the same time, he was also very worried.
On the other side, after Luo mother left, the ward was much quieter.
The babies were awake at this moment, blinking their grape-like eyes curiously. Luo Rushu asked Shinjun to help her carry the babies over. Coming into his mother's arms and smelling the familiar smell, the baby would look up and stare at its mom, and that's when Luo Rushu would smile.
This is the little baby she gave birth to. Soft and sticky and fragrant. Just as Shinjun watched Luo Rushu interact with the baby, movement came from the next bed.
It turned out to be the mom to be preparing to give birth. The doctors and nurses rushed over at the first opportunity to push her to the delivery room.
The woman's mother-in-law also followed, but didn't see the other's husband.
Watching the other woman leave, Luo Rusha prayed for her, hoping that sister would be safe and sound. She had been in the labor room and knew that giving birth wasn't easy. Every mom was great and hoped that they were all accompanied by peace and safety. Mothers in labor were more prone to anxiety than ordinary people, and Shinjun calmed her down. Don't worry, that sister is so optimistic, surely she will be lucky.
You gave birth to triplets and came out safe and sound, she will definitely be fine too.
Luo Rushu nodded her head and gave a and continued to tease the little treasure in her arms. The little child's energy is limited, and Shinjun Luo Rushu interacted for more than 10 minutes, and then they both fell asleep with a whimper. Originally, the two thought that the next-door mom-to-be would need at least 2 or 3 hours to give birth to her baby. As a result, people returned to the ward in an hour. Mother and child are safe. The woman was lying on the hospital bed, and the nurse pushed her back. Her husband was holding the baby. Her mother-in-law was behind her, but her face was not very good. When she returned to the ward, after the nurse had left, she said, "Why don't you try to be a little more competitive and give us a son? See, now you've got a daughter, a money loser, who's going to pay for our old age when you get married in the future." When the woman heard her mother-in-law say this about her daughter, she became angry.
What's wrong with a female baby? Aren't you a woman? If you don't like it, leave. My child and I don't need you to take care of us here.
The mother-in-law was trembling with anger.
How can you be a daughter-in-law? Do you talk to your mother-in-law like that? What's wrong with a woman who doesn't spoil her and doesn't respect my child, so I talk like this? If you want a son so badly, let your son have another woman. I'll tell you once more, I love my child, male or female. If you don't like her, go now. My daughter doesn't need a grandmother like you.
The woman had just given birth, her lips were white and she was still weak, but for the sake of her child, she was like a mad lion. Seeing that the woman dared to talk back to herself, the mother-in-law's nose was crooked.
Okay, that's what you say. Don't come begging me in the future. Said angrily, sat on the bag and left. The woman's husband just stood quietly at the bedside in silence.
Until his mother left, only impatiently said to the woman, "You should not speak to my mother like this. She's my mom, you have to respect her."
Woman, huh? I respect her. Does she respect me and my daughter? She doesn't respect her daughter. Have you spoken for her? Is the baby still a daughter? If you respect your mom so much, go over there with your mom. I don't want to talk to you. I'm going to call my mom back. Don't say these angry words again.
After saying that, the man went out to chase his mom.
Perhaps it is to feel the mother's not sad, swaddled in the baby suddenly wow cry. Woman pained to pick up and coax, do not cry, oh baby, grandma does not like you, but mom likes ah. You are the heart of the mother's meat, is the mother's little good boy oh, mother most like the baby. In the future, mom will always be with the baby side oh, we ignore the stinky grandmother and stinky father okay, the baby is the most good. Woman holding a small crying bag, while coaxing the side of the paste her little face. What's wrong with daughters? She likes female babies. Seeing that the other's husband and mother-in-law have left, the little child cries a lot. Luo Rishu heartbreakingly reminded, "Sister, why don't you try feeding the baby? When she is full, she may not cry. By the way, have you opened the milk? If not, I will ask Shinjun to help you make some milk powder." The woman secretly wiped away her tears and said, "Thank you, Mom. I have already opened my milk, let me try." After saying this, she turned to the side, undressed and started to feed her daughter. Originally wailing little baby, seems to smell the milk flavor, gradually do not cry, hands instinctively holding the rations huffing and puffing dry rice. The baby ate while shedding tears so pitiful. The woman's heart is broken, secretly vowed to take good care of her daughter in the future. The little one is very good when eating milk. After the woman fed her, she continued to hold it in her arms and coaxed it. Sorry to say to Luo Rishu and Shinjun, I'm sorry to make you laugh. My mother-in-law has always wanted a grandchild, and my husband listens to her in everything. If I had known that he used to listen to her so much, I wouldn't have married him. I used to think he was filial, but now I think he's so stupid. But now it is good, I have a daughter, even if they do not like it, I will raise her all by myself. Baby, I am sorry Mom did not give you an easy and happy home. Family has a difficult to read, Luo Rishu although heartbroken, but she is an outsider is not good to say anything. The good thing is that after about 10 minutes, the woman's husband brought his mother back. Although unhappy, but how to say is their own family granddaughter. In how all have to manage a little. Chapter 16 The second night of accompanying the bed, Luo Rishu died socially again. Her mother-in-law came back and her anger subsided a bit, sitting on the edge of the bed and not talking. The woman also ignored her and continued to hold the child to coax. Her husband was packing up the child's things. Luo Rishu saw that most of the clothes and shoes were baby boy style, and felt even more distressed about the little baby next door. With a grandmother like this, I don't know if she will be angry in the future. Luo Rishu suddenly asked Shinjun in a small voice, do your mom and dad like boys or girls? Shinjun retracted his gaze and said, my mom and dad like both, they don't have a patriarchal mindset. Luo Rishu quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Then she asked, what about you? Do you like boys or girls? I like both as long as it's my child, boys and girls like both. Shinjun didn't even think about it and went straight back. He thinks that both boys and girls are the same, both are his little angels. Really, you like both boys and girls equally? Luo Rishu looked at him with bright eyes. Shinjun nodded his head vigorously, yes, he likes them all, no matter if they are boys or girls, he will do his best to take good care of them. Well, there is also you. Feeling Shinjun's gaze, intuition told Luo Rishu that the other party did not lie to her. The heart was a lot more solid. She was afraid that Shinjun's parents were like the mother-in-law next door who only liked male babies. If this was the case, in the future, Dabeo would definitely not be favored at their place. Such in-laws, it would be better not to have them and bring up the child yourself. But Shinjun said his parents don't have any patriarchal ideas. Since she had just given birth, the mom next door quickly went to sleep after coaxing her child. Her husband stayed by the crib, checking his cell phone and the baby from time to time. Her mother-in-law went back at 10 p.m., stating that she would bring breakfast over to them in the morning. After the other party left, the ward became quieter.
Shinjun also pulled down the curtain of the hospital bed to prepare for rest. Turning around, he saw Luo Rushu looking at herself with a blush on her face.
Shinjun asked with concern, "What's wrong with you? Does the wound hurt?"
Luo Rushu shook her head, stammered, "That, I want to."
See her look in the direction of the bathroom. Shinjun understood, "Good, I now take you to."
Because the doctor has already pulled out the tube to her, Wantabu can only go to the bathroom.
Worried about her wounds, Shinjun was not assured and asked, "Can you get out of bed and walk around now?"
Luo Rushu nodded her head, should be able to, move slowly should not pull the wound. After saying that she tried, she could barely stand up. Shinjun rushed forward to help her.
With his help, Luo Rushu slowly gets out of bed. "How is it, does the wound hurt?" "Not bad, a little bit, but it's acceptable." Due to the close proximity, Luo Rushu could smell the flavor of Shinjun's body and could even hear his heartbeat.
His heart was beating so fast.
Is he being nervous? Luo Rushu secretly guessed.
Unbeknownst to her, her heart was also pounding at the moment.
Looking at Shinjun's side face. This man is so handsome. Shinjun didn't know that the big schoolgirl was looking at his side face.
He helped the other party to carefully move to the side of the bathroom.
Opened the door for her, arrived, "That you can't move easily, do you need me to help?" Luo Rushu blushed. Help.
Help yourself take off your pants?
Wouldn't that make you shy to death?
Luo Rushu's head shook like a rattlesnake. "No, I can do it myself."
Shinjun faintly, "Call me if you need me, I will be right outside."
Luo Rushu had been almost unable to hold back, but heard his sentence, "I will be outside."
And hard to hold back. When it is convenient to know that someone is outside, the psychological burden is so big. Shinjun stayed for a while and didn't hear any movement inside. Probably guessed what. So he said to the inside, "I'll go to the hospital bed, you have to call me." "Good." Shinjun just said, inside the second back. Hearing the footsteps leave, Luo Rushu let out a long breath.
Then began to rustle around and undo her clothes.
This process was incomparably long. Outside, when Shinjun heard the sound of flushing water, he came over and asked, "Is it okay?" "It's okay."
When she was once again helped back to the bed by Shinjun, Luo Rushu was instantly relaxed. Shinjun accompanied himself to the toilet, so much pressure.
"What should I do? There is a burden in my heart, I can't let go of it at all." As soon as she thought that in the future she would need the other party to help herself to go, Luo Rushu buried her head into the pillow, being shy. In the latter half of the night, the triplet babies were hungry. Before they had time to cry for long, Shinjun had brewed milk powder for them. Feeding them, cleaning up Stinky, taking care of the babies became more and more skillful. The baby girl in the next bed also cried. The little one cried even louder than a few of the yen, but her father didn't know what to do, so he called the nurse over to help. After teaching for a long time, he still didn't know how to do it, and in the end, the woman learned it by herself. The nurse was mentally speechless to the man. Good guy, has this guy never taken care of anyone? Clumsy to teach, how to teach cannot, and Shinjun is much worse. Before leaving, the nurse gave the woman and the baby a sympathetic look. With a father like this, I'm afraid it's not going to be easy in the future. A new day. In the morning, Luo's mother came over with a thermos box. Seeing Shinjun with dark circles under her eyes, she couldn't help but be concerned and said, "You were exhausted last night, I stewed chicken soup for you, make up for it later." Shinjun smiled and nodded, "Thank you, auntie." Luo's mother shook her head and told him not to thank. She had given birth to a child and knew how hard it was to stay in bed with her at night. One was already tiring enough, let alone 3 babies. At this moment, Luo Rushu and the triplets were still lying down, sleeping soundly. Luo's mother dropped her gaze on the bed next door and asked in a low voice, "That side gave birth?" Shinjun nodded her head. "Giving birth to a boy or a girl?" "It is a female baby." Luo's mother let out a sigh, "The birth of a female baby, I guess the other mother-in-law is not happy." She can remember that the other mother-in-law wants to have grandchildren. While the adults and children are still awake, Luo's mother said to him, "You eat breakfast first, eat and go back to rest, Rushu and the babies this to me. When you have rested well, come over to replace me." Shinjun thought about it and agreed. He really didn't rest well last night when he had to feed the baby and change the diaper from time to time. However, he hesitated for a moment and said, "Auntie, I'm not going back to rest. There is a companion bed here, so I can just squint after eating." Seeing that Shinjun had already decided, Luo mother didn't say anything.
Luo mother made a nutritious breakfast for women in labor. As Shinjun ate, she told her about the baby's situation last night. The three little ones were just like the other babies, waking up from sleep in the middle of the night and crying when they were hungry.
After feeding, they had to be burped one by one.
They also cried when they pooped and booed. Parents have to take care of them wholeheartedly. The three little ones were well taken care of by Shinjun, which would sleep soundly. Just after Shinjun had eaten enough and lay down on the companion bed to fall asleep, two people came to the ward.
Chapter 17 Wrongly Blamed? The original You Are Such a Person.
Shinjun just lay down and squinted for a while. The next bed mother-in-law came. She was carrying a thermos box in her hand and came over to give the woman and her son breakfast.
On the other hand, Hirao also came over to see the children. The newborn baby grew very fast. Almost one day at a time, they were even cuter than the first 2 days. Hiyao bent over the stroller to look at the three little ones.
They were all her godchildren. Thinking that she had become a godmother, Hiyao had a different feeling in her heart.
Such cute little babies. Hiyao couldn't help but want to introduce them to the netizens. She wanted to share her happiness. After consulting Luo mother's opinion, Hiyao quietly opened the live broadcast camera. The three little milky babies appeared on the screen. At the same time, fans received a message from Hiyao. The three of them are very cute. I just entered the live broadcasting room and was adorable, right? Oh my god, where did the little babies come from? They are so cute and delicate. Sure it's not an elf? 1, 2, 3. It's triplets. They should be Luo Rushu and Shinjun's children. Mommy, only the third day of life and they already look this good? Or, can I reserve them now? My husband was so cute when he was little. Hubby must grow up safely. Oh, I'll wait for you. The big baby is a girl baby, right, my wife? The viewers in the live broadcast room were adored by the triplet babies. Inheriting Luo Rushu and Shinjun's genes, the netizens dared to conclude that the children's face value would be very high when they grew up. Hiyao enjoyed this feeling of the babies being praised. She typed interactively within the live broadcast, saying that she was the godmother of the triplet babies. The message when sent out immediately caused a sensation. Beauty he, are you serious? Really becoming a godmother? Holy shit, then you must take care of my husband and wife. So Beauty he wants to be a mom so much, why don't I send you a baby, okay? Hiyao returned a rolling expression to the other party. What the heck, send yourself a baby and don't even look in the mirror. Sinking fish and falling geese, the closed moon and shy flowers of oneself. Cannot be ordinary people can match it. The live broadcast comes with a playback function. Hiyao intends to go back and let the editor cut out the video of the babies. When the time comes to produce a program, it will definitely be very hot. Just as the netizens in the live broadcast room were discussing how fast the babies were growing, the conversation between the middle-aged woman and her son in the sick bed next door woke up the triplet babies. The three munchkins were woken up. Confused, they opened their eyes. Not seeing the familiar figure at first glance, the baby's big watery eyes were confused for a while. Soon after, they grunted and cried. The children could not speak yet and would only express their emotions with their cries. Hearing the children's cries, Shinjun instinctively bounced up from the bed. Seeing the children crying, he hurriedly got up and came over to check them. Well, the diapers are fine. There is no diaper and no boo-boo. They should be hungry. The first time to make milk powder for the babies. Shinjun's skillful movements fell in the eyes of the viewers in the live broadcast room and Luo mother. This was an instinctive reaction. Discovered that Shinjun is really good to the babies. Hey. The audience in the live broadcast room wondered. Shinjun, he is so gentle and considerate. Could it be that we were really wrong about him before? Look at this skillful milk powder brewing posture, and the nervousness towards the babies. It's as if I saw my dad taking care of me when I was a kid. Ouch, look at him coaxing the baby, so gentle. The baby's milk action is so cute, her eyes are so beautiful, like jewels. The viewers in the live broadcast room said that they had seen another side of Shinjun. At the same time, Shinjun's every move Luo mother was also watching. The other party's nervousness and kindness towards the babies came from the heart. There was no way to fake such feelings. After breastfeeding the babies, Shinjun continued to burp the children. As he patted, he interacted with Dabeo. Yen Yen, see grandma? This is grandma, oh, mom's mom, the baby's grandmother.
This is the godmother, is the baby and younger brothers of the godmother. Godmother and mother is not the same. When the babies grow up, the father and the baby to tell what it means, okay. Shinjun, who interacted with the words of speech, his face seems to be with the sunshine.
So bright, so warm, oh.
Seeing this scene, some viewers in the live broadcast room unknowingly cried.
Is this fatherly love? I'm reminded of my dad.
I haven't called my dad in a long time since I came out to work, and I suddenly miss him so much.
Shinjun should be a good father in the future. I hope he stays with the triplets.
My memories of when I was a baby have disappeared, but my mom said that after I was born, my dad was so happy that he told everyone he was a father. But after all these years, I've accomplished nothing and feel so sorry for him. It's so cozy, I want to become a baby. Shinjun quickly hugged me.
Feeling Shinjun's gentleness with the baby, Yao suddenly had the urge to get married.
She was originally a non-marriageist, but this scene in front of her.
It seems like getting married and having a baby isn't bad, it's so cozy. After burping the three little cuties,
Shinjun saw the sunlight in the corridor, so he carried the little ones out to bask in the sun.
This is what the nurse told him. There is time to take the babies to the sun, about 15 minutes will do. Sun exposure for newborns helps remove jaundice.
To get an even tan, Shinjun put a diaper on the little ones.
Put them on the cradle, lying in rows.
Worrying about them getting cold, Shinjun covered their belly with another small square towel.
The left side, the right side, the belly, the back should be evenly sunshine.
The morning sun is very mild, this point is the most suitable for sunshine baby. In addition to the triplets, Shinjun saw that there are also many parents with their babies in the corridor in the sun. The children did not make any noise, lying obediently. See Shinjun and the triplets' babies, some parents holding the child to partner with them to sunbathe together. The budding babies would look at each other curiously. Although their eyesight was not yet developed now, they would observe carefully when they saw strangers. While basking in the sun, Erbao suddenly deflated his mouth with a hard look.
Shinjun guessed what the little one was doing.
Also did not go forward to intervene, just quietly waited. Sure enough, soon Lele, who had wrinkled into a bun face, cried.
Shinjun knew that the little cutie had pooped.
Luo mother's attention had been focused on them and saw that the second baby had pooped. The first time, she took the diaper out. Shinjun picked up the little one and said to Mother Luo, "Auntie, help me look at big baby and little baby while I change Lele's diaper."
Luo mother looked gentle and gave a hum. After saying that, Shinjun Erbao walked into the bathroom.
Also at this time, Luo Rushu on the bed woke up in a daze.
Chapter 18 Erbo said, "My pluck a little." Luo Rushu woke up and did not see the three children. A jolt instantly was startled awake. Where are the babies?
Seeing her anxious look, Rao hurriedly said, "The second baby pulled the stink, Shinjun cleaned it up for him. Big baby and little baby are basking in the sun outside the door, and auntie is accompanying them."
Luo Rusha hanging heart then put down.
Scared her to death as a mom, thought she woke up babies disappeared. Luo Rushu is now relatively weak, wearing a hospital gown, it is not convenient to enter the camera. Yao took the time to turn off the live broadcast.
Inside the bathroom,
Shinjun carefully cleaned up the PP for Lele. The little guy seemed to know that his dad was helping himself, and he cooperated without crying or fussing.
He would quietly look at his dad's side face. Shinjun was amused by his son's serious expression. As he cleaned up, he couldn't help but tease, "Why are you looking at daddy like that? Are you handsome by your dad? Can't understand what dad is saying."
Erbao blinked his eyes and turned his PP upside down as if he was protesting.
Bapu, stop being self-absorbed, hurry up and get to work." Shinjun was amused by his son's behavior.
Looking at Lele's eyes, the little guy could vaguely see the shadows of himself and Luo Rushu in his eyes.
"Alright, daddy put on Lele's clothes."
After cleaning up the PP, the little cutie turned into a clean and fresh baby again. Shinjun continued to take the little one to the sun. The triplets' biological clocks were almost at the same time. The second baby had pooped, so the big baby and the little baby should also be soon.
Shinjun talked to Mother Luo about this. Sure enough, Lele came back to sunbathe soon after. Big baby and Boat's little faces were wrinkled into buns. They all had stinky diarrhea.
Shinjun, the baby daddy, once again started his busy mode. This time he had to clean up the two little babies at the same time. The pressure was too much. Yao came over to join in the fun, but unfortunately couldn't help and could only talk on the side to distract the babies and keep them from crying.
Luo Rishu lay on the bed, quietly watching Shinjun do everything for the babies. 10:30 in the morning. The nurse came to the hospital again and reminded Shinjun and the family in the next bed. Later, you remember to take the babies to the bath, preferably when the babies are in good spirits. Shinjun nodded. Come to the crib to take a look, the 3 little babies are in high spirits. Lying on the bed, he did not know what he was studying. This state is very suitable for a bath, and Shinjun decided to take them there now. Babies, go with daddy to wash Xiang Xiang. The children were attracted by daddy's voice and silently looked towards him. Oops. Every time the babies look at themselves, their hearts become soft and glutinous. What's going on here? Could this be what it feels like to be a father? Looking at the babies, Shinjun pursed his lips and smiled. This feeling was quite good. After packing up the little one's little clothes and diapers, he carried them into the stroller. Then he asked the woman in the next bed, "Have you brought the baby to take a bath? Do you want to join us?" The woman didn't have time to speak. Her mother-in-law said, "My son was tired last night to accompany the bed, let him rest for a while, later I will bring the babies with him, you guys go first." Shinjun and then pushed the triplet babies out the door with a smile. Actually, the man next door wasn't really tired last night. Because the babies were almost always taken care of by the nurse's help, or else the child's mom took care of them. He stood around and watched almost the entire time. But these were other people's family matters, so Shinjun didn't say anything. Bathing the babies, such a rare thing, how could it be missing the big beautiful hostess? Hiyao also followed over with gusto. After these 3 days of getting along, Shinjun had some understanding of Hiyao's character. He felt that the other party was quite nice, very caring, and seemed to like children. Good looking, good personality, loving and eloquent, no wonder she was so popular with the audience. Hiyao walked in front of the stroller and would make some exaggerated expressions from time to make them laugh. The newborn baby's bath was in a unified place. There was one place that resembled a small pool. The nurses worked in pairs and were very efficient. When Shinjun arrived, he found that many parents were lining up with their babies. At this time, the person in line next to them recognized Hiyao and Shinjun. "Yo, isn't this the host of the South City Metropolitan Channel? You're still doing interviews at the hospital?" "Yes, you must be collecting material for the program about Shinjun and the triplets, right?" As he spoke, the gazes of the people around him fell on the triplet babies. Seeing the pinkish triplets, one was amazed. Gosh, why are the triplets so beautiful? Why did their babies become so pretty so quickly? They were obviously born on the same day, right? Could this be the power of genes? Miss Luo is the school flower, and Shinjun's face is quite capable, and their babies grew up different from ours? Oh, after comparing, my child seems a bit scribbly. The high face value and cuteness of the triplet babies made the parents around them all sorts of envious and jealous. In their hearts, they secretly said, if only their own babies could be this beautiful and cute. Just as the crowd was immersed in the cuteness of the babies, some parents threw gossipy, meaningful looks at Shinjun. "You're Shinjun, I brushed up against you the day Ms. Luo went into the hospital. It's true that you're a talented person. You're a top student at the school, and you're a father at such a young age. The babies are so cute, you'll be responsible for them, right? Shinjun. Here we are. I'm sure we've met again." Feeling the gazes from all around him, Shinjun's scalp is numb. Can only harden his head back. I am the father of the babies, of course, I will take responsibility, take good care of them. This is more or less the same. Young man, you are lucky that Ms. Luo gave you such a pair of lovely triplets. You don't know that triplets, such lovely children, are something that many people can't even envy. Shinjun nodded his head repeatedly in agreement, he also felt blessed. Hiyao stifled her laughter at the side, watching how Shinjun would respond. Fortunately, the bathing nurse's efficiency was very fast, and in no time they were ready to take their turn. This was Shinjun's first time watching a nurse bathe a baby. Good guy, it was completely different from what he had imagined. The picture of caution, not at all. The movements were skillful and swift. 2 by 2, one was responsible for undressing and dressing while the other was responsible for washing. It was similar to washing a turnip. From undressing to washing and putting on new clothes, it only took 5 minutes. Shinjun watched with fear and trepidation. Sure, it's okay to wash the delicate and fragile baby like this?
Not only was Shinjun worried, many parents around her who brought their babies to the bath for the first time were equally worried. Some parents felt that the nurses were rude and irresponsible to their babies. They went up to them and reminded them to be gentle and careful. The result was quickly disliked back by the other party. They have been bathing their babies this way for so many years. Could it be that how to bathe a baby to make it more comfortable was something they didn't know? Chapter 19 Rage, Can't Hide It, Luo's father kills the door. The parent was disliked and was speechless. But the nurse knew that the other party was doing it for his child, and then patiently reassured him. There would be no problem with the child being handed over to them. The facts also proved that it looked like the movements were rough. But the little ones were bathing in their hands with a look of enjoyment, as if they were in their mother's amniotic fluid. Soon it was the turn of the three little ones. The munchkins grunted in discomfort at first, but in no time at all, they too showed expressions of enjoyment. The whole time, they didn't cry, didn't make any noise, and were very good. He Yao marveled at the nurse's experience and the baby's emotional stability. After washing, He Yao volunteered to push the babies back. When she returned to the ward, Luo mother was helping Luo Rishu out of bed to do recovery activities. Shinjun, the babies finished washing so quickly? Shinjun nodded her head and roughly described the process of bathing the children. Luo Rishu blinked. Ma yeah, so the baby bath is like this ah? After returning from the bath, the little ones were very comfortable. Not long after they came back, they fell asleep fragrantly. After covering the little ones, Shinjun said to Luo Rishu, "When you are discharged from the hospital, move to the mountain peninsula, it will be your and the baby's home from now on." Moving? Luo Rishu hadn't thought about this, and Shinjun's words made her freeze cold. Shinjun said in a serious tone, "I want to take you and the babies over and take care of you there." Luo Rishu looked at Luo mother after she came back to her senses. Luo mother pondered for a moment and said, "You decide for yourself. Move over, there's Shinjun to take care of you, and the future will be more convenient. There is a father on the side, for the growth of the babies is also good." After these 2 days of contact, Luo mother's initial impression of Shinjun has changed a lot. If she moved in together, the other party should be able to take good care of her daughter and the babies. Luo Rishu had also been observing Shinjun during this time. She could feel that the other party truly wanted to be good to her and also liked the babies from the bottom of her heart. In order to give herself a chance, and also for the sake of the babies. Luo Rishu hummed, "Good, then I will trouble you from now on." Shinjun was excited, "No trouble, no trouble. Rishu, I'm so happy that you agreed to move here." All is happy. He Yao is happy for Luo Rishu and the babies when she sees the scene. Ding, congratulations to the host for taking the babies to the bath, rewarded with 30,000 yuan in cash. Just as Shinjun was responding to the excitement for Luo Rishu, the system's voice rang out again in his head. Taking the babies for a bath rewarded another $30,000. With the money, Shinjun believed that he would be able to give the children a better life. He Yao was happy for Luo Rishu's decision, and after sending her blessings, she excused herself and went back to work at the TV station, saying that she would come over to see her and the babies when she had time. Since the baby's mom was willing to move to Mountain Language Peninsula, the day she was discharged from the hospital, she could just go over. Shinjun thought about it and said, "Rishu, where do you live? I will help you move your things to the Mountain Language Peninsula first." Luo Rishu sat on the bed and said weakly, "My key seems to have fallen off the day I fainted, and I can't open the door. But the landlord has a spare key, let me give you her phone number." "Let me give you her phone number. When you get to the neighborhood, call her to open the door." "Okay." After Shinjun wrote down the phone number, he left the hospital. He didn't have to worry about Luo's mother at the hospital. Luo Rishu lived in an old neighborhood 5 kilometers away from South City University. Shinjun swept and shared over and arrived in 10 minutes. Arriving downstairs in the neighborhood, he called the landlord. A few minutes later, a college student-looking girl walked over with a set of keys. A pair of curious eyes surveyed Shinjun. "You are the family of 10 and 301? Shinjun nodded his head. He did not expect Luo Rishu's landlord to be so young. Curious, he asked, "Are you the landlord?" The young girl shook her head and nodded. "No, I am not the landlord, my mom is." Shinjun. That is not all the same. "So, this little brother, who are you to the 301 tenant? Her brother? Or a cousin?" The girl looked at the side of Shinjun's face and asked expectantly. Shinjun shook his head. "No, I am the father of her child." "Her child's father?" The young woman mumbled and suddenly widened her eyes when she came back to her senses.
You're married?
Well, the kids are all there. Oh, well, congratulations.
Come on, I'll get the door for you. The young woman couldn't help the loss. She can't help feeling. Why are all the handsome men someone else's? The house that Luo Rishu rented was a one-bedroom apartment.
The space wasn't big, but it was decorated in a cozy way. Inside, apart from her own clothes and shoes, the rest were all baby stuff. All kinds of toys for both men and women, as well as diapers, talcum powder, milk powder, touch oil and so on were very complete. Everything was packed, but it should be because of the reason that she went out and fainted. None of the things could be brought to the hospital. Luo Rishu has a lot of cute style things. Shinjun rolled up his sleeves and started packing. Halfway through, he called a cargo puller. Don't look at just one room and one hall. After packing the luggage, it can be loaded with a large car. By the time we returned to the hospital from Shanyu Peninsula after moving, 3 hours had already passed.
Munchkins with antennae like Shinjun just walked into the room door.
The 3 little guys were all curious eyes. Milkhuhu, look, see the babies instantly. Shinjun just feel the body's fatigue swept away.
Yen, Lele, Jojo, do you miss your dad? Do you know what Daddy is doing? Daddy went to clean up the baby's home, and in a few days they will go home with their parents. The little babies didn't understand, but only waved their little hands happily.
Seeing the cute appearance of the babies, Luo mother could not help but smile. However, shortly after she smiled, her cell phone rang.
At first glance, it was Luo's father calling. Hello, wife, where are you? Do you think you're a child? I just came out less than 2 days ago. How many calls have you made?
Where else could I be?
I'm at Rusho's school.
Luo mother said impatiently with the phone. Oh, I just came from her school. I'm at the hospital now.
Siaku, you're good. You're hiding something so big, aren't you? Siaku is the name of Luo's mother. Usually Luo's father calls her his wife or cuckoo.
He only calls her by her full name when he's extremely angry.
Listening to Luo's father's cold laughter coming from the other end of the phone, Luo's mother secretly said a bad thing. Why did her husband suddenly come to South City?
And also came to the hospital. Listen to the voice of the other side or first go to the school. Go to the school, the other side should know the daughter's matter.
Otherwise, he would not be so angry. Luo mother knows that this cannot be hidden.
Next to her, Luo Rishu has been paying attention to her mom's conversation. When she heard that her dad had arrived at the hospital entrance, her heart jumped into her throat.
Chapter 20, Father Luo's arrival, Mother Luo's warning. Dad suddenly killed over. Luo Rishu's heart was in turmoil. He must be very angry.
Sensing her daughter's panic, Luo mother said to her, "It's fine, don't worry, if your dad dares to mess around, Mom will immediately chuck him out."
Mom, that please. Don't you guys quarrel.
Luo mother stroked her bangs and said, "No quarrel, I won't quarrel with him.
I won't argue with him.
Well, you and Shinjun stay here with the babies, I'll go down and get him." After saying that, she said to Shinjun and went out.
After Luo mother left, Luo Rishu sat dumbfounded on the bed.
Looking toward Shinjun, she said in a weak tone, "Shinjun, my dad is here, he seems to be very angry." Shinjun smiled sagely, "It is normal for uncle to be angry, in my place I would also be angry."
But Rishu, don't worry, no matter what uncle's attitude is, whether he agrees with you being with me or not, I will stay by you and the babies. Even if he beats me or drives me away, I won't leave, I definitely won't leave you guys. The moment Luo father really arrived, his heart was indeed nervous. But for the sake of Luo Rishu and the babies, he had to face it. At the same time,
a middle-aged man in black clothes stood at the hospital gate. The man was old cadre-like, with a few strands of white hair hidden between his hair. He stood in front of the hospital, looking in from time to time.
After 2 or 3 minutes,
finally saw the familiar figure. Seeing Luo mother walking slowly over,
Luo Lixian was immediately furious. His face darkened from head to toe. Didn't he say he was accompanying Ruchu to school? How come it's here? How long do you want to lie to me?
If I didn't feel something was wrong and came to South City today, I would still be kept in the dark by you two.
Do you two even have me in your eyes? After seeing Luo mother, Luo father expressed his dissatisfaction on the spot.
After living together for so many years, Luo mother had long since figured out how to deal with him.
She said, "I didn't want to hide it from you, but I was afraid you'd get angry and wanted to tell you later." I want to tell you later. When? When the child grows up.
You don't know how dangerous it is for your daughter to give birth to a child.
Have you ever thought about my feelings? I'm her father.
I've raised my daughter since she was a child, and you didn't even tell me she was having a baby.
Luo Lixian's eyes turned red as he spoke. It was obvious how angry he was. My daughter is giving birth to triplets. She needs a cesarean section.
He was the last to know about such a dangerous thing.
Is that fair to him as a father?
The most infuriating thing is that his wife knew about it and hid it from him to come to South City. If he hadn't realized something was wrong himself, he would have been foolishly kept in the dark. It was the first time that Luo mother saw him so angry. Sighing, this is my fault. Originally, when I came to South City that day, I should have told you and come with you. But I was afraid that you would be angry with your daughter, so I thought I would tell you a few days later when I got back. Luo Lixian bored face does not bring the letter. Now his wife has lost trust in him.
How is the daughter now?
Rushishi is very good, is triplets, cesarean section, this period of time to recover well, already can get out of bed and walk.
Peace is good.
Hearing the news of his daughter, Luo Lixian let out a long sigh of relief. After trying to hold back the tears in her eyes, she continued, that man, I heard that he is in the same school as Rishu, how is he? Luo mother said Shinjun's general situation once. This child, after my observation in the past 2 days, I think people are quite reliable. He can take care of people, and he is good to the babies in Rushu. Don't hit him when you see him, and don't lose your temper in front of him.
After listening to Luo mother's introduction, Luo Lixian was speechless for a long time. Luo mother can understand her husband's mood. When I first found out about my daughter, I was just like him. The 3 babies are all healthy and obedient, much like Rishu when she was little. Rushu and I have decided that when we are discharged from the hospital, we will go to Shinjun's house and he will take care of Rushu and the children in the future. Luo Lixian still didn't say anything, only when he heard the babies did his expression change. There was no response at all. Mother Luo didn't know what was going on in his mind and issued a warning.
If you didn't listen to what I just said, you don't want me to take you to see Ruchu and the babies.
Luo Lixian gave an expressionless don't worry, I'm not angry. Luo mother.
Let's give me a slip of the tongue, give me a promise not to get angry or lose your temper to my face.
I promise. Luo mother. Again this dead look.
But we're already at the hospital gate, it's impossible not to take him to see his daughter and baby. Luo mother said so much, just want to take more precautions.
Following Luo mother, the closer she got to her daughter, the faster Luo Lixian's heartbeat.
Finally, the 2 stopped outside a hospital room.
Opening the door. 2 new moms were seen lying on the hospital bed.
One of them was none other than her own daughter.
She was wearing a hospital gown and leaning weakly on the bed. In an instant, Luo Lixian's heart ached.
Her heart ached for her originally sunny daughter. How did she suddenly become so emaciated? She didn't dare to tell herself that she had given birth to a child for fear that she would get angry. Luo Lixian had always been a strong person, and only in front of her daughter would she have such emotions. The moment the room door opened, Luo Rushu saw Luo Lixian. At this moment, she was like a child who made a mistake, her voice choked and said, Dad, you're here.
Luo Lixian walked straight to the bedside and I'm here.
Luo Rushu looked up at him, Dad, I'm sorry, I should have told you earlier, I shouldn't have kept it from you.
Luo Lixian was silent. He was angry when he came, even angry.
Angry at why his daughter didn't tell him, whether there was still a father in his eyes. But now, seeing her weak and pitiful, his heart suddenly softened. Despite the seriousness on his face, his eyes were gentle and he said, It's good that you are safe. Silly child, in the future there is something must be timely and Dad no, you do not say how to know I will not be angry. Other things will be said later, Dad see you safe will be relieved.
Poor parents.
Daughter just gave birth to a child, the body is still so weak, this time the most need to care.
What should I do? Can I still kill her?
Luo Lixian said with heartache after calming her emotions.
Luo Rushu nodded her head and said, Dad, Rushu knows. Dad, thank you. Daughter a dad, almost let Luo Lixian expression management failure. Dad, you haven't seen the babies yet, right? I gave birth to triplets If you are not angry with me, meet them. Chapter 21, Meeting and Pooping, Xiaobao must like himself. Luo Rushu asked Shinjun to hold the baby over.
The little one obediently stayed in his arms. Perceiving a stranger, Debeo looked at Luo Lixian suspiciously. Luo Rishu introduced him. Dad, this is Debeo, a girl, her name is Xin Luoli, and she is Xiao Ming. After saying that, she said tenderly to her daughter, Debeo, this is your grandfather. Hearing her mother's words, the little princess instinctively reached out her small hand towards her mother, wanting a hug. Lu Ruchu took the little treasure from Shinjun's arms and patted her little face. Lu Lixian looked at the little treasure and then at Shinjun. The moment he walked into the ward, he noticed Shinjun, but at the moment his attention was more on Debao. Looking at the little, chubby treasure in his daughter's arms, Lu Lixian felt emotional. This is his granddaughter, so cute. She's rosy-cheeked, like a dumpling. The little one's eyes are very similar to her daughter's, long eyelashes, big amber-colored eyes that look as if they're about to water. His daughter has given him the grandson of his dreams. Debeo looks curiously around in his mother's arms. No matter how you look at him, he's adorable. Luo Lixian's heart is melting. He can't help smiling and saying hello, big treasure, I'm your grandfather. Wow, you're so cute. Can I give Grandpa a hug? After saying this, he looks at Luo Rishu and asks, can I hug him? Luo Rishu's eyebrows and eyes are bent, and she says, yes, Dad, go ahead and hug him. She quietly breathes a sigh of relief when she sees that her father likes the baby so much. Luo Lixian gently took the baby into his arms. The little one was soft and fragrant, with the unique smell of milk. Luo Lixian looked at her. The baby also looked at him curiously. But the little one didn't know what her grandfather meant. Holding the baby, she was surprised that the little one wasn't crying. Luo Lixian was overjoyed and said in a very gentle voice, you're such a good boy. Grandpa came in a hurry this time and didn't prepare a gift. How about next time Grandpa buys a big gift for the baby? Debeo, you have to be safe and sound. Yen couldn't understand, and thought that Grandpa's face was very close. She reached out and grabbed his face. She still had very little strength at the moment. It didn't hurt at all, and Luo Lixian took it as her granddaughter interacting with her. Luo Lixian feels that with her big daughter's stable temperament, she will definitely grow up to be a quiet and beautiful young lady. Unfortunately, after spending some time in his arms, the little one became unhappy and started to make a fuss, reaching out her little hand toward Shinjun. Shinjun's heart melted and he picked her up. Oh, here I come, Daddy's here. Yen missed Daddy, didn't she? The little princess went into Daddy's arms and stopped crying as she smelled the familiar scent. Luo Lixian looked at him in surprise. He didn't expect the little one to be so attached to him. Luo Rishu continued to introduce Erbao to him. Dad, this is Erbo Lele. His name is Shen Luo Chang, and he is your great-grandson. Erbo looked very energetic. He arched in Luo Rishu's arms, and from time to time, waved his little hands as if he was playing by himself. The triplets were almost identical, except for the clothes they were wearing. Erbo was also super cute and adorable. Lele-san wanted to hold him, but unfortunately Erbao didn't seem to want to be held. As soon as he reached out, the little cutie started crying. He made the saddest face he could, crying to protest against the stranger. Erbao, who didn't know any better, said, no, Grandpa, I want Mummy. Erbao wouldn't let him be held. He cried whenever he was touched. The eldest grandson is a character. Lele Xian felt so sorry for him. He was afraid that if he cried too much, he would have to give up the idea of holding him. Luo Risha had no choice but to let him be. Lele, what are you doing? This is your grandfather, your mom's dad. Grandfathers love babies the most. Would you let your grandfather hold you for a while? The little guy seemed to have understood a little, and his little hand tightly gripped his mom's clothes. His attitude had already made it clear that he only wanted his mom. Next to them, Luo's mother, who had witnessed the scene, couldn't help but laugh and cry. Erbao doesn't want to be held, is it because you were too harsh? You scared the baby, so he doesn't want to be close to you. Luo Lixian is innocent. How could I be fierce? I'm very kind and friendly now, right? Luo's mother smiles. Alright, if you can't hug the second baby, try the third. The third baby has already been named Shen Luofeng, nicknamed Zhuzhou, and is also a boy. Luo's mother picks up the baby in the crib. The little cutie obediently lies in his grandmother's arms. Seeing that the baby is so well behaved, Luo Lixian is sure that he can hold him. He can't wait to say, here, give me a hug. Luo's mother nods and puts the baby in his arms. The familiar touch and smell are so sweet.
It must feel so good to hold a grandchild. Luo Lixian is overjoyed. However, he is still too early to be happy.
Before he has a chance to introduce himself, Sanbao cries in distress. The little guy's face was crumpled up like a dumpling, crying so hard it hurt.
Luo Lixian panicked. What's going on? What's wrong with Bao Bao?
Suddenly, he felt the diaper seem to sink a little, so he reached down to feel it.
Luo Lixian let out a cry, and it turned out that Jojo had pooped.
Luo Mu laughed. You seem to know quite a bit.
Ha, whenever Sanbao makes this face, it means he's pooped.
Luo Lixian was surprised. That's great, just after meeting, Sanbao gave him a surprise.
He must like him.
Sanbao had pooped his pants and was crying miserably. After Shinjun handed over to Bao to Luo Mu, she took out the diapers right away. Then she took Sanbao from Luo Lucian's arms.
She spoke gently. You made fertilizer again, didn't you? Don't cry, come on, Daddy will clean up the poop for you. Shinjun coaxed and cuddled the little cutie as he walked into the bathroom. He skillfully turned on the warm water and began to clean up the baby's bottom.
Luo Lixian watched the scene of him carefully taking care of the baby. Soon, after changing into a new diaper, the clean Sanbao stopped crying. However, at this moment, Sanbao preferred to stay in his father's arms, just like his brother.
Grandpa, who is that? No, no. Luo Lixian was sad. It is said that babies born not long ago have limited energy. Sure enough, the babies fell asleep in their parents' arms after a while. After seeing his grandchildren fall asleep,
Luo Lixian seemed to have changed.
He found Shinjun and said sternly, "Come with me for a moment."
As his voice rang out, Luo's mother felt the temperature in the ward drop suddenly. She was afraid that her husband would lose his temper with Shinjun.
She quickly gave the other person a wink.
The look in her eyes seemed to say, remember your promise, don't lose your temper in front of people, don't swear, and don't hit people.
After many years of marriage, Luo Lixian understood the look in her husband's eyes. However, he chose to ignore it. He walked out of the ward with a stern face. Shinjun nodded, and followed him out.
On the hospital bed, Luo Rishu's heart was pounding wildly.
Chapter 22, The Impact of the Conversation with Luo's Parents on Shin's Parents. In order to prevent Luo's mother from eavesdropping, Luo Lixian took Shinjun to the end of the corridor before stopping. He turned around and coldly said to Shinjun, "Do you know how angry I am?"
Shinjun nodded silently. Uncle, I know, if I encounter something like this, my mood might be even worse than yours.
I'm sorry, Uncle. Luo Lixian was not giving face, so what's the use of saying sorry? I'm asking you, what are you going to do to my daughter?
Shinjun said in all seriousness, Uncle, I want to take care of Ruichu forever and marry her. I want to take care of her and the babies forever. But I don't know if Ruichu agrees, and I don't know if you and Auntie object. Even though he could feel his sincerity and firmness, Luo Lixian's anger didn't subside at all. He continued to coldly pursue, Do your parents know about Ruichu and the babies? Not yet. I was planning to tell my parents after I met you and your aunt. You haven't told them yet? Luo Lixian frowned. No wonder I didn't see the other parents' figures in the ward. They don't even know that their feelings for each other are more pitiful than they are. Shinjun nodded, I'll tell them on the phone later.
Luo Lixian nodded.
You said you want to take care of Ruichu and the babies, but I don't see you graduating yet.
Can a student support them?
My daughter just had a cesarean section and her body will definitely take a long time to recover.
Plus, she hasn't graduated from university yet and can't earn any money, not to mention having triplets. What makes you think you can take care of them, when you're just a student?
Luo Lixian was talking about very real problems that had to be faced. However, it was obvious that he still didn't know about Shinjun's situation. Shinjun assured him, Uncle, I can take care of them. Although I'm still a student, I can already earn money. I have a savings of over 200,000 yuan and a fully paid for house. If I have financial difficulties in the future, I can sell the house. He told the other person about his situation in general.
Upon hearing this, Luo Lixian looked at him in surprise.
The man in front of him, despite his young age, had a savings of over 200,000 yuan and a fully paid for house in Nanchang.
Did his family give it to him? But despite his curiosity, Luo Lixian didn't ask any more.
However, he did not know that Shinjun had not yet received the nanny car. Because the nanny car was a system reward, there was no telling when it would be delivered to him. Since he had not received it yet, Shinjun did not mention it for the sake of being on the safe side.
Shinjun continued to speak, hoping to gain Luo Lixian's acceptance.
Uncle, I know I have wronged you and Auntie, and I have also wronged Ruichu, but I really hope that you can give me a chance. Give me a chance to prove myself, I can take care of them.
Luo Lixian did not reply.
Having struggled in society for decades, he knew that sometimes it is not what someone says that matters, but what they do. For the future of his daughter and the babies, Luo Lixian could not afford to be careless. He had to consider all aspects, because the future happiness of his daughter was at stake. After hesitating for a long time, Luo Lixian spoke up, "You should call your parents now.
I want to see what attitude they take."
Shinjun was pleasantly surprised.
Okay, I'll call them right now.
He immediately picked up the phone and dialed Shen's mother's number. When the call connected, a familiar voice came over the line.
Hello, June, what's up? Why are you suddenly calling me back? Is it because you don't have enough money for living expenses? Shinjun shook his head. He preluded a bit. Mom, I still have money. I'm calling you back this time to tell you some good news. Good news? You have a girlfriend? Shen's mother's voice came over the line in surprise. Shinjun shook his head. It's not quite that, Mom. This news is even more surprising than dating a girlfriend. What could be more surprising than dating a girlfriend?
Shinjun's mother was at a loss for words.
Shinjun laughed heartily.
Mom, what's even more surprising than me dating a girlfriend is that you're going to be a grandmother.
I'm going to have kids, triplets, and you're going to be a grandmother. Huh? Shinjun's mother was full of question marks and exclamation marks. Did she hear that right? Xiaojun, say that again. Mom, I might have heard you wrong.
Shinjun pursed her lips and said, Mom, you heard me right.
I said you're going to be a grandmother. I have children. I'm the father.
After he finished speaking, there was a long silence on the other end of the line. After a while, Shen's mother's voice was heard. Only this time, the person on the other end of the line wasn't speaking to him.
Laoshen, come here and answer the phone. Xiaojun is calling back. He said he's a father, he has a child, we're going to be grandparents.
Shinjun's words sent the Shin family into a panic. Shen's mother felt that her son's words were too much information and the impact was too strong. She couldn't digest it, so she quickly looked for Shin's father. Shinjun turned on the speakerphone, and Loker listened to his entire phone call with his parents. With Shin's mother's voice ringing, less than a minute later, a middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the line.
Loker knew that the other person was Shinjun's father.
Soon the other person's voice came through.
Xiaojun, is what you just said to your mother true? You have a child? Shinjun nodded, yes, Dad, I'm a father. It's triplets, you're a grandfather.
Shin's father was as shocked as Shin's mother.
Frowning, he asked, really? You can't joke about something this big.
Shinjun said, Dad, I really have a child, I'm not joking.
I'm at the hospital right now.
It's been 3 days since the babies were born, and their mother and babies are still at the hospital.
I want you and Mom to come to Nanchang. I'll send you the exact address via WeChat in a moment. Shun father. Shun mother. Your son doesn't sound like he's joking. He really has a child. How come we didn't know when you had a child? I thought you didn't have a girlfriend? Where did the baby come from?
At this moment, Shinjun's parents both asked at the same time. Shinjun replied, Dad, it's a long story. Just come to Nanchang quickly, and I'll tell you in person then.
Be careful on the way. Oh, by the way, Ruchu's parents are at the hospital, so you can meet them when you come. The old couple.
As soon as they hung up the phone, the two of them immediately received the address Shinjun sent.
This kid really has a child. Father Shen and Mother Shen looked at each other in unison. This is so sudden. Meanwhile, in the hospital corridor.
After sending his parents the address, Shinjun put away his phone and said to Luo Lixian, Uncle, I've spoken to my parents.
If there are no unexpected circumstances, they'll be here soon. Good.
Luo Lixian nodded in satisfaction, and after saying that, he asked Shinjun to go back to the ward with him. They would discuss the rest when the other parents arrived.
Chapter 23. When Shin's parents arrived, the couple was dumbfounded. Back in the hospital room, Luo Rushu and Luo's mother were both nervous at first sight. Luo's mother couldn't help but ask, did you make things difficult for Shinjun? Luo Lixian glared at her with a stern face. Why would I make things difficult for him? I just had a chat with him. Oh yeah, his parents will be here later.
Luo's mother's pupils contracted a little.
Did Shinjun talk to his parents? What was their attitude?
Luo Lexian pretended not to care. How would I know? Let's talk when they come. I don't care what they think. If they dare bully my daughter, I'll show them.
After saying that, she walked over to the crib to look at the baby.
The atmosphere in the ward suddenly fell into a strange silence.
The woman in the next bed's mother-in-law listened with a gossiping face. So there were all these dramatic things going on in the next house and in this house?
Seeing how well Shinjun and Luo Rushu get along,
she thought they had been together for a long time. But let's be honest. Although the relationship between the families next door may not seem to be going well, the children's appearance is beyond reproach.
Shinjun and Luo Rushu are both very good looking, and the babies they give birth to are adorable.
This makes women envious. Seeing Shinjun come back, Luo Rushu whispered, "My dad didn't make things difficult for you, did he?" Shinjun smiled and shook her head. "My uncle is very nice to me." Really? Really, he asked me some questions and I just answered. I told him that I would always take care of you and the babies. Luo Rushu didn't believe it. Dad didn't get angry, and I didn't hit Shinjun. Is this still the same person?
Shinjun said seriously, "Rushu, your uncle really cares about you and always thinks about you."
By the way, I called my parents and told them about you and the babies. Luo Rushu's heart suddenly slowed by half a beat. So, what did your aunt and uncle say? Shinjun replied, "My parents are very happy, Ruchu. My parents will definitely like you and the babies. And no matter what my parents' attitude is, I will always be good to you for the rest of my life. I told you I would take care of you."
Shinjun's tone was gentle, and when she smiled, it was as if she were carrying the sun with her.
Luo Lexian had a panoramic view of the conversation between the two.
Shinjun is not only good looking, but also has a way with words.
No wonder his daughter is pregnant with his baby.
For some reason, seeing a man say such sweet nothings in front of his daughter
always makes him want to hit someone.
It's the feeling of having someone poach your cabbage.
Time passed slowly in the awkward atmosphere.
Finally, more than 3 hours after Shinjun called home,
his phone rang again.
Afraid of disturbing the babies and the baby in the next bed, Shinjun went out into the corridor to answer it. It was his mother's voice on the other end.
"Xiaojun, your father and I have arrived at the address you gave us, right here at the hospital entrance. What's wrong with you?" "Never mind. Just come and pick us up. We can sort things out face to face." "Okay, Mom, you guys wait here." Shinjun went back to the ward to tell Luo Rushu goodbye before going out. As she watched Shinjun's back, Luo Rushu suddenly felt very nervous. Would her parents like the babies? Would they accept them? Deep down, she hoped that the babies would be loved by the grandparents. A mother knows her daughter best. Knowing what her daughter was thinking, Luo's mother sat down in the chair by the bed. She soothed her emotions and said, "Don't worry, Shinjun's parents will definitely like the babies. Yen Yen, Lulu and the other two are so beautiful, like little angels. They can't wait to be happy. Don't worry, no matter what. Even if they don't accept the babies, you still have me and your father. We will take care of the babies. My dear, you must remember that your father and I will always be there for you." Luomu stroked Luo Rushu's face with love and firmness. At that moment, she seemed like a warrior. A warrior who protects her daughter from the wind and rain. Luo Rushu was infected by her mother's spirit, and her nervous and anxious heart gradually calmed down. Outside the hospital entrance, a middle-aged couple are standing there. They are Shinjun's parents. They received a phone call from their son and hurried out of the house. Apart from some clothes for changing, they didn't have time to bring anything else. Well, not really. They heard that their son had become a father. Although they still don't know exactly what happened to him. They were worried when they heard that the other party had asked them to come to the hospital. Before leaving the house, they took all their savings and put it in a backpack. They put it in a backpack and wrapped it in their clothes. Along the way, Shin's mother kept reminding Shin's father to keep an eye on the bag. Even if he lost it, the bag must not be lost. At the moment, Shin's father stood next to Shin's mother with the bag on his back. The two stood in the most conspicuous place by the door and looked inside. Seeing that their son had not yet arrived, Shin's mother was extremely anxious. "Shin, what's going on with our son?" Suddenly he tells us he's a father and asks us to come to the hospital. Who is this person?
He suddenly has a child, but I hope he's not taking someone else's.
In today's society, some young people are very promiscuous.
Shin's mother is worried that her son has met that kind of woman.
Shin's father calmly said, "Don't speculate. You know June well enough. How could he take someone else's child? We'll just have to wait for him to come and ask him what happened. The girl's parents are already at the hospital. Just be careful what you say when you meet them." Shin's mother sighed and said lightly, "It's your son we're talking about, how can you expect me to stay calm?" Just as the two were worrying about Shinjun finally arrived. He saw the two of them from afar. Shinjun ran over and said, "Mom, Dad, you're here." Seeing his son appear before him in one piece, with no missing limbs, Shin's mother let out a long sigh of relief. But she soon asked him in a reproachful tone, "You brat, is it true what you said on the phone about babies, triplets? You had a baby with another girl?" At the same time, Shin's father also cast a keen gaze. Feeling the two compelling gazes, Shinjun nodded with a stiff neck, "Yes, parents, I really had a child. The mother of the child is called Luo Rishu, she goes to the same school as me, and she is the school flower. But there was a little accident before, she kept it a secret from her parents. 3 days ago when she gave birth, she appeared on TV, and her parents found out. Now her parents are angry with me. Parents, I asked you to come over because I want you to help me smooth things over." Shinjun's words made the couple gasp. You see, the parents of this girl didn't know until after she gave birth. And she was on TV? How did she get on TV? Ruchu fainted while she was out and happened to run into the Nancheng TV program crew broadcasting live. Shun father. Shun mother. Chapter 24, Meeting of the Parents. What? Fainted and went live on TV? The parents of the woman have been kept in the dark. They only found out when they saw the live broadcast of her fainting. If it were them, they would be furious. Shinjun's parents are in a dilemma when their son asks them to come over. Shinjun's mother can't hold her anger and pinches him hard. Why didn't you tell us about the baby? Are you hiding something else? Shinjun quickly denied it, "No. Mom, I just wanted to surprise you." Surprise? They didn't feel surprised. They were shocked. Shin's father asked, "Triplets?" Shinjun nodded, "Yes, the first one is a girl, and the second and third are boys." Hearing that there were both boys and girls, Shin's father was quite happy. What did the girls' parents think of you? Shinjun was at a loss for words. I don't know either, but it seems that Ruchu's father's impression of me is just so-so. Shunmu's mother sneered. It's strange that his impression would be good after suddenly making a girl have a baby. Shinjun was embarrassed. Mom, that's why I wanted you to come over and help. And Ruchu's father also wants to meet you. Shunmu's mother glared at him angrily. This child has grown up causing her nothing but trouble. But what made her happy was that she had grandchildren. And they are triplets. Although she doesn't know the attitude of the girl's parents, things have come to this point. She will take things one step at a time. Oh, my grandchildren, your grandparents are here. They walked into the hospital room. After Shinjun's introduction, the moment they saw Luo Rishu, the old couple were both amazed. Mom, she's so beautiful. Father and Mother Shin came to the bedside and greeted Ruwachu with a smile. Hello, Ruwachu. We are Shinjun's parents. We're sorry that our Shinjun has caused you to suffer. The old couple usually work in the fields in the village. They are also in their 40s, and they look a little older than Ruwachu's parents. From the tone of their voices, they seem to get along well. Ruwachu quickly said hello. Shinjun then introduced, "Parents, this is Ruchu's mom and dad. Auntie and uncle, this is my mom and dad." Since Shinjun's parents came in, Luomu had been observing them. Seeing that the other party treated her daughter well, Luomu smiled and said, "Hello, Shinjun's parents, I am Ruchu's mom, Siaku. This is my husband, Luo Lixian." Shinmu responded with a smile, "Hello, Ruchu's mom, I am Shinjun's mom, Meng Qin. This is my husband, Shin Hongfa." Afterwards, Shin's mother continued, apologetically, "I'm sorry, Ruchu's parents, that we kept Shinjun's affair with Ruchu from you. I'm his mother, and I apologize to you. I didn't teach him well. He should have told you about his affair with Ruchu right away." Shin's mother's words were sincere. Put yourself in their shoes. If she were Ru Chu's parents, she would be furious. Ru's mother nodded. She knew that the other party had learned about the affair later than she had, so she wasn't angry with them. Instead, the sincerity of the two people's attitude made her feel a lot more favorably towards them. After being in society for so many years, she had long since cultivated a pair of discerning eyes. She could tell at a glance whether someone was easy to talk to or not. Judging from the way the two had behaved since they entered the door, the Shin couple were both very easygoing people. If her daughter marries into their family in the future, she shouldn't have to worry about problems with the mother-in-law. Luo Lixian's first impression of the two was also quite good. She just liked them a lot. These two people look like they have been working in the village for many years, and they shouldn't have that much money to let Shinjun buy a house in the south of the city with full payment. Where did Shinjun get the money to buy a house? The more Luo Lixian thought about it, the more confused she became. After a while of chatting, the parents of both sides felt quite good about each other. Suddenly, there was a grunting sound coming from the baby cot. Shin's father and mother smiled and went over to have a look. Oh, these must be the little grandchildren. Let's see how the baby is doing. Oh, he's grunting so vigorously. Wow, the three little ones look alike. Oh, they're so cute. Ha, they are all my grandchildren. Seeing the three little ones in the crib, Shin's mother couldn't stop smiling. One of them was cooing and seemed ready to cry. Shin's mother happily picked up the little one and soothed him. Mom, this is still your little brother. Oh, it's so soft and smells so good. Have you chosen a name yet? At this, Luo Rusha smiled and answered for Shinjun. Auntie, Xiaobao is called Shin Luofeng, nicknamed Zhuzhou. After announcing Xiaobao's name, she went on to introduce the eldest and second eldest children. The names of the three little cuties are all very nice. Hugging the sweet-smelling little grandson, Shin's mother's face never stopped smiling. Shin's father was also charmed by the little grandchildren. He wants to hold them too. It's just that he doesn't yet know the characters of the babies. As soon as he reached out for one of the babies, the little one looked at him with big, watery eyes. The next second, he started crying. He cried so hard and so sadly. Shin's father panicked. Why did he suddenly start crying? Luo Rushu smiled and explained, Uncle, Erbao doesn't like to be hugged by strangers. He only lets me, Shinjun and my mother hug him. He cries whenever anyone else hugs him. Dabeo is fine, he's not afraid of strangers. Shin's father suddenly understood. So that's it. Erbao really is a very individual baby. Just as Luo Rushu said, Erbao stopped crying as soon as his hands were removed. After understanding the characters of the babies, Shin's father picked up Dabeo. Dabeo is not afraid of strangers. In Shin's father's arms, he was obedient, but the little princess's eyes would look for the direction of her parents. Shin's father happily interacts with her. Dabeo, is your name Yen Yen? It's Grandpa, I've come to see you. Dabeo hears the voice and looks up at him. The little one's eyes are so beautiful. Shin's father smiles even more happily. I'm Grandpa, look, Grandma is here, Grandma is holding Sanbao. At this point, Dabeo will follow the sound of the voice to look at Grandma. Shin's mother smiles as she holds Xiaobao. Yen Yen, I'm Grandma, I'm very happy to meet the baby, can I hold the baby for a while? Shin's mother smiled, and since Yen Yen didn't say anything, she took it as tacit consent. The two people holding their grandchildren couldn't stop smiling. Luo Rishu's heart finally felt a weight lift. It's really good, Shinjun's parents really like the babies. The only pity is that the second child is being rude. Right now, apart from her and Shinjun, he only gives Luo's mother a hug. After interacting with the grandchildren for a while, Luo Lixian asked Shinfu, Shinjun's father, what are your plans for my daughter and the babies? Shinfu's expression froze for a moment, and he said seriously, Rusha gave birth to triplets in our family, and our Shin family will definitely take responsibility. If you have no objections, I hope they can get married. Don't worry, we promise that Shinjun will take good care of Rushu. If he dares to bully Rushu in the future, I will definitely not let him off. Chapter 25, Buying a House? Shin's parents shock. Shin's father is resolute in his attitude. He just wants Shinjun to marry Luo Ruchu. The other party has given their family a pair of lovely triplets. But if they don't get married, in case the other party leaves with the children, where will they find grandchildren? Moreover, they can tell that Luo Ruchu is a very special girl. Such a good girl, their son mustn't miss out. Shin's mother thinks the same as Shin's father. They must get married. Luo Lexian and Luo's mother were very pleased with the attitude of the two. However, for the sake of their daughter, Luo Lexian stated his own plan. You can promise Shinjun to take care of my daughter and the babies. But let's talk about marriage later. After all, Ruchu has just given birth and the babies are still young, so let's discuss the wedding later. What we want now is your attitude. Shun's father and mother knew their concerns. They immediately reassured Ruchu's parents. Ruchu has been an obedient child since he was little. He can take care of people and also loves people. He will definitely be able to take care of Ruchu. The wedding can be held later, it's up to you two to decide. Luo Lucian and Luo's mother nodded. They will observe Shinjun for a while. It was already late when Shin's parents arrived at the hospital. After Luo Ruchu had dinner that night, Shinjun said to the two of them, Mom and Dad, you go back and rest with your aunt and uncle first. I can take care of Rushu and the babies. Shin's mother frowned. You? Are you sure? Shinjun smiled. I took care of them both the other night, so I'm fine. Seeing how sure her son was, Shin's mother thought he was trying to impress Rishu's parents, so she agreed to his plan. After thinking for a moment, she said, Okay, if you get busy at night, just call me. I know, Mom. Shin's mother let out a little gasp and said, In that case, I'll book a hotel with your father. Book a hotel? Mengqin, aren't you guys going to stay with us at the Mountain Language Peninsula? Upon hearing Shin's mother's words, Luo's mother frowned. Shin's mother was surprised. Mountain Language Peninsula? Xiake, you're asking us to stay at your house? This time, Luo's mother and Luo Lexian were at a loss. How come it's our house? Sister Mengqin, Shanyu Peninsula is your family's house, don't you know? Luomu and Luo Lexian frowned deeper and said, Didn't Shinjun tell you? Tell us what? Shinfu and Shinmu became more and more strange. What house in Shanyu Peninsula? They couldn't understand more and more. With the little money their family had, how could they afford a house in Nanchun? Xiake looked at Shinjun and said, You didn't tell your parents? Luo Lexian also cast a puzzled glance. Shinjun then remembered and explained to them, Mom and Dad, I forgot to tell you, I bought a house some time ago. I was going to give you a surprise when I got back. The house is in Shanyu Peninsula, so you can stay there for now and don't need to book a hotel. Father. Mother. Ah, they heard it right. Their son actually said he bought a house. Xiaojun, you're not joking, you bought a house? The couple had not recovered from the shock of the baby. Now the other party said he bought a house. How does it feel so unreal? Seeing the disbelief in their parents' expressions, Shinjun smiled bitterly, Parents, I'm not joking, I really bought it, the aunt even stayed there for a night. I bought the house a while ago. My son is at university. How could he afford to buy a house? They're not some wealthy family. The couple found it hard to believe. Where did you get the money to buy a house? Shinjun knew his parents would ask this. He had already thought of an answer. Mom, I used to work part-time, and then I saved some money and went into stock trading. I was lucky and made some money, and then I saw that there was a house for sale at Mountain Language Peninsula, and I had just enough money to buy it. Is that true? Shin's mother gave him a suspicious look. Could her son really be a stock trader? She knew better. Shinjun expected his mother's doubts. Mom, if you don't believe me, the property ownership certificate for Shanyu Peninsula is in the drawer of the master bedroom. You can take it out and have a look when you arrive. Since his mother didn't believe that he had made his money from stock trading, Shinjun had to distract her. Shinjun's mother suspects the source of her son's money, but Luo Rishu's parents are nearby. This is not the time to ask too many questions. Shinjun's mother says calmly, Okay, I'll ask your father and I to go and take a look. The triplets will be asleep by now. After Shinjun's mother and the others have asked Shinjun to take care of the adults and children, they leave together. On the way, Luo Lexian asks, Shinjun's father, your son bought a house without telling you? Shin's father shook his head, we just heard about it too. This brat has always been opinionated since he was young, and he tells you about a lot of things only afterwards. But just as you said, Dad, you don't have to worry, our Shinjun would never do anything illegal. Luo Lexian nodded, hoping that was the case. Luo's mother told him about Shinjun's family situation. He had originally thought that the other person had bought the house with the help of his family. Now it seems that there is a big difference. If someone is young enough to buy a house in Nanchang with full payment on their own,
then they must be outstanding. With their own concerns, the group followed Luo's mother to Shanyu Peninsula. When the door was pushed open,
Shen's parents were stunned. The luxurious and exquisite decoration.
The area was also particularly large, estimated to be more than 200 square meters. Although they did not know the house prices in this community, from the entrance of the community and the greenery inside that they saw when they first entered,
the price of the house here must be high. How much did their son have to spend to buy such a big house here? Did he really earn it by speculating in the stock market? The more luxurious the house decoration, the higher the price, the more they doubted. But despite their doubts, Shen's father and Luo Leshan were right about one thing. They believed their child and knew that he would not do anything illegal to make money. On the other hand, Luo Leshan was also deeply shocked. He had originally thought that the house Shenjun had bought was an ordinary 3-bedroom house of more than 100 square meters. Boy, it wasn't until they arrived at the scene that he realized. This is at least 200 square meters or more. A 200 square meter house is an astronomical figure in any city.
Lu's mother had stayed here for a night and knew the area relatively well. After opening the door, she introduced the house, saying that this was the house Shenjun had bought. It was currently selling for 22,000 yuan per square meter, with a rustic interior design style. 2W2 per ping.
Shen's parents' hearts skipped a beat.
My goodness, 2W2 per ping, that's 200 ping of house.
That's 440W.
You can't earn that in a lifetime of hard work in the village.
And their son came up with it all by himself? Incredible, just incredible.
They wouldn't dare dream of doing such a thing. Chapter 26, A Miracle Potion, Discharged from the Hospital. When they went to their room, they saw that there was indeed a property ownership certificate.
How could their son have bought a house for a few million yuan? Shen's parents felt like they were in a daze. Meanwhile, in the hospital ward, after Shen Hongfa and the others had left, the old lady in the next bed, who had been eating melon all day, finally couldn't hold back any longer and asked, "Young man, I didn't realize you weren't married. So Miss Luo has been on her own all this time?"
Upon hearing her words, Luo Rishu's face did not look good. Shenjun had no expression on her face and did not want to deal with her. Seeing that the two were ignoring her, the woman sulked and did not say anything.
Shenjun covered Luo Rishu's quilt lightly and then went over to look at the 3 children.
Luo Rishu's wound on her stomach had not yet healed, so she could only lie flat. She tilted her head to look at Shenjun, who was sitting next to the crib, and scenes from today flashed through her mind. Due to her lack of recovery, Luo Rishu fell asleep without realizing it. The 3 babies were sleeping soundly. The eldest slept on the left, the second in the middle, and the youngest on the right. Leilei's little hand unconsciously rested on her sister's little arm. Shenjun carefully moved it away for fear of pressing on the eldest baby. The children had already met their grandparents. They all liked them very much. Shenjun was very happy in her heart. Ding dong, congratulations to the triplets on being liked by the elders, and you are rewarded with painkiller medicine X3.
Painkiller medicine?
Just as Shenjun was happily looking at the babies, a voice from the system suddenly sounded in her head.
This time the reward is medicine?
Returning to the host, the medicine can quickly relieve wound pain and is suitable for all kinds of wounds. Feeling Shenjun's doubt, the system responded mentally.
It can quickly relieve the pain of any wound.
Shenjun was pleasantly surprised to hear the system's introduction. Luo Rishu's cesarean section wound had not yet healed, and although she had concealed it well in recent days, Shenjun had noticed that her wound was still painful.
She was just holding back her pain. Shenjun planned to find an opportunity to give Luo Rishu a try.
Seeing that Luo Rishu had fallen asleep, Shenjun opened the companion bed and lay down next to her. She was worried about the babies. Now his sleep was very shallow. In the middle of the night, she heard a noise by her ear and thought it was the babies crying. Shenjun reflexively opened her eyes. But when she looked, she saw that the 3 little ones were still sleeping soundly. The noise was coming from Luo Rishu in the bed. She was frowning and making a pained whimpering sound.
Shenjun hurriedly asked with concern, "Rishu, what's wrong? Does something hurt?" Luo Rishu couldn't hold back any longer, and was about to cry in pain. "My stomach hurts.
When I fall asleep, I turn over, so it doesn't pull on the wound. Sigh, it hurts so much, Shenjun, my stomach hurts so much, it hurts more than giving birth to a baby."
Seeing Luo Rishu's painful appearance, Shenjun felt so much pain.
thinking of the painkiller that the system had rewarded him with.
He quickly took it out. Rushu, come on, drink this, and it won't hurt anymore.
After saying that, he opened the cap and handed it to her. The liquid was white and transparent, not unlike ordinary water. Shinjun didn't know if it would work. But at this point, he didn't care. Luo Rushu was probably too dazed from the pain to notice. Without looking closely at what it was, she gulped it down.
The painkiller went down the throat. Shinjun anxiously observed the changes in Luo Rushu's expression. Luo Rushu had no idea what Shinjun had given her to drink. At that moment, she miraculously discovered that the pain in her stomach seemed to be slowly easing. It wasn't as painful as before. Moreover, there was a warm feeling in her abdomen. It was as if a warm current was flowing through her body. As the warm current flowed, the pain from the cesarean section wound gradually decreased until it finally disappeared completely. Feeling the changes in her wound, Lu Ruchu was pleasantly surprised to discover that it didn't hurt at all. It was amazing. It all went away at once. Lu Ruchu said incredulously, Shinjun, I don't seem to be in pain anymore. It's amazing, it hurt so much that my liver was in pain, but now I don't feel anything at all. What did you give me to drink? Seeing that the painkiller was working, Shinjun let out a sigh of relief. Smiling, she said, the painkiller is specifically for postpartum mothers, and I didn't expect it to work so well. Thank you, Shinjun.
It's so deadly when you accidentally pull on the wound while sleeping.
Just now, Luo Rushu thought she was going to die of pain.
But after this incident, Luo Rushu is now afraid to sleep. She is afraid that if she falls asleep, she will accidentally turn over and pull on the wound again. Shinjun holds her hand to comfort her, go to sleep, it won't hurt anymore. If you accidentally pull on it and it hurts, tell me right away, I still have painkillers.
Rushu, I will stay with you, I am here, I won't allow you to hurt anymore. Luo Rushu was amused by his words, what won't allow you to hurt anymore? Are you the boss in the short film, saying that if it doesn't hurt, it really doesn't hurt?
Shinjun smiled, the boss in the short film is not as handsome as me.
Rushu, I'm serious, don't worry, I'll be with you.
Shinjun held her hand, and warmth passed to her. His words seemed to have a magical effect, and Rushu's heart was full of a sense of security. Shinjun held her hand like this until the other person's breathing slowed and they fell asleep, and then he gently withdrew his hand and returned to the bed next to her to continue sleeping.
A new day.
This is the 4th day since the babies were born. The little ones are expected to stay in the hospital with Lu Rushu for a few more days before they can go home. The woman in the next bed was already able to be discharged today. Because her delivery was normal and she had recovered well, the doctor came to inform them that they could be discharged. Before leaving, the woman came to say goodbye to the babies, hugging her daughter. Bye, brothers and sisters, we're going home first. I hope my little sister grows up safe and happy, and I hope you brothers and sisters are also safe and healthy. Holding her little princess, the woman shook her hand and waved to the triplets. The triplets kicked their little feet and smiled at the little one and the woman. Shinjun and Luo Rushu also waved goodbye to them and sent their blessings. The woman smiled as she held her child.
Okay, Mr. Shin, Miss Luo, we'll be going back first.
I wish you peace and harmony, and a long and sweet life together.
Yes, and you too, sister. I hope things go well for you too, and that you have peace and joy.
In the end, the woman left with her little princess in her arms, followed by her husband and mother-in-law. Lu Ruchu felt a surge of envy as she watched the others leave.
When will she be able to leave the hospital?
The doctor had advised her to stay for 7 days before going home, and it was only the 4th day.
Does that mean she has to stay in the hospital for 3 more days before she can go home?
Luo Rushu doesn't like the smell of hospitals, and if it weren't for the children, she would have run home long ago. But fortunately, she is not alone during this hospitalization. There are the triplets, Shinjun, and both sets of parents to keep her company. And before she knows it, 3 days have passed. Today is the day they are discharged from the hospital. The doctor comes to the ward to explain to Shinjun that if her mother feels unwell in any way, she should be brought to the hospital first.
And the babies too, you must always keep an eye on their condition when you get home, whether they are feeding, pooping, or anything else. If you notice anything unusual, you must bring them to the hospital immediately, understand?
Shinjun nodded and signed, and after completing the formalities, Luo Rushu and the babies were finally able to be discharged from the hospital.
Chapter 27, the nanny car is here, and the live broadcast room is once again full of excitement.
Lu Rushu and the babies were discharged from the hospital, and not only were their parents there. He Rao and the people from the TV station were also there. On the joyous day of discharge, He Rao broadcasted the whole thing live. From time to time, the camera would fall on the babies. The netizens in the live broadcast room were excited and screaming, because the triplets that had been born for a week were just too cute. Ding, it has been detected that the babies have been discharged from the hospital, and the nanny car is about to be delivered. The host arrives at the hospital entrance, and the nanny car will be delivered to the host's phone in a reasonable manner. Just as Shinjun finished packing the hospital things, the voice of the system rang in her head.
The nanny car is here?
Shinjun was surprised, it came just in time. Grandma Shin was happier than anyone else that the grandchildren were discharged from the hospital, and told Shinjun, "I'll give you a ride in the car, let's go back by car." Shinjun quickly said, "No need, Mom, I've already arranged the car." Shin's mother just assumed that her son had already arranged for a ride in advance, so she put the phone back and helped the couple carry the children's belongings. The triplets were all in the stroller, and Luo Lishan was pushing them. Luo Risha had difficulty moving around, so Shinjun helped her walk outside. The three children looked curiously left and right in the stroller. Luo Lishan told them that they were going home now. The babies probably couldn't understand, but they were still curious and kept looking. After saying goodbye to the doctors and nurses, they arrived at the hospital entrance.
Shin's mother looked around curiously, and Shinjun, "Where's the car you ordered?"
Shinjun looked around and thought it should be here soon.
Just as she finished answering, she saw a white Toyota Alphard pull up in front of them.
Then a staff member in his 30s in formal attire got out of the car. He came up to Shinjun and said respectfully, "Mr. Shin, the car you ordered is here.
We have taken care of all the formalities for you, and the relevant documents are in the boot. Please check them. If there are no problems, you can take the car."
Shinjun knew that this was the tool person arranged by the system to deliver the car to him. He naturally trusted the system.
After receiving the keys, the person left.
He soon disappeared into the crowd. Shen's mother was stunned by what had happened in front of her. This is the car arranged by her son.
He didn't call a taxi, he just bought one?
Although she didn't recognize the make of the car, just by looking at the shape, she knew that such a high-end car must not be cheap.
"Xiao Jun, what's going on with this car? The man just said you bought it?"
Shen's father and Luo Lishan were both captivated by Shen's mother's words. They were both waiting for his answer. Shinjun answered while unlocking the car door with the key, "Yes, Mom, you heard me right, I bought this car. I'll drive the car to take the babies back later." Both sets of parents were stunned.
Shinjun had bought a nanny car specifically.
Although Shinjun's father didn't know anything about cars, Luo Lishan recognized the make and model of the car.
One of the ceilings of the nanny car. Toyota Alphard. The reference price on the internet starts at 899,000 yuan.
This is the lowest configuration, and the price is even higher if you choose a higher configuration. There is no doubt that Shinjun's car belongs to the high configuration.
The price is definitely much higher than the reference price.
Luo Lishan dares not think about how much Shinjun spent on this car. Meanwhile, the audience in the live broadcast room was also stunned when they saw this scene. They were shocked by Shinjun's wealth and exclaimed,
"Holy cow, Toyota Alpha, my boss has one too. The high-end configuration costs more than 1 million. Nima, Shinjun is so rich, I'm crying. Damn, I'm jealous. If I had one, I'd go out and act like a big shot every day." Wait, didn't Shinjun say he only had 200,000 yuan in savings? Where did he get the money to buy it?
Damn, who cares where he got the money from?
Anyway, such a wealthy man is already taken. Netizens in the live broadcast room were all talking about it. Looking at Shinjun's such a high-end nanny car, they couldn't help but shed tears of jealousy. He Rao was also stunned by Shinjun's operation. He has spent more than 4 million yuan on the house in Shanyu Peninsula. The nanny car in front of him is worth at least 1 million yuan. That's more than 5 million yuan in total.
She had previously worried that he didn't have enough money and would need financial support when times got tough.
But she was wrong.
Not only is he not struggling, he's also super rich.
He Rao was secretly shocked.
After learning about Shinjun's parents, she became even more curious about his wealth. A college student from a rural area with no background is just too much of a foul play. But she hid all these curiosities in her heart.
How could someone else easily tell you how they make money? If it were me, I would definitely hide it very well. After getting the new car, Shinjun went up to feel it. The interior of the car is very high-end and beautiful. I don't know what kind of material it is made of, but it feels great to the touch. There is also a faint fragrance in the cabin, which smells very nice. The space is very large, and it can easily fit everyone. Of course, to fit everyone present, the babies need to be held by adults. The children are not comfortable sitting by themselves, so Luo Mu and the others are not at ease, and they let Shinjun hold them.
Bao can only be held by Luo Mu except for Shinjun and Luo Rushu. Therefore, Luo Mu holds Lulu. Luo Lishan holds the little boat, Jojo, and Shen Mu holds the big one, Debao. Shen Fu sat next to them, amusing them. He Rao rode in a car with the photographer, in a separate car. After the arrangements were made, Shinjun helped Luo Rushu get into the passenger seat. Luo Rushu couldn't believe it and asked, Shinjun, did you purposely buy this car? Shinjun laughed without answering. With it, it will be more convenient to take the babies out in the future. Rushu, I told you that I would let you and the babies live a good life. Come, Your Highness, let's get in the car and go home. Luo Rushu blushed, but obediently got into the car with him. On the way, Luo Lishan and Luo Mu's hearts were not at peace. They were calculating something in their hearts. The house they bought for the full price of more than 4 million yuan, and this car should cost more than 1 million yuan based on its configuration. Together, it's more than 5 million yuan. With so much money, I'm afraid they won't be able to earn this much in their entire working lives. How on earth did Shinjun manage to do this? Is it really that profitable to speculate in the stock market? Shinjun didn't know what they were thinking, and concentrated on driving home. They arrived at Shanyu Peninsula. This was the first time that Luo Rushu and the babies had visited the community. After parking and getting out of the car, Shinjun took the opportunity to familiarize them with the environment. Rushu, this will be our home from now on. When I become rich, I'll get you and the babies a bigger and more comfortable house. Shinjun spoke earnestly. Luo Rushu wanted to say that as long as she could live with her babies, it didn't matter if the house was big or not. But Shinjun wanted to be good to herself and her babies, and she was happy and sweet in her heart. On the other side, hearing Shinjun's sweet remarks, the audience in Hirao's live broadcast room was boiling again. Oh my god, Shinjun, this man, I love him. He's not satisfied with a house of more than 200 square meters, what does he want from heaven? Chapter 28, The Subjugated Hirao, Luo Muchi. They are both college students, and Shinjun is simply a winner in life. It's so showy. It's hard not to be jealous. Hirao is a person of measure, and in order not to affect the lives of Luo Rushu and the two of them, she turned off the live broadcast as soon as she arrived home. Opening the door, the warm and luxurious decor appeared before her. Although she had seen it in the live broadcast room, being in it, Luo Rushu felt that the effect was much stronger than in the live broadcast room. What a beautiful house! Shinjun gave Lu Ruchu a brief tour, and then introduced her, saying, Ruchu, this is the master bedroom, where you and your babies will live in the future. Today is the day that Lu Ruchu and her babies are discharged from the hospital and come home. Lu's mother and a few others have specially decorated the room. Shinjun noticed that there are many cute elements in the house. They are all things that children like, which are cute and full of vitality. The little ones have been in the hospital since they were born. Now they have just arrived home, in an unfamiliar environment, they soon began to cry anxiously. Luomu and the others quickly coaxed them, don't cry, babies, this is your home. After returning from the hospital, the babies will stay at home with their parents from now on. This is the babies' home, and their grandparents will accompany them. Look, here are your parents. Wow, whose bed is this? It's the baby's bed, it's really pretty. The master bedroom has a very beautiful crib, big enough for all three babies to sleep together. Luomu didn't know if it was a system bonus when the house was awarded, or if it was a matching set. She thought Shinjun bought it. She always thought the other person had good taste. The babies should really like this crib. Leilei's eyes followed Luomu's finger and saw the beautiful crib. The crying gradually subsided, and his eyes blinked as he stared at the crib. Luomu was pleasantly surprised to see that it worked, so she quickly asked Shinmu to bring the twins over. A miraculous thing happened. When the twins saw the crib, they seemed to understand that it was their crib. Their crying gradually subsided. Luomu and the others wiped the babies' faces and placed them in the crib to experience it for themselves and observe their reactions. Seeing that the babies were being taken care of by their parents, Shinjun helped Lu Rusha get into bed. Seeing that it was almost lunchtime, she prepared to go to the kitchen to cook. Hirao went with the photographer to help him. The two of them had the same goal, and they would go back to the TV station after lunch. Shinjun was also very polite, and she had gotten along quite well with the two of them these past few days. Plus, Luo Rushu was the one they took to the hospital, so Shinjun was truly grateful to them. There were also specialty products brought by Luo's mother in the refrigerator, in addition to many dishes suitable for the new mother to eat. I don't know if Luo's mother bought them or Shin's mother bought them. Luo Rushu's recipes are different from theirs. First, she cooks for her, and then she cooks for Shin's mother and the others. It's starting to smell delicious. Shinjun, who is naturally talented, cooks very quickly. It's dazzling. In the room, Luo Lixian hears movement in the kitchen. He comes to the door and looks. The next second, he is stunned. He sees Shinjun standing in front of the stove, cooking with nimble hands and feet. The movements are fluid and graceful, and they are done in one go. No way, this guy can cook? And it looks delicious. Since he came to Nanchang, Shinjun's parents have also come. With the help of both sets of parents, Shinjun hasn't cooked in a few days. Therefore, Luo Lixian didn't know that Shinjun could cook. Looking at the previous scene, Luo Lixian secretly thought, judging from the situation. Luo's mother didn't know when she had also arrived outside the kitchen. Looking at Shinjun's busy figure, she couldn't help but say, this kid can cook delicious food. You try it later. Luo Lixian shrugged, a kid in his early 20s, how good can his cooking be? I've been cooking for 30 years, how can he compare to me? Seeing his wife praising Shinjun in front of him, Luo Lixian suddenly felt dissatisfied. Although his own cooking and chopping vegetables were not as cool as Shinjun's. But the taste is another matter. Luo's mother didn't want to discourage him, but you'll see. As time passed, the smell from the kitchen became more and more fragrant. Hirao and the photographer kept swallowing their saliva. The two of them sighed. Shinjun, are you really not considering opening a restaurant in the future? Open one in the future, I'll go every day to support it, and I can also help you promote it online. As long as you open it, with your cooking skills, it will definitely be a hit. Hirao once again had an idea to persuade Shinjun to open a restaurant. That way, she could eat his food every day with a good conscience. Outside the door, she heard Hirao's words. Luomu was tempted. Hirao was the host of Nanchang TV and was quite popular with the locals. If she really promoted Shinjun, she believed that the restaurant's business would definitely not be bad. She felt that the other person's proposal was well worth considering. As a mother, she wants the best for her daughter. If Shinjun opens a restaurant in the future, she will make a lot of money if it does well. In this way, her daughter and her babies will naturally live better and better. However, she has no idea what Shinjun is actually thinking. In this situation, she can't say anything. She just jotted down Hirao's proposal. Finally, after Hirao and the photographer had been waiting for almost 20 minutes, the last dish was finally finished. First, Luo Rishu's dish was served. Hirao couldn't wait any longer and said, I'll help. I'll clear the table. The photographer also excitedly went up to help. Soon, the table was full of exquisite delicacies. They were beautiful to look at and delicious to taste. Hirao told the photographer to quickly record a video to be included in the show. Luo Rishu had not yet fully recovered, so Hirao was afraid of pulling on her wound. Shinjun planned to take the food back to her room to feed her. After setting her food aside, Shinjun said to Shin's mother and the others, parents, uncles and aunts, you go ahead and eat. I'll feed Ru Chu. Lu's mother nodded, okay, go ahead. Shinjun nodded and continued, you two just help yourselves. Don't be shy. If there's not enough, I'll cook some more. Hirao laughed, you said it. We won't be shy then. Shinjun laughed and nodded. After he returned to the room with the dishes, the 6 people outside sat down. Hirao was a generous person and didn't bother to be polite with the others. She picked up her chopsticks and started to eat, her face full of enjoyment and ecstasy. Uncle Luo, you guys eat quickly too. Shinjun's cooking is really, really delicious. Those 5-star chefs are nowhere near as good as him. Uncle and Auntie Shun, you're amazing. Shinjun must have learned his cooking skills from you, it's so impressive. By the way, can you persuade him to open a restaurant in Nanchang? I'll take the TV station to promote it for him, and business is guaranteed to be good.
Mom, every time I eat Shinjun's food, I have the urge to cry. It's so delicious that it makes you cry. In order to be able to eat Shinjun's food often, she started working on Shin's parents again. Chapter 29, shocked Luo Luxian, is Shinjun the god of cookery? The photographer agrees with her. He also praises Shinjun's cooking, saying it is delicious, and that after traveling all over the world for so many years doing the show, this is the first time he has tasted such delicious food. If Shinjun opens a restaurant, I will help him promote it online by making videos for free. The two are about to praise Shinjun to the heavens. Luo Luxian thinks to himself, this is too exaggerated. It would be hypocritical to keep on praising him like that. However, as soon as he took the first bite, his pupils shrank. Delicious, absolutely delicious. Tasty, extremely tasty. Could this really be a meal from the mortal world? All the delicious food he had eaten before was rubbish in comparison to the dish in front of him. His mother gave him a look. So, it was delicious, wasn't it? Luo Luxian gave a vague nod and continued eating. If he were to say it was delicious in public, it would be so embarrassing. Luomu gave a derisive smile and didn't care about his stubbornness. While eating, she said to Shin's parents, Shinjun, Mom and Dad, you must have taught him well if he's such a good cook. He's amazing. Maybe he'll really become the most popular chef in Nanchang in the future. Shin's parents pursed their lips, not knowing how to respond. What's going on? Although the food that their son has cooked tastes okay, it's not that exaggerated. With a puzzled heart, the two of them picked up a piece of meat and ate it. Their expressions were very consistent. Shocked. Is this still the food that their son has cooked? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, the couple wouldn't have believed it was real. How do I describe it? Just one bite, it's so delicious that it can make a person feel like floating in the sky. Once you eat it, you want to have a second bite, and you just can't stop. Oh my, it's so delicious. Hira was right when she told the photographer that if her son ever opened a restaurant, it would be very successful. With this kind of cooking, it wouldn't be hard to make a lot of money. There's no need to worry about not having enough money to raise the babies. Shinjun's cooking completely changed Luo Luxian's definition of delicious food. He couldn't stop eating bite after bite. Now he understood the expression on Hirao and the others' faces. It wasn't an exaggeration. I was just too young and inexperienced. In the master bedroom, Luo Rushu also ate with relish. My God, Shinjun's cooking, no matter how many times you eat it, you never get tired of it. Eating the food he fed her, Luo Rushu felt like the happiest woman in the world. Shinjun's movements were very gentle. After they finished eating, he wiped the corners of her mouth clean. With a bright smile, he said, when you get tired later, you can go to sleep, I'll take care of the kids. Luo Rushu nodded. After she had eaten, she touched her stomach and said awkwardly, well, Shinjun, I want to go to the bathroom. Shinjun quickly helped her up. The house that the system rewarded them with was a high-end one, and the bathrooms were all nicely decorated. The bathroom was very large, with a smart toilet and a squat toilet, and the design was very thoughtful. Luo Rushu had always used a squat toilet before, but she was afraid of tearing her wound, so she used a smart toilet for the first time. Well, the effect was quite strange. It was much more convenient than when she was in the hospital. After a few days of getting along with Shinjun around, Lu Ruchu no longer felt awkward going to the bathroom. The bed in the master bedroom was very soft and comfortable, and she couldn't help but feel drowsy as soon as she lay down. Plus, Lu Ruchu had just eaten, so with the double boost she quickly drifted off to sleep. Shinjun came to the crib to see the babies. At first, the three little ones would play by themselves, but when they saw their father, they played while looking at him. Shinjun would wait for them to give a signal and then hold out a finger to interact with them. The little ones would instinctively grab his finger. Now the babies don't have much strength, so they can only hold their father's hand lightly. Whenever this happens, Shinjun will praise them. Recalling what the doctor said when they were discharged from the hospital, Shinjun plans to give the babies a bath this afternoon when they wake up. Shinjun interacted with the babies for a while. After they fell asleep, he went out to have lunch. Hira was waiting for him outside with the photographer. He didn't leave until he finished his work and said goodbye to him in person. Before he left, the other party kept urging him to consider opening a hotel. If there is a problem with funding, they can invest money. Shinjun smiled and said that he would talk about it after he finished his work for the time being. After Shinjun finished eating, while Luo Mu and his wife were resting, Shinjun's parents pulled him aside. In a serious tone, they asked, "Tell us the truth, did you really make all this money from stock speculation?" Shinjun nodded seriously, "Yes, stock speculation is risky, but the profits are also high. My son is lucky and earned it." Shinjun's mother frowned, "And the nanny car?" "Yes, all earned from stock speculation." "Really? You're not lying to us?" Shinjun's mother looked at him suspiciously. "Mom, I'm telling the truth. When have I ever lied to you? Have you seen many people get rich overnight from stock speculation on the internet? Your son is one of those lucky people."
Shinjun knew his parents were skeptical, but he still insisted with a stiff upper lip.
Okay, we believe you.
But promise me, whether you made it from stock speculation or some other way, the rewards are great but so are the risks.
Don't speculate anymore, okay? You have to stop in time.
You have to take care of Ruichuan and the 3 children now.
You are no longer alone, and you have responsibilities. You must think of them first, no matter what you do.
Shinjun's mother didn't believe that he had made his money from stock speculation, but she still gave him a heartfelt warning.
She told him not to take risks. If he loses everything one day, what will happen to the children?
Shinjun knew that she was only looking out for his best interests.
"Mom, I know, I've already quit the market.
I will take good care of the children, don't worry, I won't do anything risky."
Shun's mother was not at ease.
"Swear to me, if you are still trading stocks and engaging in risky investments, I will be hit by a car when I go out." Shinjun changed color. "Mom, you are too harsh, swearing by your safety."
Shun's mother's face was cold. "I want you to promise, swear right now, otherwise your father and I will not feel at ease."
Shinjun has been filial since he was a child. Whenever he disobeyed her, his mother would say that if he didn't listen in the future, she would lose her son. Every time his mother said this, Shinjun never made the same mistake again. He didn't want to make his mother worry about him anymore, and he didn't want to lose her. This tactic was most effective on Shinjun when he was young, but he didn't expect his mother to still use it when he grew up. Seeing that his mother was adamant, Shinjun had no choice but to compromise. "Mom, I promise you that I will never speculate in the stock market again, and I will not make risky investments. I will live a stable life and take care of the children." Shun's mother smiled contentedly. Forcing Shinjun to make a promise, Shun's mother was also a way out of a dilemma. If their family was rich and could be a support for their son, no matter what he did, Shun's father and mother would support him. But the truth was that the couple was not very capable and could not earn much money throughout the year. The children of ordinary families have almost no cost of trial and error. What's more, her son has become a father. Now that he has a house and a car, his conditions are already very good, and she doesn't want anything to go wrong.
Chapter 30. It's time to start washing the fragrant clothes.
With Shinjun's promise, Shun's mother was relieved. Then she took out a black plastic bag from her backpack and handed it to him. Seeing the bag, Shinjun didn't need to guess what was inside. He quickly waved his hand. "Mom, I can't take it, I have my own money." Shun's mother didn't listen and thrust it into his hands. "It's your business if you have money, but this is the money your father and I have saved. Just take it. Here is 100,000 yuan in cash, and another 100,000 in the passbook savings account. Your father and I will go to the bank to withdraw it for you when we have time. Over the years, apart from paying for your education, your father and I have saved more than 200,000 yuan. It's not much, but it's our heart's desire. We are not very capable, and this is all we can do for you." Shin's parents were never angry when their son had children and became a father. They were only happy and gratified. Shinjun knew how much his parents had suffered to save up this money over the years. "Mom, you take it back, this money is for your and Dad's retirement, I can't take it." Shun's mother was angry. "Take it. If you don't want it, you're not my son. Besides, this money is not just for you. Your father and I can't be there for the kids and Ruichu all the time. Take the money and buy them things from time to time as a gift from us." Shinjun's father and mother's tone was not one to be refused. Shinjun knew that if he didn't accept, his parents would be unhappy. He could only accept the money. "I'll take it for now, but, Mom, I don't want the money in the passbook, you keep it. I have enough money for now, and if I really run out of money one day, I'll ask you for it. You're giving it all to me at once, what if I get it right? You know I'm sometimes forgetful." Shun's mother knows this is just an excuse. Seeing that he has accepted the cash, she does not insist further. "Then I'll keep it for you. If you need money in the future, just tell me.
Okay, thanks, Mom. You're so good to me.
Shin's mother gave him a look, so mushy. At this time, Shin's father suddenly asked, Hirao suggested that you open a restaurant in the future.
What do you think? Since eating his son's meal, Hirao's proposal has been lingering in his mind. He thinks it's feasible.
With his son's current cooking skills, coupled with the help of the TV station to promote it, the restaurant will definitely be very popular after it opens. It's just that Shin's father has never done business before and doesn't know how much it will cost to open a restaurant in Nanchang.
Hirao said that if there are any financial difficulties, she can invest in the business. What do you think?
When it comes to her son's future, Shin's mother is also very concerned. If her son plans to open a restaurant, she will give him the money in her savings account as startup capital.
If that's not enough, she can go home and borrow from her relatives. Shin Jun has also thought about opening a restaurant.
With the talent bestowed upon him by the system, the food he makes can be called delicious, and he is not worried about poor business.
It's just that it's not the right time yet.
Shin Jun confided in the two of them, Mom and Dad, I've also thought about opening a restaurant, but I've been busy lately taking care of the babies in Ruchu, so I don't have much time.
I'll probably open one when I have more free time. If I get too busy and need help, I'll need you to come over and help.
Shin Jun's father raised a smile and said, Okay, since you have this idea, you can make the arrangements.
Do you want your mother and I to hire a nanny to help take care of the baby?
A good nanny in Nanchang will cost about 10,000 yuan a month. Although they don't have much money, they can still afford to hire a nanny for a month or two for their son. The first month or two after the baby is born is the hardest time, but after that it will get a lot easier. Shin Jun shook his head and said, Dad, you don't need to hire a nanny for me.
I want to take care of the baby myself. When Shu was pregnant, I wasn't able to be there for her.
Now that they've been born, I want to raise them myself and be there for them all the time. The couple felt their son's emotions and nodded. Then Shin's mother added, Auntie, if you don't want to, I can stay and help you raise them. Your father can take care of the work in the village by himself. Shin Jun laughed and said, Mom, no need. I can take care of Rushu and the baby by myself. You and Dad just rest well, and don't work when you go back.
When I become rich, I'll support you.
The couple laughed, and in their eyes their son was already very successful. He had bought a house for over 4 million yuan and a car for over 1 million yuan. The most important thing was that they had a pair of adorable triplets. As long as they could continue to do well, the old couple would be satisfied, and they did not expect their son to be rich.
After Shin's parents left, Shin Jun put the money away. He was not going to spend it, and would give it back to them in a while. This was the first day the children had come home. The babies slept until 4 p.m. After they woke up and were fed, the little ones looked around energetically in their grandparents' arms. Seeing that the weather outside was nice and sunny, it was the perfect time for a bath. Shin Jun prepared the children's bathing supplies. For example, a baby bathtub, small towels, small clothes, baby shampoo and body wash, a thermometer, etc. While they were in the hospital, the nurses bathed them, but now that they are home, the parents need to do it. This is Shin Jun's first time bathing the children, and his heart is pounding with nervousness. He watches the tutorials on TikTok over and over again, and then asks his parents and Luo's parents for advice. After nearly an hour of preparation, the baby bathing project is finally about to start. In the room, Luo Rusha looks at Shin Jun expectantly, and I also want to go. And watch the children's first bath after they come home, she doesn't want to miss it. Shin Jun nodded, okay, but you have to be careful. Try not to squat down, I'll wash the kids. Luo Rushu's eyebrows curved up, I know, I'm recovering really well now, I can walk on my own already, don't worry. With both parents nearby, Luo Rushu said to let him concentrate on bathing the children. After the bathing supplies were all ready, Shin Jun started to fill the tub with hot water. The water temperature for bathing newborns requires extra attention. In summer, the temperature can be controlled at 35-36 degrees. In winter, it can be controlled at 38-40 degrees. So, which baby should be bathed first? Shin Jun's gaze falls on her eldest daughter, Yan Yan, and she says with a smile, Yan Yan, you're the eldest, how about you be the first one to be bathed, so you can set a good example for your younger brothers and sisters? The little one doesn't understand, but she knows that her father is talking. She turns her head to the side and gives him a milk-smiling smile. Shin Jun's heart melts. She carefully picks up the little cutie and takes off her little clothes.
It's uncomfortable when taking off her clothes, and the little princess resists by waving her little hands. Fortunately, Shinjun is quick and deft, coaxing and undressing at the same time, and soon it's just the diaper left.
Yen Yen, Daddy is going to wash you and make you smell nice, are you happy? Chapter 31, The Differences Between Human Babies. The baby, a week old, has grown quite a bit. The little one doesn't know what's going to happen next.
With her little naked body, she looks at her father with confusion.
Shinjun doesn't put the baby in the water all at once.
Instead, he first feels the water temperature with his hand, and only after he feels that it's the right temperature does he gently hold the baby and slide her bottom and backside slightly on the water's surface. Then slowly she put her little feet in the bathtub.
At the hospital, the nurses bathed the babies.
The nurses were very experienced, and Shinjun could not compare with them. The way they bathed the babies was also different. She put Yen Yen's feet in the water, and then her legs. Shinjun noticed that her daughter was a little resistant, wriggling her little body and covering her hands, with an unhappy expression. It was the first time bathing her baby, so his movements were very gentle. Luomu reminds her from the side to cover the baby's tummy with a small square towel to prevent him from catching a cold.
Shinjun nods and puts the pink small square towel on her eldest son's delicate tummy. The little princess is unhappy when she sees something new on her tummy.
Shinjun gently distracts her attention. Dabeo, the thing on your tummy is a small square towel.
Look, it's pink, isn't it cute?
The baby is so cute, of course it deserves the cutest handkerchief. The colors of the brothers are different from yours, and Yen Yan's is the cutest. Every time an adult speaks, the baby subconsciously listens and thinks about what they are saying. Yen Yen, who was still resisting with his meager strength, was quickly distracted by his words.
Shinjun took this opportunity to wash the little cutie's face.
Following the method taught by Luomu, she supported the baby's neck and little head with one hand. With the other hand, she gently wipes Dabao's eyes with a small, damp towel. Eyes, ears and nose are the most vulnerable places on a baby.
There is a certain way to wash them. Luomu watches and guides her, keeping the technique in an S shape.
That's right, in addition to the S shape, the 3 shape is also fine. First wash the little face, then the ears and around the nose. Dabao grunts uncomfortably when her ears and nose are being sucked.
It looked like she was about to cry, so Luo Rusha quickly took out a toy to distract her. Yen Yen, what do you see? It's a little yellow duck. Isn't it cute?
Little yellow duck, 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 duck.
Luo Rusha cooed while imitating the duck, and it was really cute.
Dabeo was indeed attracted by the little yellow duck, and held out her chubby little hand to show that she wanted it.
So Luo's mother holds the ducky in her hand and lets her feel it.
Luo's mother interacts with her while praising her. Wow, Yen Yen is such a good girl in the bath, and you smell so sweet.
Yen Yen's hair is so pretty, can I touch it?
Shinjun receives the signal and wets a small towel to apply baby shampoo to Dabao's hair.
The fontanelle of newborns is very fragile.
Fortunately, Shinjun has not kept her fingernails long, so she gently soaks them with the shampoo. The shampoo for babies is specially formulated and very different from that for adults.
It has a milky fragrance. So far, Big Bao has behaved very well and has not cried.
After applying the shampoo, Shinjun covers Yen Yan's ears with her fingers to prevent water from entering her ears when rinsing her hair. After washing her hair, she moved on to her neck, arms, and legs. Dabeo seemed to have adapted to the feeling of being in the water, and her grandmother was also using toys to entertain her.
The little princess looked like she was enjoying herself.
Shinjun let out a sigh of relief and was able to wash her daughter with peace of mind.
After washing, Shinjun quickly used a large bath towel to dry the baby.
Then Shin's mother handed her a bottle of massage oil. Shinjun placed the little one on the prepared countertop and gave her a full body massage. After applying a layer of baby lotion, rubbing in the nappy cream, and finally putting on the nappy, she was done.
A fresh, fragrant little baby was ready.
Oops, our first child is all washed and fragrant, a little princess.
Shinjun couldn't stop hugging her first child.
As the old people say, cold starts from the feet, so after putting on Xiaobao's little clothes, Shinjun puts on her little socks.
After Yen Yen is washed, Shinjun hands her over to Luo Mu.
With the experience of washing Xiaobao, Shinjun feels that she should be much more skilled when washing Erbao and Sanbao. Her gaze falls on the 2 little ones.
Which one should be washed first?
While her sister was taking a bath earlier, the 2 little ones were observing. They waved their little arms as if to say hello when they saw their father looking at them.
Shinjun smiled.
After their sister had finished bathing, it was time for the second child to bathe.
Jojo, after your brother has finished, Daddy will bathe you, Shinjun said.
The third child, Sanbao, gave a cute smile, which Shinjun took as a sign of agreement.
The water in the bathtub was drained.
After the water had been drained, it was refilled. The second child, who had just been happy, suddenly became unhappy when he touched the water. He struggled even more than his sister. As soon as his feet touched the water, he started to cry, and he cried loudly.
Shinjun held him firmly and soothed him. My little darling, you don't want to wash and smell nice? If you don't wash and smell nice, you'll stink. And if you stink, you won't be cute. We have to be a cute baby who smells nice, okay? Lele said, No, I don't want to listen to you, stinky daddy. I don't want to take a bath. Erbao didn't listen to Shinjun at all, crying loudly on his own. Luo Lixian, who was standing nearby, saw his grandson's face turn purple from crying, and his heart nearly broke.
Shinjun felt strange. When they were in the hospital, the nurse washed Erbao, and the little guy clearly seemed to be enjoying it.
Why is there such a big difference when it's his turn?
Usually Erbao cries a lot, and Shinjun was afraid that the little guy would pass out from crying.
Shinjun quickly sped up. She quickly finished washing him, gave him a final soothing massage, applied nappy cream, put on a nappy and changed into fresh clothes. After she had finished tidying up, Lulu was still crying loudly. It was not until Luomu took him into the living room and soothed him that the little crybaby's cries gradually stopped. It seems that I am still too young.
I thought that after washing the eldest child, I would have gained experience and the second and third children would be easy to wash. I did not expect Lulu to hit him in the face so soon.
After pouring and changing the water,
Shinjun's gaze fell on the third child, Juju, and told his father, Tell me, what kind of baby are you?
Will you cry when you're washed?
Shinjun added to the drama again. How could the third child understand what he said when he was so young? He picked up Juju and started to undress him while talking to him.
Third child, you're the youngest, your daddy's little cotton padded jacket, right? It feels really good to have a bath, so Sanbao, promise daddy, okay?
Be a good boy and turn into a sweet, little, smelly cutie. Jojo's big, grape-like eyes looked curiously at his father. The little one's eyes seemed to be trying to understand what his father meant. After getting ready, Shinjun slowly lowered Xiaobao into the water, following the previous steps. To his surprise, Xiaobao didn't resist at all, but instead had a very comfortable expression.
Chapter 32, A Super Reward, The First Night Back Home.
Xiaobao had a contented expression while taking his bath, and was surprisingly well behaved. Shinjun was surprised, and splashed water on his little tummy. The little guy responded by happily slapping the water. This scene made Shen's mother and everyone else smile cutely. Shen's mother said with a smile, I'm afraid that when Xiaobao grows up, he won't be a strong swimmer. It's much more effortless to wash Sanbao than Debao or Erbao. After washing, Shinjun lifted his youngest son out of the bathtub and dressed him. The little one instinctively slid his two small hands.
Is he paddling?
Shinjun said to him in a self-addressed manner, and waited until later to give him another bath. The house that the system rewards comes with 2 balconies with a view. The birdsong and flowers, the sunshine and treetops, the view outside is very beautiful after the little ones have had their bath. Luomu put the stroller on the balcony and then carried the 3 little grandchildren over to get some sun. Luoruchu had been in the hospital before and also needed some sun.
Luomu called her over as well, so that they could all photosynthesize together with the little ones.
Ding, congratulations to the host for bathing the babies, you are rewarded with a set of shops in Wanda Plaza, Jiangnan District, and 10,000 yuan in cash. While the babies were basking in the sun, the system's voice rang in Shinjun's head. Bathing the babies has resulted in 2 rewards.
10,000 yuan in cash. And a shop. And it's in the Wanda Plaza in Jiangnan District. This is one of the most prosperous shopping districts in the city. Every day there is a huge flow of people, locals, and tourists. Shinjun felt so happy. If he opens a shop there in the future, his business will surely take off. The flow of people is high, and the most important thing is that the shop is his own, so there is no rent to pay, which means he can save a lot of money every month. Calming his excitement, he plans to go take a look sometime in the future when he has some free time. After Luo Rishu and the children returned, the house became much livelier. There were the sounds of the babies laughing and crying, and there were also the smiles of Shen's mother and the others. Time passed without them noticing, and it was evening. It was time for bed. Soon after finishing their milk,
the triplets fell asleep in their cribs, snoring. Shinjun covers the little ones up. As he is about to leave the master bedroom, Shin's mother stops him.
Frowning, she says, "Where are you going? You can't just leave Ruichu and the babies alone. What if the babies kick the covers off at night? What if they catch a cold and no one is there to look after them? And Ruichu hasn't recovered yet. If she gets up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, who will help her?" Shinjun is at a loss for words when he hears his mother's words. She looked at Luo Rushu for her opinion. When they were in the hospital, Luo Rushu didn't feel any psychological burden because Shinjun slept in the bed with him at night. Now that they were back home, the bed was no longer shared, and it was still a private space. Shinjun stayed behind to take care of them, and the two of them could only sleep in the same bed. Luo Rushu knew that Shinjun was taking care of her, and after hesitating for a while, she said to him, "You stay and sleep. I and the babies need you. If you're not here, I can't take care of the babies in my condition, and I also need your care." When she spoke, she didn't dare to look at Shinjun. Her ears were red, probably because she was shy. Shinjun was surprised. "Okay, then I'll stay and take care of you and the babies from now on." He could feel that Luo Rushu was gradually accepting him, which made him very happy. Seeing Luo Rishu's consent and a happy smile in Shin's mother's eyes, "That's right, you get along well, get to know each other, don't act like strangers." Shinjun and Luo Rushu blushed. The way they get along is indeed very polite, giving the impression that they are not very familiar. Seeing that their daughter has agreed, Luo's parents are also saying something. Before leaving, they instructed Shinjun to take care of them at night. If there is anything they can't handle, they should call them immediately. Back in the guest room, Luo Luxian sat on the bed, lost in his thoughts. After a while, he asked, "Kiki, what do you think of Shinjun?" Luo's mother took out the facial cleanser and prepared to take a bath. Hearing Luo Luxian's words, she stopped what she was doing and said, "At first, I thought this kid was unreliable. But after getting to know each other over this period of time, I found that Shinjun is a very nice kid. In terms of appearance, he is a good match for our daughter. He can take care of people and cook. At a young age, he bought a house and a car in Nanchang on his own, which is not something that ordinary people can do. His parents are also quite nice to Ruichu. Although their family is from the countryside, our daughter doesn't have to go back to the village with them in the future. For now, I think Shinjun is not a bad kid. At the same age, most college students are still studying at school. I guess they don't really understand the ways of the world, let alone taking care of adults and children. Except for the first time Shinjun went live, when Luo's mother didn't have a good impression of her. Now she feels quite good about him in every way. Plus the other parents' fondness for their daughter and grandchildren, Luo's mother is willing to let them get together. This is what she thinks in her heart. Seeing Luo Luxian asking herself, she asked in return, "What do you think of him?" Luo Luxian leaned back on the bed, looked at the ceiling, and said, "So. You can tell that he is genuinely fond of Ru Chu and the grandchildren. I'm also quite satisfied with the attitude of his parents. But what?" The other person didn't say the rest of the sentence. Luomu smiled, knowing that her husband had more to say. The other person is still angry that his daughter got pregnant without telling him. He can't say these things to his daughter to her face, so he's sulking when he gets home. Besides, he has raised their daughter all by himself, and now she's suddenly having a baby with another man. It's no wonder he's upset. Luomu understands her husband. There are some things she can't say no matter how much she talks, and he can only reconcile with himself. Time will heal everything. Meanwhile, in the master bedroom, with someone else nearby, Lu Ru's heart was beating fast, and even though she was sleepy, she still couldn't sleep a bit. Shinjun seemed to sense her nervousness and got up, pretending to say, "I'm not sleepy yet. I want to watch the babies for a while, so you go to sleep first." Luo Rushu let out a long breath. Good. She knew that Shinjun had got up for her. The other person had been tired enough taking care of herself and the babies for a while, and now she was still thinking about her. Luo Rushu was full of emotion, scolding herself for being so weak while seizing the moment to fall asleep quickly. That way, Shinjun could come back to bed sooner. The room was lit by a night light. Shinjun sat quietly by the crib, his gaze tenderly on the three little cuties. Luo Rushu tilted his head to see this scene in the light. The interplay of light and shadow, Shinjun's tender gaze, it was as if he were a god. Luo Rushu stared at his profile. Seeing this before going to sleep, he was so happy. Shinjun didn't know that Luo Rushu was looking at him.
At the moment, his gaze fell on the three adorable little ones.
Dabao and Xiaobao were sleeping peacefully. Erbo was also naughty when asleep, kicking the quilt. Chapter 33. On the first night, the new father is busy and flustered. Babies don't need to wear socks when they sleep. Erbao's little feet are exposed outside the quilt, pink and tender, and you can't help but want to take a bite.
Shinjun gently covers him with the quilt.
But the next second, the little guy kicks again. Shinjun covered him again.
Fortunately, Erba was still a good boy, and after observing him for 5 or 6 minutes, Shinjun did not see him kicking the quilt again.
It was hard to get enough of such a cute child.
After an unknown period of time, the sound of Luo Rishu's even breathing came from the bed.
Shinjun yawned and tiptoed back to the bed, slowly lying down.
A faint fragrance came from her side. Shinjun wondered if it was the fragrance that Luo Rishu brought with her, because she didn't spray perfume. Since the birth of her children, she has had to take care of them every day.
Soon after lying down, Shinjun fell into a drowsy sleep.
During the night, she heard the crying of her children. Shinjun got up and saw that all 3 babies were crying.
She checked them one by one.
They had not pooped or peed, so they must be hungry.
Shinjun went to the cribs and cooed softly, "Daddy is here. Are you hungry? Just a moment, Daddy will prepare food for you."
He coaxes them while starting to prepare the formula. All 3 babies cry at the same time, so he can't decide which one to feed first. Shinjun decides to hold 1 bottle in each hand and feed 2 babies at the same time.
Just as he comes back from preparing the formula, Luo Rishu wakes up groggily. "The babies are crying, aren't they? Bring the baby over, I'll feed him."
Shinjun looks over and sees that help has arrived. He quickly takes the baby who is crying the loudest into her arms. The little one smells her mother's familiar scent and arches her back in her arms. She quickly finds the position of the milk and starts to eat with a satisfied grunt. The second and third babies, who were crying because they smelled the milk, suddenly increased their volume, as if they were singing a duet. Shinjun quickly puts the nipple in their mouths. Yen Yen and Lulu instinctively know that they can eat dry rice, and soon their cries disappear and they start to eat.
Dabao has a lot of character. After a few bites, he stops to cry again, his little face is so pitiful and funny.
Shinjun slowly feeds him from 1 bottle in each hand.
The baby's stomachs are still very small, so they can't eat much. Before long, Yen Yen and Lele are full.
She removes the bottles and goes to the bed to see that Xiaobao has already fallen asleep in Luo Rishu's arms after eating. In their mother's arms, they are surrounded by familiar smells and feel completely secure, so they fall asleep quickly.
Shinjun carefully carries him away. Luo Rishu rubs his eyes and asks, "How are the first and second babies?"
Shinjun replies, holding baby boy in his arms, "Yen Yen and Lulu have already eaten.
I'll give them a little burp in a little while." "Good, you've worked hard." Shinjun shakes his head and says, "It's not hard work. Taking care of her children is her joy." She puts her full and happy baby back in the cot and burps the older 2.
The 2 little ones are sleepy after eating and burping, and fall asleep one after the other. In the middle of the night, Shinjun hears her children crying again.
This time, it's because they need to poop.
She gets up to change their diapers. When she goes back to bed, it's already past 5 o'clock.
A new day.
When Shinjun got up to prepare breakfast in the kitchen, she found that her mother had already made it for them. She had specially made red bean and black rice porridge, a stragulous chicken soup and a stragulous lamb soup for Luo Rishu. These are specially made to nourish her blood and replenish her energy.
Seeing her son come into the kitchen,
Shun's mother shared some of her experiences with him. To replenish the blood and energy of a woman in childbirth, you can eat black-boned chicken, beef, lamb, eel, red dates, yam, and milk vetch root. Foods that can supplement calcium include milk, yogurt, black sesame seeds, tofu, mustard greens, dried shrimp, etc. Shinjun nodded as he took notes, while taking a bite of his mother's dish with his chopsticks.
The next second, he was hit on the hand by her. Then she gave her a dirty look, saying, "Starving to death, are you? You're always eating first thing in the morning. How were the babies last night? Were they crying?"
She thought she heard the babies crying last night, but the house is so soundproof.
She only heard a little bit of it. The babies are fine. They cry when they're hungry and when they have to poop. Mom, when Bao Bao is hungry, he cries louder than Dao Bao and Bao.
Shun's mother laughed, saying, "You're just like when you were a child. You were a crybaby too, and you cried so loudly that you were famous throughout the village."
If anyone asked who the biggest crybaby in the village was, they would definitely say it was you. Hearing her mother talk about her childhood, Shinjun couldn't help but laugh. Although he couldn't remember anything from his childhood, every time his parents talked about it. Seeing their happy smiles, Shinjun was also amused by his childhood self. Shin's mother sighed, "The little guy who cried in my arms has now become a father. Time really flies." Shinjun also said, "Yes, it's gone so fast. Mom, I'll take care of the babies, and you, I'll take care of you and Dad." Shin's mother didn't give him a good look, but her heart was warm. "I won't ask you to support us in our old age, just take care of my grandchildren and run a good family." "Mom, I understand." Shinfu and Luo Lucian were chatting in the living room. They saw the mother and son chatting in the kitchen and didn't bother them. Today is the second day after discharge from the hospital. Luo Rishu has recovered quite well. After a simple wash, Shinjun helped her to the living room for breakfast. The doctor said that after returning home, she should walk around often and not stay in her room all the time. Seeing Luo Rishu come out, Shin's mother quickly came forward to greet her. "Ru Chu, you're awake. How did you sleep last night? You must be hungry. Here, I've made you something delicious. Let's see if it's to your liking." "I slept very well, thank you, Auntie." Ru Chu responded with a smile, in the face of her mother-in-law's enthusiasm. Although Shinjun's mother's cooking was not as delicious as what Shinjun could now cook, it was still quite good. Ru Chu was full of praise for her cooking. The table was covered in steam. Shinjun told everyone about his plans. "Mom and Dad, I'm going out for a bit. I want to go buy a cot to put outside in the living room. In the future, when I take the baby out to get some sun, I won't need to put it in the stroller. I can just move the cot in the living room. It'll have more space." Shinjun's mother nodded. "Sure, go ahead. Don't worry about us. We'll take care of Ruchu and the kids." Luo's mother followed up, saying, "I'll go with you. It's been so long since the grandchildren were born, and they, as grandparents, haven't given them any gifts yet. This time, buying a crib is just right." Shinjun nodded, saying, "Okay, after breakfast, I'll take you there, uncles and aunts." Ding, congratulations to the host for bringing the babies home and surviving the first night safely. Reward, Lottery Guaranteed Card X1. With this card, you will definitely win the lottery. Chapter 34, Buying a Crib is Stressful? Then I'm a poor peasant. As soon as the words left his mouth, the system's voice rang in his head. A 100% guaranteed winning lottery ticket? It's a bit like a game item card. You can tell it's a good thing just by hearing it. Shinjun was overjoyed, wondering how much money he could win if he went scratch and win ticket shopping. Just as the few people were enjoying their breakfast, the sound of the baby's grunting and crying came from the room. The door to the master bedroom was ajar, so Shinjun could observe the baby's movements at the first opportunity. Just as he was about to get up, Shin's parents told him to continue eating. "You eat, we'll take care of the kids," they said with a smile, then got up cheerfully. Shin's parents first checked the baby's diapers. The babies had pooped and peed in the morning, so the couple quickly cleaned them up. After that, the babies were still crying, so the couple quickly gave them formula. Although they were very busy, the smile on their faces never faded. Newborns need to be brought out to observe the world around them often. After cleaning up and feeding the babies, Shinjun and Shinjun's parents took the twins for a walk around the house. Shinjun's mother would introduce things to the babies, such as, "This is the TV, this is the little chair, that's a tree outside, and there are flowers." The little ones listened attentively and behaved well. After they've finished eating and it's almost time, Shinjun takes Luo's parents out of the house. As they go out, the babies look curiously at the door. Shinjun coaxes the babies, saying that they should stay at home with their grandparents, and that their father and grandparents are going out for a while and will come back later to keep the babies company. The three little ones have watery eyes, like porcelain dolls. Luo Lixian said lovingly, "My darlings, Grandpa and Grandma are going out to buy presents for you. I'll buy you fun things and cute clothes later. Remember to miss Grandpa." Luo Lixian's performance in front of the babies and Shinjun was completely different. After saying goodbye to the babies, Shinjun drove the baby carriage and took the two of them out, driving to Mengzido Parenting City. It is one of the busiest baby and child areas in Nanchang. Many parents go there to buy baby supplies. After 20 minutes, they arrived at their destination. Luo Lixian and his mother looked around curiously. There were a lot of people.
The two plan to buy the babies cribs and then buy them toys later.
Well, cute clothes are essential. Oh yes, and milk powder. Father Luo and Mother Luo mentally go through the shopping list for their babies. After parking the car, Shinjun leads the two of them into the baby city. It is similar to the shopping malls they usually visit, with a very open view on the first floor. The only difference is that it only sells things for babies. There are a wide range of very cute things. Shinjun has a clear goal in mind and goes to buy the baby bed first. The baby beds are on the second floor. After walking through the various brand sections on the first floor, Shinjun quickly attracts the attention of the shop assistants.
Oh my, that man is so handsome. Isn't he Shinjun? I've seen her live broadcast before, and I died laughing. At first I thought he was a scumbag. I didn't realize that he was quite responsible. Ah, he's so handsome in person. Those two are Miss Luo's parents, right? It's strange, aren't they angry with Shinjun? Shinjun's appearance is very high, and it's hard not to attract other people's attention. The store clerks who work here are all involved in the mother and child circle, and they often surf the internet. They have seen Shinjun's videos in the same city before, so it's not surprising that they recognize him. Shinjun didn't take the gossip from the people around him to heart. However, Luo Lixian frowned. She never imagined that the news about her daughter had already spread throughout Nanchang. Seeing that Shinjun didn't care, Luo Lixian pretended not to hear it and began selecting cribs for her grandchildren. Considering their needs, she planned to buy one that was easy to move around. After visiting 7 or 8 brand stores in a row, she still didn't find what she was looking for. It wasn't until she walked into a store that she stopped. The store manager hurried up to greet them. "Welcome, Mr. and Mrs. Luo, hello Shinjun. I saw you on the live broadcast of Nanchang Metropolis the other day, and I stayed in the broadcast room for a long time." Mr. and Mrs. Luo were flabbergasted. It turned out that Shinjun and her daughter's affair had already spread throughout Nanchang. They had no idea how many times they had been recognized when they went out. The manager, a beautiful woman, dressed in professional attire, as if she hadn't seen the embarrassment of the two. She asked enthusiastically, "Mr. Shin, are you two planning to buy a crib? For triplets, right?" Shinjun nodded, "Yes. Do you have anything in mind? If you buy from us, I'll give you a discount." "Shinjun, your triplets are so cute." "Thank you, I also think my babies are very cute." Shinjun laughed. He couldn't help but feel happy when he heard someone praise his baby as cute. "If we buy it, how much discount can you give?" Shinjun asked, knowing that Luo's mother had her eye on one of their products. The store manager thought for a while and said that the biggest discount anyone had ever received was 20%, but if you buy it, I'll give you 30%, and we can be friends. 30% off, can the store manager do any better? I have 3 kids to raise, and the pressure is great. The store manager smiled wryly, "Mr. Shin, the discount I'm offering you is already the biggest I can give. If you don't believe me, go to another store and see if they'll give you 30% off. And if you're under financial pressure, then I'm a poor peasant, okay?" She had watched the live broadcast, and the other person had a full-price apartment in Shanyu Peninsula. And a nanny car worth over 1,000,000 yuan. If that was considered under financial pressure, what was her renting a house? Seeing that the discount could not be lowered, Shinjun had to give up. She looked at Luo Mu and said, "Auntie, do you have a favorite?" Luo Mu nodded, and she liked a full solid wood one with high guardrails. The price was 9,988. If you get a 30% discount, it's 6,991.6 yuan. She had just searched the internet for the same model, and with various discounts and promotions, the cheapest one would cost 7,500. The store manager observed the situation and saw that Luo's mother liked the style, so he quickly went up to introduce it. "Sister, you really have good taste. This is a new model that our store just got back, and now there's only one left. This bed has plenty of space and is perfect for your triplets. We used the best materials, which are safe, environmentally friendly, and waterproof. The high guardrail can be seamlessly connected to prevent babies from climbing over and rolling off the bed. There are no gaps to prevent babies from getting stuck in the gaps and having difficulty breathing. In addition, we have matched it with a mattress of different heights and raised legs. Come and have a look and feel how sturdy it is." The shop manager, Only, demonstrated the sturdiness of the crib by making himself into a bed. Luomu was very satisfied with all aspects of the bed and its high appearance value, and thought that the children would like it. So she asked, "Do you have a home delivery service?"
Chapter 35, Winning the Lottery. This is also possible. Luo father and mother are dumbfounded. The store manager hurriedly replied, "Yes, Sister Luo, we do have a home delivery service. We can deliver it to you that day." Luo's mother nodded, wanting to take it back quickly for her grandchildren to try it out. Then she asked, "Give us a little discount, we really want it." The store manager looked embarrassed. Okay, we're already not making any money at 30% off, but since you've asked, I'll sell it to you at a loss. A 35% discount, Sister Luo, this price can't go any lower. A 35% discount is 6,492.2 yuan. Luomu was very satisfied with this price and immediately gave Luo father a look, telling him to pay. Luo Alexian received it and was about to pay. Seeing that Shinjun had already started scanning the code, the other party quickly stopped him. With a stern face, he said, "This is a gift from your aunt and me to the babies. We'll pay for it. You keep your money, don't fight with us. Yen and their birth have been so long, it would be embarrassing for us as grandparents not to buy a gift." Shinjun paused in his scanning action and nodded, letting the other party pay. Only then did Luo Lishian's face light up with a smile. "We know you have money, but buying the cribs for the kids is our little token of appreciation. You can keep your money. If you can, don't spend it. We'll be relieved if you treat Ruichu and the others well in the future." Shinjun felt that Luo's father's impression of her had improved significantly. He immediately replied, "Okay, I understand, uncle." After paying, Luo Lixian gave the person her address and asked her when the delivery could be made the soonest. The store manager said the soonest would be an hour and a half, and the latest would be no more than 2 hours. Luo's father nods, "Okay, as soon as possible." The three of them are in a good mood after buying the crib. There are also lots of things for babies on the first floor. Luo's parents plan to buy some milk powder for the babies. There are also cute little clothes and toys. Although they can't play with the toys yet, they can use them to interact with the babies and attract their attention. The cute toys make the babies smile. Luo's parents have a picture in their minds and are happy. The first floor is full of all kinds of things, and the couple want to buy everything they see. Shinjun is helping them carry the bags. When they leave the parenting mall, the three of them are carrying a lot of things. They pass a ticket machine for scratch tickets and see 7 or 8 university students buying tickets. Shinjun stops. He says to the parents, "Uncle and auntie, wait a minute, I'll buy a scratch ticket." The parents nod. They knew scratch and win tickets were popular with young people these days. But they also knew that it was very difficult to win a big prize, and that the most you could win was 15 or 30 yuan. It was even harder to win a big prize. And don't even think about winning thousands or tens of thousands of yuan. When they saw Shinjun buying a scratch and win ticket, the university students around him couldn't help but be attracted to him. One of the girls excitedly exclaimed, "Look, what a handsome young man. He's come to buy a scratch and win ticket. Oh my, with this kind of appearance, I love it. Look, sisters. I wonder if he'll win." They were so excited that someone just won 30 yuan. They like the feeling of winning a scratch card, even if they know they won't win the jackpot. But a small amount of money won't stop them from posting it on WeChat Moments. Shinjun walked straight over to the ticket machine, mentally communicating with the system. "System, use the 100% guaranteed to win card." As Shinjun's mental command fell, the system's 100% guaranteed card is triggered. Shinjun scans the code to retrieve the ticket and looks forward to the effect of the guaranteed card. The ticket comes out quickly. The university students around them come forward to watch. I wonder if this young man will win. After getting the scratch card, Shinjun starts scratching. The first row is a miss. The second row is a miss. The third row is also a miss. The university students around them feel sorry for him and secretly say that Shinjun is unlucky and didn't even win 5 yuan. "You're out of luck, young man." But just as they felt sorry for Shinjun, the next second a sharp-eyed girl widened her eyes. She let out a scream, "Oh my god. He's won. Young man, you've won the jackpot. It's tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, 100,000 yuan. Young man, you've won 100,000 yuan." As the girl let out her scream, the college students around her looked on in disbelief. Holy shit. He really did win. 100,000 yuan. No way, can scratch and match tickets really win that much? But as it turned out, it was true. The young man in front of them had clearly bought the ticket on a whim. He wasn't an actor, and he had actually won 100,000 yuan. My goodness, I'm so jealous. Hearing the words of the students around them, Luo's parents were taken aback. No way, did he really win 100,000 yuan? Luo's parents were flabbergasted. Is this for real? Shinjun is so lucky. She won the lottery as soon as she bought it? The two of them didn't believe it, but when they leaned in to take a closer look, they saw that it was true. The winning amount on the scratch card was staring them in the face. Luomu's eyes widened. This is possible. Luomu's emotions were difficult to calm down. After a while, she congratulated Shinjun from the top. Congratulations, Shinjun, you're so lucky. Shinjun smiled and said, Thank you, Auntie. I didn't expect to be so lucky either. I bought one on a whim and won. I must have good luck because of you all. Luomu couldn't stop smiling. Shinjun is so good at talking. Lu Lixian also sent his best wishes. He wondered, has Shinjun always been so lucky? If so, no wonder he can speculate on the stock market and buy a house and a car. Lu Lixian decided to test his luck too and bought one. He soon got the results, and didn't win a single dollar. It turns out that not everyone is so lucky. Shinjun didn't expect the guaranteed prize to be so effective, and he won 100,000 yuan in one go. After gathering his thoughts, he took Luo's parents to claim the prize. Watching Shinjun leave, the university students were envious and almost cried. Crying? That person is about the same age as us, and he is so lucky. 100,000 yuan, if it were given to me, I wouldn't know what to spend it on, it's so much money. Alas, there's no envy when it comes to someone else's good luck. They're jealous, it's not just that he's good looking, but he's also so lucky, it's not fair. They didn't want to buy it at first, after Shinjun won the lottery. But then they wanted to buy it, to take his good luck with them. Maybe they could win the lottery too. On the way home to claim the prize, Luo's parents felt as if they were dreaming. They had gone out to buy something, and Shinjun had managed to bring money home. 100,000 yuan. With so much money, how long will it take them to save up? With excitement in their hearts, they returned home just in time for the crib to be delivered. Shinjun asked the delivery person to bring it inside. He then immediately disinfected the crib. After letting it sit for a while, it was ready for the babies to use. For the safety of their children, Shinjun did not dare to be careless. The toys they bought also had to be disinfected, but Luo Fu did it. Chapter 36, Grandpa is sad when he sees the children performing outside. Grandpa says a rhyme. After disinfecting the toys, Luo's mother and Shen's mother told them about the lottery win. Shen's mother was shocked. Her reaction was the same as the two men's earlier. She found Shinjun unbelievable and asked, You bought a scratch card and won 100,000 yuan? Shinjun nodded and then took out his phone to show her the balance. Mom, I'm so lucky. I didn't expect to win just by buying one, and I feel like I'm back in the prime of my life. The scratch card prize of 100,000 yuan is in the bank card balance, along with Shinjun's previous savings. Now the total is over 300,000 yuan. Shen's parents took a breath when they saw so much money. Mom, wow, so much money. Our son is rich. Together with the cash he received from them, their son now has over 400,000 yuan in his hands. If they were in their village, they would already be considered rich. At this time, Luo Rushu woke up, and Shen's mother told her about it again. Ruchu, Xiaojun said you're lucky for him. He just bought a scratch card after buying a crib for the babies. Guess how much she won? Ruchu was still groggy from waking up, and said, 1,000? Shen's mother shook her head, no, it's 100,000. Shinjun won 100,000, and he said he'll save it for you and the babies to spend. Ruchu woke up with a start. Shinjun won 100,000 yuan playing scratch cards? No way, that's some luck. Luo Rushu had also bought scratch cards with her classmates a few times, and the most she had ever won was 15 yuan. Shinjun won 100,000 yuan in one go? That's incredible. 100,000 yuan is no small sum for them. The family was very happy. It seemed like things were looking up. Luo's mother couldn't wait to show off the new clothes she had bought. They are so cute, I love them no matter how I look at them. The clothes nowadays are very different from the old ones. Not only are they pretty, but also the designs are unconventional. They are comfortable to wear, don't constrict the baby, and the materials are also very good. Of course, you get what you pay for. Luomu buys the most expensive ones for her children, and they are definitely of good quality and attractive.
Luo Rushu picked up one piece of clothing after another and compared them cheerfully, imagining how the children would look in them. Unfortunately, they can't be worn yet, as they need to be washed first. There's nothing to be done, so they'll just have to wait until tomorrow. After showing off the clothes, Luomu quickly took them to the washing machine to wash and dry them as soon as possible. Time passed like this. Luo Lushian finally waited until the triplets woke up. The little ones didn't poop or pee this time when they woke up, and the first thing they did was drink milk. Luo Lushian happily prepared formula for them and picked up the little, sleepy babies. With a friendly smile, she says, "The baby is hungry, isn't it? Here, drink some milk. This is what Grandma bought for the baby. Try it and see if you like the taste." As a big eater, the baby doesn't listen to much. She just holds the bottle and chugs it down. Seeing her granddaughter eating with such gusto, Lulexian is overjoyed. After the little one has eaten and burped, Luo Lichu will make exaggerated expressions to amuse her. At this time, the elder child will often wave her little hands about, looking very happy. Luo Lichen is beaming with joy, full of pride. Yes, his grandchildren are amused by him. He is amazing. Ah, the baby is so cute. After taking care of the elder child, Luo Lichen goes on to feed the younger two. Unfortunately, the second baby still won't let Grandpa hold him. This makes Lele Xian sad. Holding his chest, he cries, "Oh, Lele, you're so cold, you won't even let Grandpa hold you." Grandpa is so sad. Seeing Grandpa's pain, he says, "Grandpa is your mom's dad, why won't you let Grandpa hold you? Lele, I love you the most, and I still have to feed you milk. Will you give me a hug? You mustn't cry, it hurts my heart." Next to the crib, Luo Lishan's acting skills are on full display, covering his eyes and crying exaggeratedly, as pitiful as he can be. Lele is crying. Seeing his exaggerated expression, he suddenly stopped crying and looked at him blankly. The little guy suddenly stopped crying and held out his two little hands towards him. Luo Lishan was thrilled. He quickly picked up the little guy and continued to say, "Oh, I'm so happy that Lulu finally let Grandpa hold him. Lulu, are you a little son? So warm. Grandpa is alive again. Oh, Lulu, do you know magic?" It seems that Lulu felt Grandpa's happiness and bounced happily. Lol Xian happily shows off to his mother, "Look, wife, Lol loves me so much." Ah, Lol loves me, not you. Lol Xian ignores her look and thinks she is just jealous. Right, Lol, Grandma is jealous of Grandpa, isn't she? Here, Grandpa will feed Lol Grandma. As soon as the bottle was placed in Erbao's mouth, the little cutie took a few sips and then stopped. Luo Leshian thought Erbao didn't like this brand, so she brought another can. The little guy still didn't drink. Luo Mu saw the reason. Erbao should want to drink breast milk. "Here, baby, give it to me, I'll hold it and give it to Rushu, you feed Xiaobao." Luo Leshian nodded and said, "In a while, you tell me the situation and see if Erbao drinks." "Got it, nag." Luo's mother said with a smile while holding Erbao, "Lele, you like Grandma the best, don't you? Let's not play with Grandpa anymore, okay?" Luo Lishian's heart sank when he heard this. "Honey, you can't play like that." His heart had just been hurt by Luo's mother, but fortunately, there was still the little angel, Xiaobao, to heal him. Sanbao, who was nursing, had a good appetite. After getting the bottle, he concentrated on eating, just like his sister. After feeding Zhou, Luo Lishian carries him to the baby cot in the living room. At this time, Debao is already inside, observing curiously. Luo Lishian introduces, Yen, Lulu, this is also your bed. Grandma bought it for you. From now on, shall we go and sunbathe in this bed? Look, this bed can even move. Isn't that amazing? As he speaks, he pushes the roller of the cot a little, and the bed moves a short distance. Debao and Sanbao's eyes were full of wonder. Luo Lishian was delighted, the children seemed to like the new bed very much. Caring for the three little grandchildren, Luo Lishian was happy. Before long, it was evening. To celebrate the fact that Erbao was willing to let himself be held, and Shenjun won the lottery. In the evening, Luo Lishian went to the market and bought a lot of food, planning to celebrate in the evening. However, he knew his own cooking abilities, and decided to let Shenjun cook instead. His cooking skills are no match for hers. Soon, the kitchen was filled with the aroma of food, and Luo's mother and the others were excited to be able to eat the food that Shenjun had cooked again.
Today was a happy day, and Luo Lexian opened another bottle of Nulinshan with Shin's father. Chapter 37, Luo's father is drunk. Uncle? Call me Dad.
Luo Lexian was happy, and the food that Shinjun cooked was delicious.
He drank a lot. Glass after glass went down his throat. Shin's father also drank a lot with him.
However, Shin's father often attended village banquets and was used to drinking white wine.
Nulinshan was almost like a drink in his eyes. Glass after glass.
After Luo's mother and Shin's mother finished eating, they saw that their men were having a good time and didn't say anything, going off to chat. Men need to give their wives face when they're out. As long as they don't gamble and quarrel and disturb the babies, they can drink as much as they like. After finishing one bottle, he opened another. Luo Lexian's drinking capacity was average, and his face would turn rosy after just 4 or 5 glasses. His speech would also start to slur. Shinjun was afraid that he would get drunk, so he switched his drink to Sprite. He noticed that he had been drinking and angrily asked, "Who poured me this drink?
Who are you looking down on? I can still drink.
Come on, pour me some wine, fill it up for me, in-law, pour me some wine." His mother-in-law called him in-law and knew that he was drunk and talking nonsense. His mother knew that he was drunk, but Luo Lexian felt that he was not drunk. Patting his chest, he said to Shinjun, "I can still drink.
Fill it up for me. If you don't pour for me, you're looking down on me." Shinjun.
So this is what the grandpa of the babies looks like when he gets drunk.
It's kind of cute.
Drunk people don't know what they can do, and she's afraid that he's really angry, so Shinjun quickly pours for him.
"Here, uncle, I'll pour it for you, drink slowly."
"Why is there only so little? Pour some more."
"And what did you just call me?"
Luo Lexian said with a blush of dissatisfaction.
"Uncle?"
Luo Lexian, reeking of alcohol, slammed the table in anger and shouted, "What uncle?
Call me Dad. You've had a child with my daughter, so what do you call me if you don't want to marry her?"
Shinjun was taken aback and quickly apologized, "Uncle, Dad, I called you the wrong thing just now. Dad, I definitely want to marry Ruichu and be with her forever.
I was just afraid you'd object." Luo Lexian waved his arm and said, "Objection? What am I objecting to?
You and my daughter are such a good match, who would object?"
Burp.
Luo Lexian burped and said, "You brat, at first I didn't like you very much, but then your performance was barely acceptable. I'm willing to give my daughter to you in marriage."
"What, you're not saying anything, don't you want to?"
Shinjun was pleasantly surprised.
He thought, "I want to, Dad, thank you. Thank you for your affirmation.
I will take care of Ruichu as I always have."
"What are you thanking me for? You're such a big baby.
Come on, if we're brothers, let's drink this toast together."
Luo Lexian put one hand on Shinjun's shoulder as if they were drinking with blood brothers.
Shinjun didn't dare to be rude, so he picked up the wine glass and gulped it down.
Luo Lexian laughed, good drinking skills.
"You are worthy of being my son-in-law, you are so generous." Luo Lexian picked a peanut for himself and said to Shin's father while eating, "Dear family, my daughter will marry your son in the future, so your family must treat her well. If you let her suffer even the slightest grievance, I, Luo Lexian, will make you pay." Shin's father made a serious statement, "Don't worry, dear family, if she marries into our family as if she were newly married, Shinjun's mother and I will love her too much to let her suffer.
Ruichu will be well taken care of by Shinjun in our family.
If he dares to wrong Ruichu in the future, I will break his legs and kick him out of the house."
Luo Lexian is dazed with satisfaction. Good brother, good in-law, I love hearing what you say. Come, brother Shinjun, drink up."
Shinjun and Shinfu glanced at each other and then raised their glasses and drank.
A new day. Luo Lexian doesn't remember how he got to bed last night. Now he just feels a headache, a really bad headache. He's groggy. Sigh, how much did he drink last night?
He pats his head, in a really bad state.
Unable to get up, he can only continue lying down. Seeing Luo's mother bring the baby's things in from outside, he asks with a frown, "Kiki, I was drunk last night, didn't say anything, did I?" Luo Mu shook her head, "No." Luo Lexian let out a sigh of relief.
However, the next second, Luo Mu's words scared him so much that he almost exploded on the spot. "You didn't say anything, you just told Shinjun to call your father, and then you hooked your shoulders with him, acting like brothers, saying that you guys were good brothers and that you were his older brother. And you also said that he was a nice person and agreed to marry him as usual. Oh, and I have to tell you something else. Last night you got so drunk you couldn't find your way home, but Shinjun was not drunk at all and he was there the whole time to help you.
What? Oh no. Luo Lixian wanted to find a crack in the ground and disappear into it. Did he really say all that last night? If it's true, he's in big trouble.
It's fine if Shinjun and his father got drunk, they probably won't remember. But he was the only one who got drunk, and they were both so lively.
He must remember every word he said. What should I do? It's a bit embarrassing and a bit mortifying. What should I do? Mrs. Luo, just drink more in the future.
If you don't have the capacity for alcohol, don't pretend to be someone you're not.
Go ahead and mock me, wife. Luo Lixian dejectedly covered his face with the quilt. How was he going to face Shinjun in the future? How was he going to maintain his image?
He is overwhelmed, full of regret, and sure enough, drinking has caused trouble. Meanwhile, in the living room, Shinjun is playing with the triplets. The babies are wearing the new clothes that Luo's mother bought for them. They are so cute and full of energy. Shinjun teases them with toys while praising their clothes. Wow, the babies' clothes are so pretty, can I borrow them for daddy to wear? What's the pattern on them? Are they little clouds? And little strawberries. The little ones don't understand, and they just stare at the toys in daddy's hands.
Shinjun will also pretend to put the toys on their little tummies.
Every time, the babies laugh once, and the three little ones are having a great time. Shinjun will also put their little hands on the toys to teach them how to hold them. However, the little ones don't have much strength in their arms right now, so they can't hold them steady. Shinjun lets go of their hands, and the toys fall. Yesterday, Luo Lixian bought the little ones a lot of small toys, some in the shape of cartoon characters, and some in the shape of small animals. There are Barbie dolls and Ultraman.
But the babies need to be older to play with them.
If the babies get tired of playing, they will look around and look for their mother. Knowing that the babies are looking for their mother, Shinjun will hold the little cuties next to Luo Rushu.
Shinjun didn't see Luo Lixian's figure for the whole morning.
It wasn't until a little after 2 in the afternoon that Shinjun saw the other person get up. However, Shinjun noticed that the other person was deliberately avoiding her. Even when they met and there was no way to avoid it, the other person didn't speak to her. Even though the other person hid it well, Shinjun could still see the other person's embarrassment.
Shinjun thought to herself, did Luo's father sober up and remember what he said last night when he was drunk? Chapter 38, I'll marry you if I get your approval. I'm willing.
If he remembered what he said last night when he sobered up, it was no wonder that the other person was embarrassed. Luo Lixian didn't mention it, and Shinjun pretended that nothing had happened. Seeing that Shinjun and Shinfu didn't say anything, Luo Lixian let out a long sigh of relief. This was just too embarrassing, and he decided that he would never drink so much in the future. Since the babies came home, they have grown up very quickly.
Under the watchful eyes of everyone, they grew more and more adorable every day.
During this period, Hirao occasionally came to visit them. However, she always came after work and stayed for dinner at their house while she watched the babies. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed again. Luo Lixian and his mother both had to go to work. This time, they had already taken a long leave of absence from their jobs in Nanchang, and their employers were urging them to go back to work.
Shen's parents also had to go back.
They had been gone for so long that their neighbors had to feed their chickens, ducks, and cows, and they hadn't been able to tend to the crops in the fields for a long time. Before leaving, Shen's mother asked, "Can you really take care of Ruchu and the babies by yourself? Do you really not need me to stay?" Shinjun shook his head and said, "Mom, no, I can take care of them by myself. If I get busy, I'll call you guys."
Shen's mother sighed and said, "Okay, if you can't handle it, just call me anytime."
She and Shen's father had come with just one bag, but they had returned with a lot of luggage. It was all the things their son and Ruchu had bought for them. While packing, Shen's mother whispered to Shinjun, "Ruchu's parents are quite impressed with you.
I'm very satisfied with Ruchu.
You should hurry up and get married with her, otherwise I won't be able to rest easy."
Shinjun nodded, "I know, Mom."
Shen's mother cheered him on, "Go for it, son." After whispering, she and Shen's father went to see the babies again. The 3 cute little sprites were lying in bed, and Luo Rushu was amusing them with toys.
The couple's tone was full of reluctance. "My dears, Grandpa and Grandma have to go back. You have to be good around your mommy and daddy, okay? Be good and grow up safely. Be cuter and cuter every day, and Grandpa and Grandma will miss you."
The triplets are attracted by their voices, but soon lose interest and continue to look at the toys next to them. They are too young to understand what parting is. Shin's mother quietly wipes away the tears overflowing from the corners of her eyes and says to Luo Rushu, Rushu, take care of your health and leave everything else to Shinjun, okay? If he dares to bully you, just tell your auntie, and she and your uncle will take care of it. And if you can't handle the kids, just give me a call. Eat well and sleep well at night. Luo Rushu nodded, I know, auntie. Shinjun and Shinfu couldn't bear to leave their babies, so before they left, they used their phones to record a lot of videos of the triplets. They would watch them when they went home and missed their babies. The two of them had just left the master bedroom, and soon Luo Lexin and Luo Mu also went in to see the babies and adults. When the door closed, Shinjun didn't know what they had said inside. When they came out, Luo's mother's eyes were red, obviously she had cried. When she entered the room, she saw that Luo Rushu's eyes were also red. Both sets of parents returned at the same time on the same day. They just went to different places. Shin's parents went to the bus station, while Luo Rushu's parents went to the train station. Shinjun drove them there in the nanny car, while Luo Rushu stayed at home to take care of the babies. After this period of rest, Luo Rushu could already walk independently. She and the babies saw them off at the door. Goodbye, grandparents. The smile on Lu Ru's face was full of reluctance. The babies seemed to sense their mother's unhappiness and started to cry. Shinjun and Shinfu couldn't bear to leave with Lulu and Lumu. They waited until the babies were settled down, then quietly left when the babies weren't looking. The bus station is relatively close to Shanyu Peninsula, so Shinjun first took Shinfu and Shinmu there. They arrived after 10 minutes. Shinjun waved goodbye to them, parents, have a safe trip, and call me when you get home. Ruchu and the babies will be in good hands. Luo Lexin and Luo Mu also got out of the car to say goodbye to them. Shinfu and Shinmu waved at them to wish them a safe trip. As she turned to walk towards the bus station, Shinmu couldn't help but shed a tear. Her son has a child. He's a father. He has his own family, and he's completely grown up. Shin's mother sniffled, quickly wiping away her tears. Why was she crying with happiness? She should be happy. After gathering herself together, she and Shin's father entered the station with their bags. Shinjun didn't get on the train until her parents' backs had disappeared through the station doors, and she continued to see Shin's parents to the train station. On the way, Luo Lexin suddenly broke the otherwise quiet atmosphere and said to Shinjun, we've already given Ruchu the household registration book, so find an opportunity to go with her to pick up the certificate. Shinjun was shocked. Okay, thanks, uncle. Lu Lexin was dissatisfied, and he still called him uncle? Oh, Dad. Thanks, Dad. Shinjun said in surprise. Lu Lexin snorted, after you pick up the certificate, be good to my daughter in the future, or I won't let you off. Shinjun promised, Dad, I will definitely treat Ruchu well. Luo Lexian's face broke into a smile. Luo's mother also spoke up, are you planning to hold a full moon banquet for the babies? Shinjun replied, let's do it, but I'll go back and discuss it with Ruchu to decide where to hold it. Luo's mother continued, a full moon banquet doesn't have to be held on the full moon, it can be held a month or two later. I know, Mom, I'll talk to Ruchu when I get back. A voice of Mom and Dad finally got their approval. Shinjun's heart was filled with joy. When she was walking her in-laws back from the train station to Shanyu Peninsula, Luo Ruchu was taking her babies out to the balcony to sunbathe. Hearing footsteps, the three little ones turned their heads to look hard. Seeing it was their father, they couldn't stop jumping for joy. Just returning home, she was healed by the little angels, so happy. Shinjun couldn't help but tease them. Lu Ruchu smiled, Mom and Dad, they're already in the car? Shinjun replied while interacting with them, they should be in the car by now. Afterwards, she looked up at the other person and said, Ruchu, when we were in the car, Uncle told me to call him Dad, and he said he'd already given you the household register. So, when are we going to get our marriage certificate? Ruchu, will you marry me? Lu Ruchu's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and then it started pounding rapidly. Marry him? Is Shinjun declaring his love? Luo Rushu blushed from the sudden depth of his feelings. Shinjun looked at her expectantly. What, Rushu, you don't want to marry me? She thought of the scenes that Shinjun had done for her during this period of time. He is affectionate, considerate, caring, warm and bright. And all the little things about him came to mind, and Luo Rushu took a deep breath. She gave the answer she had long since decided on, I do, Shinjun, I do want to marry you. Chapter 39, the program is broadcast, and the time for applying for a marriage license. Lu Rusho's reply made Shinjun's heart pound.
That's great. Babies, did you hear that? Mommy is willing to marry Daddy. Mommy is willing to marry Daddy. Daddy is so happy.
Hugging the babies, Shinjun smiled like a child. As long as they get married, they can give the babies a complete family. Applying for a marriage license is not only for the babies, but also for himself. After spending so many days together, it is impossible to say that he does not have feelings for Lu Ruchu. How could he not be excited by her response?
Ruchu, since you have agreed, let's get the certificate sometime. Lu Ruchu shyly nodded, you decide.
Shinjun smiled brightly, okay, in a couple of days when you have recovered a bit, we'll get the certificate.
Lu Ruchu nodded silently.
At this moment, it seems like there is something called sweetness in her heart. Shinjun wondered if he should give the baby's mother something, now that he had proposed to her.
The baby's father was also affected by the mood and was happily babbling. Shinjun held the sweet-smelling baby and kissed it one by one.
There were still 2 days until the day he and Lu Ruchu were to get their marriage certificate. They had not yet gone to the Civil Affairs Bureau.
Here, Hirao told them some good news. She said that their show would be broadcast on Nanching TV that evening. It was scheduled to be broadcast at 8 p.m.
They would have time to watch it in the evening. Hearing that the TV station was preparing to broadcast the program based on the recording they had made at home,
Shinjun's heart tightened.
Oh no, the situation when Hirao found out about the babies was also included in the recording. He began to wonder if the mother would be angry when she saw that he had said the babies were not his.
If she was angry, would she still be willing to get a marriage certificate with him? With a worried heart, the time finally arrived at 8 p.m. Luo Rishu sat in front of the TV in advance.
Next to her was a baby cot, with the 3 little ones sound asleep in it.
Quietly, the little ones pricked up their ears to listen to the sounds coming from the TV.
Luo Rishu interacted with them from time to time, and the babies were ready to go on TV with their parents.
Do the babies know what TV is? It's where everyone can see the babies.
It's the godmother who recorded it for the babies, and their parents are in it too.
Lu Ruchu interacted with the babies while waiting for 8 o'clock to arrive.
Shinjun sat next to the sofa, keeping the 4 of them company.
It was 8 o'clock on the dot.
The TV program started as scheduled. The first thing that appeared on the screen was Lu Ruchu collapsing, followed by the TV station personnel taking her to the hospital and asking where her relatives were. As the scene played out, Lu Ruchu saw Hirao go to the school to look for Shinjun. She also saw how Shinjun behaved that day.
Luo Rishu was very calm and didn't say anything.
When this part of the broadcast came on, Shinjun kept an eye on her facial expressions.
He was afraid she would be sad.
The images on the TV were still playing, and then the babies were born.
3 little cuties were born.
Shinjun saw the baby's happy expressions, and he worried about her expression on the operating table. The arrival of the parents on both sides, Shinjun taking care of himself and the babies. When the TV show ended, half an hour had passed. After watching it, Lu Ruchu's tears had fallen without her knowing when. It was unbelievable, the experience of this period of time felt like a dream. Shinjun used a tissue to wipe away some of his tears. Ruchu, you've been crying. I'm sorry, I wasn't able to be by your side early, and let you suffer so much.
Lu Ruchu shook her head with tears in her eyes.
No, don't say sorry.
Shinjun, this is fate, this is destiny. Thank you for being here for me and the babies. Thank you for being so good to me and the babies.
After saying this, she threw herself into Shinjun's arms and cried. Shinjun stroked her hair gently and said, Ruchu, meeting you and the babies is the greatest luck in my life.
The babies could not watch TV yet. The couple only let them listen to the sound.
When the sound of their crying came from the TV, the 3 babies were very curious. They looked puzzled and couldn't understand. They turned around to look at the other babies, but no one was crying.
Luo Rishu couldn't stop laughing when she captured their reaction to the sound of crying. Shinjun, look, the babies can hear their own voices. They're looking at which one is crying.
Come look at the expressions on the faces of the eldest and second eldest babies.
Is the 3rd baby confused? Give me my phone, I want to take a picture and use it as an emoticon.
Shinjun leaned over to take a look and was amused by the puzzled expressions on the children's faces.
Just as I thought, the babies' expressions are killing me. How did they do it? Right?
Ha, you tell me, how can babies be so funny and make such expressions?
The little cuties, who were still confused, suddenly saw their parents laughing. They also happily followed suit.
They suddenly made the two of them laugh again.
Oops, you three little idiots, do you know what your mom and dad are laughing at? Just laughing, you three little idiots. Hearing little idiots, the baby laughed again, thinking that his mother was praising them. Tonight's broadcast is a special program from Nanchang TV.
It is very different from previous programs, and it is not unexpectedly popular. The ratings have hit a record high. The program became popular soon after it aired. Many people reposted it on Douyin, and the number of people who saw it continued to grow. There was also more and more talk about the family.
Damn, what kind of person is Shinjun? Apart from being a bit better looking and richer, what makes him worthy of Luo's flower?
Wow, I didn't know the flower girl of Nanchang University was so pretty. If I had known, I would have applied to that school, and maybe Luo's flower would be my wife now.
Drink more urine upstairs. The school flower can only be my wife. Damn it, Shinjun stole my wife.
Where's the sword?
Where's my 40-meter sword?
Shinjun, I allow you to run 39 meters first.
Baby, what a cute baby. Shinjun, can you register a TikTok account for them? I want to raise my baby in the cloud.
Wow, although Shinjun wasn't very reliable on the first day, he did well later.
My opinion is that the babies are so delicate and pretty, why not consider modeling for children's wear in the future?
Shinjun curiously checked out the Douyin account of Nanchang TV station.
Wow, the latest video was full of comments. Some were criticizing Shinjun, while others were defending Luo Rushu and the babies.
The popularity of videos related to the family continued to soar on Douyin. Shinjun sighed, fearing that she would be recognized a lot in the future.
After reading the comments, Hirao sent Luo Rushu a WeChat message.
The other party said that after the show aired, many manufacturers of milk powder, diapers, and children's clothing wanted to find the triplets to endorse their products, and asked her and Shinjun about their intentions.
Chapter 40, Getting Ready to Go Out to Apply for the Certificate.
Manufacturers of milk powder, diapers, and children's clothing are looking for the babies to endorse their products.
The advertising fees will definitely be substantial. Luo Rushu looked at Shinjun's sister. He said that the baby clothes manufacturer wants to ask the babies to be their spokesperson. What do you think?
Shinjun thought for a moment and said, the children are still young.
Rushu, we can afford to support you. Luo Rushu understood.
She smiled with curved eyebrows.
Actually, I don't want the babies to do it either. The children are so young. But I still want to ask for your opinion.
If Shinjun agrees to let the babies do the endorsements, Luo Rushu will agree too.
But there will be a small disappointment.
It's good that the other party thinks the same way as I do, and is thinking about the children.
Shinjun paused and said,
although we won't be doing the advertisements, I think sister he has a pretty good suggestion. We can create a TikTok account for the babies, and update their news and record their lives on it in the future.
Luo Rushu was pleasantly surprised and said, that's great.
In the future, when the babies grow up, they can show them to them. It will also help to build up a fan base. If the babies want to become internet celebrities or enter the entertainment industry in the future, having a fan base will make it much easier. As parents, we can't help but think a lot about our children.
Although Luo Rushu has no plans to become an internet celebrity or enter the entertainment industry. What about the children? In the future, they will have their own ideas. So, what she needs to do now is to do her best to lay a solid foundation for her baby's future possibilities. Luo Rushu asked with interest, what name should we choose? Shinjun, you choose.
Luo Rushu suddenly perked up, looking at the three cute little balls in the crib, and suddenly her eyes lit up.
How about Nai Nai Hoo Hoo? Nai Nai Hoo Hoo. That's a strange but cute name.
Shinjun pursed her lips and said, okay, let's call them Nai Nai Hoo Hoo.
Ha, that's a cute name. Just as cute as our baby. Right? Isn't it cute? I'll register it now.
Soon, Luo Rushu used a secondary card to register a short video account for the babies and told Hirao the news.
The other person followed the baby's account immediately.
And they had mentioned the baby's account on their homepage, saying that it was the account of her godchildren.
Hirao has many followers.
After the other person just at the baby's account on their homepage, Luo Rushu noticed that the account had gained dozens of followers.
Luo Rushu was surprised, this is too fast. They haven't even posted anything yet.
As the TV show aired, their family's popularity on TikTok grew higher and higher.
Luo Rusha had a hunch that the baby's account followers should increase rapidly. After creating the account, she looked at the 3 little ones in the crib, all yawning.
Shinjun carried them back to the crib and sang a lullaby to put them to sleep. In no time at all, the little ones were fast asleep.
Luo Rushu was surprised.
She had never imagined that Shinjun could sing so beautifully.
Time passed quickly as Shinjun waited expectantly.
2 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Today was the day Shinjun and Luo Rushu had agreed to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register and receive their certificates. The two of them had prepared the household registration book early and were waiting for the time to come. Luo Rushu has recovered well, and she can now walk normally.
As long as she doesn't do strenuous exercise, her wounds won't hurt.
She has prepared her ID card and household register. Shinjun then packed the things the babies need when they go out. For example, baby powder, bottles, diapers, children's tissues, small clothes and pants, etc.
These things must be brought when going out to prevent emergencies. After preparing the things, Shinjun put them in a backpack and carried it behind her back.
Then she picked up the 3 little ones again.
Babies, let's go out. Today is a big day for mommy and daddy. Would you like to witness it with mommy and daddy? The cute babies grunted, each with their own thoughts.
Shinjun gave a smile, put them in the stroller, and said, "Let's go, let's take the car."
She laughed and pushed them away. Luo Rushu followed behind sweetly.
The Civil Affairs Bureau was quite a distance from Shanyu Peninsula. However, before going to the Civil Affairs Bureau, Shinjun first had to take Luo Rushu to a place. The stroller stopped near a gold shop.
Luo Rushu was puzzled. Why have we stopped? Aren't we going to the Civil Affairs Bureau?
Shinjun carried the triplets out of the car and said, "Let's go, but before we go, there's something I haven't done yet."
Rushu, I haven't given you any jewelry yet.
Shinjun said with deep affection.
Luo Rushu didn't react. Jewelry? Why are you giving me jewelry?
Silly, you're almost my wife, I'm giving you jewelry to show how I feel.
Oh, we're getting married soon. I can give you jewelry as a token of my feelings. But Luo Rushu didn't think it was necessary. Shinjun, I don't like to wear jewelry, you can see I don't have anything on.
I'm not used to wearing it, it's a lot of trouble. Luo Rushu has never even had her ears pierced, and she has worn necklaces around her neck. She is not used to wearing other things on her body, and she feels freer with nothing on. Shinjun feels that just because she is not used to wearing jewelry, it doesn't mean she doesn't like it.
Can a girl refuse to look beautiful and exquisite with jewelry?
Shinjun has learned from Luo's mother that Luo Rushu doesn't like diamonds, but she likes things that glitter with gold. That is why he brought her to the gold shop. Even if you don't wear the jewelry you buy, it can still be an investment. The price of diamonds has been falling all the time, so they don't retain their value.
But gold retains its value in any era. Since Luo Rushu likes shiny gold things, Shinjun gave her gold jewelry.
Shinjun told her not to worry about saving money for herself. He took her, pushing the baby carriage, into the gold shop. He had looked it up online and found that this was the most famous gold shop in the whole city.
The gold content of the jewelry here is full.
As soon as they entered the store, the extraordinary beauty of the two and their adorable triplets attracted everyone's attention.
Someone recognized them at the scene. Wow, it's Shinjun and Luo Rushu.
The triplets have appeared, I saw their show the other day.
I can't believe it's really them. The real people are so handsome, Luo Rushu is so pretty and has a great figure. Is that a figure that has given birth to triplets? Love it. The whole family of 5 is so well matched. What are they doing here? Buying jewelry? Whatever, I'll take a video first, and then post it on TikTok to get more followers. As soon as the family of 5 entered the store, people around them started talking.
After the broadcast of the Nanching TV show, and the video went viral on TikTok in the same city.
Many people had seen their video. Unexpectedly, when they met the real people, Shinjun was even more handsome than in the video. Luo Rushu was also more beautiful and elegant than in the camera. The cuteness of the triplets is even more adorable to their hearts. The crowd was overwhelmed by the appearance of the family of 5. The 3 little ones were curious and looked left and right in the stroller for the first time.